Hello, Kay. Let me share this to my stuff. Hello to Legit to Brit. Cute name, cute handle. Hi, Ara. If I said that wrong, please let me know. Hi, Bree. Hi, Unknown. Hello, y'all. Chris is here. Will you hand me that so I can pull it up?
What's up, people?
Hello, y'all. Thank you for the likes. Yes, y'all, if you can start tapping the screen. Hi, Shernice. If you can tap the screen, if you feel comfortable sharing out, please share it to your stories. No pressure, y'all. But yes, please tap the screens. That helps us to get pushed out to more folks as we get ready to get into the stuff, the tea today. Hi, T. We will definitely be talking. That's so funny that I said get into the tea and then T joined. Hi, Amina. We will definitely be getting into some Love Island stuff, y'all. Little Miss Ma'am, our MD that had her feels. Hi, SSA26. Hi, Jay. That had her feels about Nicolandria. I want to get into that. Hi, Gemma. I definitely want to talk about 404 and Shelly. Hi, Kimberly. I know we talked about that a little bit last time, and more things have come out. Hi, XO. Y'all see, we about to cook. We about to be a little messy. Yes, Jay. They said, "Is that your man? A part of the background?" He's so still. Thank you, Amina. Yes, he's so quiet. It's gonna be funny, y'all, because our energies. I said before, like, we're Nicolandria and Nick in our energies, but he's Alandria and I'm Nick. Yes, Tiny Chef. Hi, AK. So cute. We about to cook in this live today, y'all. Hey, BB. That made me want to sing, "Hey, baby. Hey, baby," even though it's just BB. I don't know why, but that's what literally popped into my head. Thank you all so much for the likes already. Hi, MJ Beauty. Hi, Trey Figs. The likes help us to push out the live so that we can make sure we have a nice, rich conversation. Thank you. Okay, cool, Jay. We'll see you in a bit. We're getting into all this stuff today. Also, I made a Google form at my daughter's suggestion. Hi, Skylar. Hi, Swanberly. Hi, Swanberly. Hi, Leslie. Hey. So I did make, hi, Charnay. I did make a Google form like my daughter suggested. Hey, Sapson. So hi, Kimberly. I do have some folks that already submitted questions, so we're definitely going to answer those today. They were really good questions. Hi, Yannette. My husband and I were like, ooh, these are good. Hi, Kay. Hi, Naquita. Hi, Aubrey. Hi, Lucy. Yes, Jay, my master's is in marriage and family therapy. I have a master's of science in marriage and family therapy. Hi, Shanika. Hi, Tanisha. I think I said that right. Tanisha, if I said it wrong, tell me. Hi, Mimi. Jay, where are you thinking about applying, or what are you maybe interested in? Hi, Nicole's Trade. Hi, Tristana. No worries, Amina. No worries. Yes. So I'm definitely going to have the Sunday lives will be like Chris will definitely join these lives as long as you all say like you want your input on his questions. But we'll definitely be using, hi, April. We'll definitely be using Sunday lives to answer questions from the Google Forms. So that way y'all have all week to submit questions. And we're letting y'all submit questions about pop culture, reality TV. If it's something other than Love Island, that's okay too. I just need you to tell me the name of what it is that you want me, like the name of the show, the episode number, and like what you're most curious about it. And I'm happy to like watch it ahead of time and to share some thoughts. But you also can submit questions related to like marriage or family or parenting, gender dynamics. You just now got the alert. Okay. Yeah. So I'm happy to like have him join in. He doesn't do everything Love Island, but he has been sitting in on our conversations. It's so funny. Hi, Antoinette. Hi, Oddball. Because he and I were talking after my last live on Friday, and he's like, I wanted to say all of these things, but I didn't want to hop in. So maybe we'll get some of that today. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Alexandra. Because we had a pretty rich conversation, and I do think that they are, you know, useful thoughts. I know I'm ready for this reunion finally. Oh, thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jay. Hi, Mimi. Hi, Lorna Blue. Hi, Bailey. Lorna Blue, I like that name. Hi, Bentrial. Hi, Kirsten. Yeah, he like, you know, he's sort of like the I'll sit in the room with y'all and watch something on my phone while y'all are watching it. But he definitely still has opinions from the things that he saw. Hi, Winnie. Hi, Tequila. Hi, Katsy. Welcome back. Hi, Moanica. Hi, Portia. So yeah, I definitely want to not answer this question until I know that this person is here in the live. Hi, Heather. Hey, Tay. Hi, Yvette. I love that, Jay. That's funny. Hi, Daniel. But I would love to get into some stuff as usual. Hey, Bella Queen. Hello, Nicole. Hi, Sign Out. I feel like you were here last time. Hi, One Pimple. Duh. Hi, Sappy. Okay, y'all. I want to talk about. You've seen the video. Oh, Mimi, thank you so much for saying that. You know what, Shanika? I typically don't watch UK love shows because I feel like they are always trenched in like anti-blackness.
For sure.
Is that wrong about Love is Blind? Is it a little bit different? It always just feels so like there's just this undercurrent. Hi, Chicken Nugget. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Queen Net. Okay, so if y'all don't know, I already made a video in response to this video. Hi, Rose. And basically this creator got on her platform and said, you know, she's still not buying into Nicolandria. Hi, Anima. Okay. I just don't be liking to be pissed off. Shanika, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be mad while I'm watching this show. Like, honestly, y'all, if I'm keeping it a buck, I probably would have tuned out of Love Island season 7 if my daughter had not explicitly asked me to watch with her. Because them first episodes with that little tyrant in there I was worn the fuck out as a viewer, okay? But yeah, so have y'all seen this video before I talk about it? Oh, my daughter is 15. She'll be 16, not for another year almost. I'm 39. I'm 39, Jay.
Oh, you old.
Okay, Ella, you've seen it. Dakayla, you have not. Okay, AK, you haven't. Oh, thank you, April fucking Flowers. I love that handle. Hi, Habibi. Okay, you haven't. Okay, so it's like mixed. Okay, so then I will give a general overall around what she said. So basically, sis got on and said, I am not buying into Nicolandria. Okay, like I'm still having a hard time. And this is her second video about not buying into Nicolandria. Okay. And what she essentially said is that she feels like she is I'm laughing because I don't feel like it's real, but I'm trying to give you a synopsis of what she said. This is the creator, JXDX, that had a take about Nicolandria that I want to talk to y'all about, but a lot of people haven't seen it. So I want to tell you what she said in the video before we get into it. But she basically said, I'm not buying into Nicolandria, and here's why. She said, you know, I feel like Nick is a clout chaser. I feel like everything he's doing is performative. I feel like Alandria is very into him, and she feels like with Nick, it's more about what he can gain from being in a relationship with Nick and with Alandria. She said that she felt like when he, did they? She said that when he came in the first night, she thinks that he spotted Alandria. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Kelly. She said, I think that he spotted her and saw like, yes, she'll probably be popular amongst both Black and non-Black fans of Love Island. And so if I can hitch myself to this wagon, you know, if I can hitch my horse to this wagon, then I am going to soar. Right. And so, so that's part of it. She also said that she feels like, because Nick had a serious relationship with Ciara, because they were fucking, she perceives that as like they were fucking, and so because they were fucking, he wouldn't be doing that if he actually felt something for Alandria in the beginning, that he would not have moved like that. He would have moved differently. What else did she say as to why she didn't believe it? The clout chasing, the having sex with Ciara. Am I missing something else that she said? I talked about it in my video. Wait, which child? Love. Harpo, who this? I love your handle every time you come in here. But yeah. And she just basically says that like, oh, I know, right, love? She basically says, I just want her to like be more protective of herself. And she frames it as like a concern for Alandria. She just doesn't want Alandria to be taken advantage of.
And we know that that's not true.
I'm cackling because it's like, girl, are you for real? And she literally says, I think that he's physically attracted to her. But you can be physically attracted to somebody, you can have sexual tension and still have ill intentions. Girl, just say you think Alandria is a Jezebel, because that's what you're saying. You cannot fathom that a dark-skinned Black woman would be desired beyond sexual conquest. And, you know, I hate to say it, but light-skinned brigade, come on. We got to be better than this, sisters. Like, what? You can't hear when that's coming out of your mouth why that is a problem. But then, AK, she said that in the beginning of the video, and then she says, I think that he likes her. I know that they have a strong friendship base. And you can literally see in her head that she's like, this doesn't make sense, because she's like calculating it. She's like, but I don't know. Hi, Hagatha. I'm just a hater, y'all. I'm hating. It's like, exactly. So that's what you should have had that conversation with yourself, got to that place, and then not make this fucking video.
For real, though.
Because that's what it is. You are hating because nothing you're saying makes sense. If he was getting, I saw she needs to worry about her own man trust. I saw.
For real.
It literally makes no sense. You know what I mean? The argument makes no sense. She's like, she's smart. And we've watched Alandria move with a lot of intentionality and precision. So you can be concerned about some stuff, but that feels not real. That feels not real.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel like real concern to me. Because, and I know we've said it 1,000 times on this live, but just his actions don't line up with the arguments that they're making about them. They just don't line up. Catsy, clearly, like, right? My thing is, one of my mutuals, I think we're mutuals, her name is Yashli. She had commented, and I was literally thinking it this morning, and then she put it on my post. Oh, I don't know if it is Ren. But they have all this outrage and this concern for Alandria, but why are you not talking about Clark?
Well,
who you're literally watching be
all the things that they're saying Nick is.
You're getting clear evidence that she's in a relationship that has the beginning stages of DV, but you can only focus on Alandria. Babe, sit with that. Why is that? Why is that? Because it's not fucking real. Hi, Kimberly. It's not fucking real. It's not real. Hi, Kev. She's a creator, Tashina. You know what I mean? Like, it's not fucking real, because if it was real, if you really loved black women and were concerned about black women or women in general, your concern would be with that dynamic, not this one. You just want to yap. And it goes back to what I said to y'all on my last live. A lot of times people don't even, it's not even conscious, right? Which is why when you watch her video, if y'all go watch it, at the end of the video, when she's doing her final, like, I just still can't buy into it. You literally watch her eyes. You watch her realizing, like, this doesn't make sense. I'm saying all of the components of a healthy relationship, but I still can't buy it. It literally is cognitive dissonance. Because she says at the beginning of her video, no matter what interviews you show me, her name is Julia Carter, I think, MD, MPH. You hear her say at the beginning of the video, it doesn't matter what you show me, no interviews, no podcasts, no photo shoots, I won't buy it. Babe, that's literally the definition of cognitive dissonance. You need to hold on to your beliefs so badly that no evidence can disprove where you stand. Well, don't go watch it, y'all. You can just go watch parts of it on my page. You're right, Ella. I mean, but you know, her getting numbers and not getting likes also does kind of shit on her as well. So, but I will say, right, like, that's concerning that as a doctor, you're telling me that even when you get new information, your mind can't be changed. What? So it's like, if I come into you as a client, as a patient, she's doing her like residency, I think right now, Ty. But she graduated. Yes, she's an MD, medical doctor. That's what's most concerning. If I come into you and I'm talking to you about my symptoms and you have you decide that this is what it is, and then I tell you, so I give you evidence of something else, you're gonna struggle to believe me? Because she said, doesn't matter what y'all show me. Hi, Doreen. I'm not changing my mind. That is scary. That you are a person that has people's health in your hands, that is unwilling to allow yourself to do nuance. Hope is given. Maybe I will. But like, you're not letting yourself do, like, that's scary. And this is why, like, yes, like, obviously professionals deserve privacy. Hi, Spelling. Thank you, dark skin lover. Hi, Valerie. Obviously, yes, professionals deserve privacy. You know what I mean? And it is important to know with people that are dealing with your health, think what their views are, what their perspectives are. To someone else's point, she is a Tory Lanez fan.
Oh, really?
And she was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe like he, you know, pew-pewed Meg. But she was most concerned about it because she's like, we won't get new music. What? What? Hi, Alicia. Hi, Lovey Dovey. She's a creator that made a post about Nicolandria. And basically what I'm saying at this point in the conversation, I already gave like a preview of like, or like a synopsis of what she said. I know, Kebs. But like, it's the fact, okay, let me talk about that too. Let me talk about that. Very much so, dark skin lover. Let me talk about that, Kimberly, because I clipped in different things from her page, y'all, because I like to try to have as much of a full picture as I can, right? But she literally has a video on her page where she says it takes her, in her personal romantic relationships a year to 2 years to recognize people's quirks and their flaws and that they're not for her. So baby, why do you want me to believe that you can read that from them based on sound bites in like a 5-month time frame? But you can't do it in your own life when they're actually sitting in your face. What? It's giving hater. And she needed to just stop the video right there. You know, this is why y'all, hi Ann. This is why y'all, you know, representation is important, but it's not all that matters. Your provider's belief systems and again, it's not even, I'm not saying her belief system because she doesn't believe in Nicolandria. Whatever, right? About that. It's the fact that she literally said, it doesn't matter what you say to me. What evidence you give me, I'm not going to change my mind. That is a problematic way to think as a person that is responsible for the care of other people. In general, you know what I mean? But yes, she's a doctor. It's kicking her ass. The cognitive dissonance is real. Hi, Nikki. And that's the problem. That's why, to me, it's so alarming. You know what I mean? It's like, what? That's where we are? As a professional, that's where we are? That's weird. Thank you, Nikki. That's weird. It's not okay. And, you know, hope is given. That might be what it is, too. But this is the other thing I was going to say. I did say in my last live that a lot of people have a hard time believing that something can be happening in your life if they're not experiencing it in their own. Hi, Gigi.
Yeah.
And Chris and I were talking before we got on live, and I was like, you remember that time? Lips, I don't know her but her name is, you probably can find it in my video because I clicked in her video, so it might be like on there. Exactly, Nikisha. She's actually a medical doctor, y'all. And that is, thank you, Gigi. And so, anyway, what I was saying is, I was telling Chris right before, you remember that time my cousin, oh, that was cute. My cousin, and you know how Black people do cousins, right? So she's not like not my biological cousin, but she's my cousin, right? Are you smelling me?
A whole lot.
You gotta chill. Okay, but one time my cousin, so when Chris and I were first married, you know, I was head over heels, obviously, right? Like, that's how you should feel about your man, you know? And I used to talk all the time. Thank you so much, dark skin love girl. He does have the flutter Seattle Slim. Exactly. Thought that we might be being performative. I don't know. I know I'm trying, y'all. Y'all see my face getting red. Geez, Louise, trying to stay on task. Oh, thank you. I know. Okay, stop. Now I'm embarrassed. Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Her intelligence is just sexy to me, so the way she talks and stuff. So sorry, y'all, but yeah, okay, it's all good.
Okay. So she had posted something on social media, and about men. I know, Nikki.
It's after dark.
He's not helping y'all. And she had posted something about men, and I was like, oh, you know, like, this is not my experience. Look at how red I am. This is not my experience with Chris, you know. And she's like, oh, we know, like, you're always on the internet talking about how he's so this and he's so that. And it registered as like, are you mad that that's how I feel? I did not understand the, you're funny, Nikisha. I did not understand her response. And then a couple of years later, she was divorced from her husband that she was married to at the time. So sometimes people are having responses and reactions to the way that your love and your relationship looks simply because they're not experiencing it for themselves. And so in their minds, that can't be real. That can't be real. It must be a performance because, and it's not even necessarily about them. Like, I do think this person being a hater, but it's not always about them being a hater. She's a creator, Brianna, that had some things to say about Nicolandra. Exactly, Kimberly, exactly, AK, right? It's like they don't even consciously realize they're doing it. It's just like, I don't see it for myself, and so how could I possibly see it for you? And then the creator that made videos, that clipped videos together of like her and her man, and we're like, well, yeah, if this is how your man relates to you, then I understand you not being able to understand their dynamic. Exactly, confused vagabond. It's like, if I accept that this is actually possible, then I have to contend with the fact that I'm not receiving that. And because I'd rather not do that, I need to invalidate what you have going on. Now, I didn't clip in the video. Exactly, Gigi. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I didn't clip in the video, but there is a video on her page. There's a video on her page of her and her man sitting on the couch. And it's like POV. Your man like goes to the doctor by himself or something. Or your husband goes to the doctor by himself. Whatever it said. He's going to the doctor by himself. And she's like, oh, so you're going to the doctor? Like, what are you going to be, like, what are you curious about? Whatever. And he's like, I don't know. Like, and she basically feeds him what he needs to do at the doctor. And I'm sorry, but anybody that thinks it's cute to have an incompetent partner cannot tell me shit about a relationship.
Anybody thinks it's cute to have an incompetent grown-ass person around them in general is not cute. Especially a partner. Yeah, no. That shit ain't cute. For men, that shit ain't cute. If there's any men on this live, that shit ain't.
Hi, Chocotella.
That shit ain't cool, bruh. Like, at all.
Hi, Katie. Like,
because women are not meant to be your mothers, nigga. They're not meant to be your mothers. That's not what they're here for. I don't think you can say that. Oh, my bad. But yeah, they're not here to be your mom, bro. If you want, I mean, if that's the case, then just go back to mommy's house and figure that shit out.
Exactly, Curry. I love seeing the happiness.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Can you play her video again? I didn't see anything wrong with her take on Nick and Ola. I don't really want to play her video in here, Daisy. If you have a specific question about why it's something wrong with her take, I'm happy to tell you. I agree. Aisha, is that how I say it? Aisha? I said earlier, right? Like, it's the light skin brigade. Like, come on, we have to be better. We need to be better. Hi, Dominique. Good afternoon. We need to be better. We need to not get so caught up in, again, like, it was so problematic to me when she started the video with, no matter what you show me, I'm never going to change my mind. Okay, so babe, why are you about to make a 5-6 minute video about this then? If nothing's going to change your mind, why are you acting like you're open for discussion around it? Athena? You know, and it's like, again, if we, well, Alexandra, that says a lot. I didn't know that. Exactly. Like, why are we here? If you don't believe and you're never going to believe, then just like hold that. Okay, fine. You don't have to. Like, that's fine to not believe, but none of her takes were rooted in like something valid. Because again, by the time she gets to the end of the video, she's like, I think he likes her. I think he's, you know, they have a great friendship base. And I think he's attracted. Like, so girl, what are the other parts that you think need to happen for it to be a real relationship? And she's like, he just wants to ride her for clout. And it's like, Nick was the motion. I just, again, people just don't like to live in reality. User, I don't know her at, but her name is Julia Carter, MD, MPH on here. Exactly, AK. At least bring evidence and arguments. Exactly, Brianna. She's actually chasing clout. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, again, and y'all, this is the biggest thing to take away from her, right? I don't know, AK, but possible. This man was traveling the world modeling before he went on this fucking show. Like,
he ain't got no clout to chase.
And yes, they're all going to get bigger from going on the show, but that's literally why everybody goes on the show for that. J Money, it's a creator that had some thoughts about some unfounded, biased, not rooted in reality thoughts around Nick and Alandria. And I agree. Someone said if Ola was the color of your palm, I don't think we'd be having this conversation. I agree.
Wow.
Because, and again, hi Bianca, again, I go back to if the concern is real about I don't want to see women be taken advantage of. I don't want to see women be, mishandled by their partners. Why are you not having conversation about the one relationship dynamic since leaving the villa where we can see there actually is problematic behavior?
Mm-hmm.
Why are we not doing that? Because this shit is not real. It's not real. It's not real.
And you see more people actually defend what he's doing and have an issue with what Nick is doing. Which in itself is crazy. Like are we all seeing the same thing? Are we all here in reality, like you said? Like what's going on? I'm confusion.
Like Alandria said, is this on? Is this on?
Right.
And yeah, Katie, to your point, if we were going to talk about clout chasers in relationships, why wouldn't we be talking about Brian and Amaya? Mm-hmm. That's giving more of that than Nick and Alandria are. We see this man all the time. It's like, oh no, just photograph her. Oh, just this. Just focus on her. What?
Like, what clout is he chasing? He don't need it. He doesn't even give me that energy. Like he's that type of person.
So again, the fake outrage, the fake concern is just really problematic. And yeah, like she'll be at her shoots and like he'll be capturing his own like videos and pictures of her. Like he is so into her. And you know what, Mimi? Exactly, Godfrey. Like, and was doing that on other people's dime. Exactly, AK. If we're going to have the conversation, sure. But let's have the conversation for everyone. Mm-hmm. Let the same standard apply for everyone. Look at every relationship. Why do y'all only have that energy for them? And she says, I tried to sit with myself and interrogate. I'm like, baby, you didn't sit long enough.
Right.
You needed to keep sitting. You needed to invite somebody with the sound mind to sit with you.
For real.
A couple of people asked me to invite her on the live. I might reach out to her and see if she wants to have a conversation.
Y'all crazy. Yeah, she ain't about to come on there.
But I also worry about giving that woman any more screen time. Yeah. She needs to just focus on her rounds and finishing her, hi Nola girl, finishing her residency. Yeah, and Amina, I actually feel like, so Amina said she'd probably have to confront her colorism and she can't. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that's why, like, hi ZL, like if she was, hi Miss Toy, if someone was going to have her on, it needs to be another light bright just like her. So I'm happy to, be sacrificed. I'm happy to be tribute in that. But yeah, I do think that she would have to really, she'd have to look at some things. Hi Divinity. Exactly. Divinity said they don't believe it because they can't project themselves onto her. It's onto them. It's like they, again, if I don't have it, I struggle to believe that it can be real for you. And it stirs something up in me. A level of angst, a level of envy, a level of like longing. Why can't I have that? You sent a galaxy. Thank you. It's like a thank you, Jelly. Yes, y'all, let's get the likes up. Yes, like I definitely feel like, again, exactly, Shanika, she thinks she's the standard and not Ola. And so how could this dark-skinned Black woman be receiving tenderness in this way when I still have to tell my man what he needs to ask the doctor? I can't.
Or I still have to tell my man how to allow me to experience tenderness in our relationship. I still have to tell my man or correct my man about the ways that he shows up that allows me to be whatever it is that I want to be and how I want to do things, that she has said that she has experience with him. And, you know, a lot of women aren't.
Yeah.
And that's sad, but, you know, it's the truth.
Like, she was actively talking to him, Sylvia, and he just like closed the door. And the thing is, I tell y'all all the time, right? Like, social media, we get to curate the image that we want. You know what I mean? Gigi, you're funny. We get to curate the image that we want. So that was the curated image that we got. How much worse is it? Than what we get to see. If that's the edited, curated, this is cute for social media image of her man, not her man having a kid feeling. Y'all are too funny. Y'all crack me up. And Elisa, so I'm gonna be, so I was telling Chris, I was like, I'm gonna tell them on the live. I'm gonna tell them this on the live. Hi Elle, hi y'all. There's certain TV shows, like we like to watch like House Hunters International, because y'all, if I can get out of this country, I want to go so badly. But like, oh, hi Monsi Poo. We are just talking about this creator and her refusal. That's the right word, because that's what she said. Thank you all so much for the gifts. Thank you so much for the likes. I appreciate it. The likes definitely help us to get shared out. I appreciate y'all doing that. If you want to share the live, I appreciate you doing that as well. But the likes are a nice, easy, free way for y'all to push us to a larger community as we're having these conversations. But I was telling Chris that part too, Katie. I was telling Chris, you know, there are certain shows that when we watch, yes, about Alandria, Monsipoo, and Nick, that I'm like, I can only ingest so many hours, because then I start longing in a way that creates angst for me. And I start being like, well, damn, why can't I be, you know, living on a beach already? Shit. You know, why I ain't got some job where, you know, I have a shit ton of privilege and can just be having $100,000 to drop cash on a house, like, and so I have to disconnect, because I'm like, you know what? I've been watching for too long. But I recognize that is about me. These people ain't bitches. I'm not mad at these people for having it. I'm realizing what I want for my own self, and I'm like, oh, I need to take a break. And I feel like she needed to take a break. She needed to take a break. Because what it's giving is, again, I don't understand it. I want it for myself. And I've ingested it so long that now it's like, oh, I feel angst and I feel envy and I need to find a way to discredit it. You know what I mean? For sure. Thank you, SBM. Yeah, like the reality is we're all susceptible to this in some way. You know what I mean? Like that's not...
For sure.
We're also, but the goal is to be able to reflect and see, and I say this to my clients a lot, is that on your plate or is that on somebody else's plate? Like what's actually yours to hold and what's somebody else's to hold. And what she's done is said, oh, that's theirs to hold, when really that's on her plate. That's her shit to hold and to do something with. You feel me? Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Exactly, AK.
Shotgun shells is bad for you.
Zio, clock it. Yes, Erica. Yes, Katie. Yeah, so it's like she needed to just recognize that this wasn't this is not about Nick and Alandria. She thinks it is, but it's not. And somebody else had said it earlier. A lot of these people need to just go to therapy. Hi, Kev Soft. No, he's not a therapist, babe. Do you want to tell them what you do?
What I do or what I've done?
No, what you do right now. You're welcome. Hope is given. Thank you so much for popping in.
I am a retired street pharmaceutical rep, and I just live out my days up under her with my feet up.
Y'all, he's full of shit. This is how he is all the time. I mean, he is a retired street pharmaceutical rep, but
That is real.
but that's not what he does now.
That's not what I do now. No, I do a couple of different things. I am an entrepreneur in the financial sector, dealing with trading and options and stuff like that, dealing with the
He does
market.
CL.
I do what?
Play too much.
And then I also work in the nonprofit world, working with people in recovery.
He not gonna give y'all his title. You're not gonna tell him your title.
What's my title? I'm a director.
Yeah.
Director of operations.
For a nonprofit that works with. Go ahead.
For a nonprofit that works with people in recovery. So we work with women, trans women, non-binary, whatever, and men as well. But yeah.
But if he could just trade options all day and teach people how to do that, that's probably what you would do, huh, babe?
Hell yes. I love trading options and dealing with the market and all that type of stuff. So yeah.
He's been teaching our brother-in-law, my little sister's husband. They've been working together on it too. But yeah, so he's in the arena, right? Like he works in basically like addiction recovery. These often their clients are also like justice system involved. He was Aisha, he was a street scientist, if you will. So he works in that arena. So he's adjacent. But he's not a therapist. No, he doesn't want to go to school to become a therapist.
I don't want to go to school at all. I teach myself.
Yeah, that's true too. He'd rather buy a course or get on YouTube. Like he's a self-taught type of person.
Something like that. Yeah.
They ask his options trading hard.
In the beginning, yes. But I think it's just like anything else. Once you once you learn and you put yourself into it, then it becomes a little bit easier. But I think I will say this. I think it's easier than people think that it is. And you don't need, the number one thing I also get is people is like, oh, I need $10,000. I need all this money so I can get started. And that's not true at all either. Not with options trading, no. You don't need a whole bunch of liquid. If you got $100, shit, you got $50, you can start trading options. But yeah, it's not that hard. Just learn about candlesticks, learn about options and what they actually are, how to trade the basic. There's a bunch of ways to trade it, but I always stick to the basics. Trade puts and calls. And I know I'm probably talking to whatever, but and then once you learn that and then you get a strategy, you're good to go.
I'm gonna make him be more social media engaged, y'all, because Chris is more of a lurker.
I talk shit sometimes.
He does. He will go into men's comments.
When they be on that bullshit, I say
hi, Ivy.
But...
Kev wants to know, would you ever create your own trading course?
Whew, you asking a lot.
Ivy, we were talking about something totally different. But then somebody asked about what he does for work, and now they're in the comments asking him about options. But we're gonna get back to Love Island very quickly. No, baby, you want to answer?
But yeah, I will. But I'm always down, even if I don't have a course right now. But if you reach out, I'm always down to help and to show and to teach. Especially our people. That's my passion, so I have no problem with that.
So if you want to inbox me, you can, and I will put y'all to his personal TikTok. Gigi, I be trying to tell him he don't like being in front of the camera like that. That's why, like, our sub video. Oh, thank you, Jelly. She said, love the hustle. Our sub video today, I literally just turned it to face our gallery wall in our living room, and then we just had a conversation.
Let's do it. Whoever's trying to get into trading, let's do it.
Nicole, I don't know her. It's Julia, I think. And to T's point, why are people not talking about that relationship? We're actually watching DV behaviors between Taylor and Clark. Why are they not talking about that relationship? Mm-hmm. Oh, is she from Love is Blind? I don't think she's from Love is Blind. I feel that Gigi,
what you talking about?
that she gets overwhelmed. Even when he was trying to tell me, Gigi, like, my brain just certain shit, my brain just be like, I'm done.
Shout out to your son. I could put you on, Gigi, and show you how, like, because trading is there's a huge psychological part to it. One, I'll put you onto a book that helps with that, but then also show you ways in which you can, control that a little bit. Once you have a strategy, though, and you just solid and stick to that, it'll help too.
She was on a reality TV show. Are y'all for real? Tell me if y'all are being for real.
She was on, what was it, Survivor?
Somebody said Love is Blind. Somebody said Survivor. Okay, I see your question. You know what? What I will do, y'all, is I'll have Chris will you just make a video and then I can post it?
A video?
About, like, the book and, like, your Rex?
Yeah. I got y'all.
Okay, so somebody asked me about my thoughts about Clark. And I do want to get to the questions that came in, but I want to make sure that the person that asked them are in here before I start answering them.
Welcome.
But yeah, so my thoughts about... Okay. Woo. Is it really Gigi? The dreadless horse.
Right, I gotta stop with these names just getting out of control. Like, what was the... Yo, wow.
I know, Shanika. I'm like, come on, just come on the line for a little bit. Okay, so what I think about Clark is I think that Clark... Do I have an opinion about Clark? I do. I'm always trying to be cautious about what I say publicly because I don't want my words to ever be weaponized against somebody. I will say that with Clark, what she gives to me is... I feel like she doesn't have enough people in her corner that really love and care about her.
Yes.
Because when she went home and was in the room with her homegirls, hi, Miss Dev, they were just endorsing the behaviors. Good friends are willing to be like, babe, like, girl, that... You know what I mean? Like, they're willing to hold you accountable. And I hate to use that word because I feel like it's been used so much when it comes to, like, Love Island people. But people that are good friends to you,
period.
They're not just going to let you engage in poor relationships. They're not going to let you engage in poor behaviors, right? So she was in the room with her homegirls after that video went up about them, about these two using that sound with those other two girls about I Choose Clark. And she's like, people are just going to believe whatever they want to believe and blah, 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 blah. And the friends are just like, we don't want to hear nothing else about it. And it's like, hold your friend accountable. Yes, I definitely want to touch on that. I actually don't know how old Clark is. Is she in her, like, 24? Does anybody know? Can you answer that question? Hi, Slayla. Hey, Shayla. She's 24. Okay. No, absolutely, AK. Somebody needs to hold Taylor accountable. Absolutely.
For sure.
To me, that feels separate than someone caring about her and being like, no, babes, come on. I love you enough to not watch you endure something like this. Oh, I don't have that one, Amina. Perpy, I mean, we definitely watched her be kind of hunched and like fold into herself a lot on this season. And body language, y'all know body language means a lot. You know what I mean? I think she is going to stay on as long as it's beneficial, Cha-Cha. But I honestly, and you know, maybe I'm just biased in some ways, but Shayla, exactly. That's what I mean, right? The family friend speaking out and saying, oh, he's a sweet guy. He's just a joker. The fact that they are excusing it to me is evidence she doesn't have enough people around her that love and support her. Because why are y'all not clocking what this man is doing to her? Why are y'all making that okay? Mm-hmm. And when you have people that don't take it seriously in your corner, it's much easier to stay. And like for me, and possibly AK for me, it's like, oh, there's so many things, y'all. But it's like there's this layer for her around, right? It started in the villa with Taylor being the prize, honestly. We watched her and no Bianca. She went home. Apparently, she's only gone home one time since leaving the villa for 3 days, and he went with her. Y'all, that is a scary level of connection very early on. Mm-hmm. And so it's like, when you are, I agree, Shayla, it's scary. It's scary to me that y'all haven't had any time apart since leaving the villa. And I'm watching you engage how you are with her. It's desensitizing her. And it's going to be very hard for Clark to ever clock what's happening if the people around her are saying, he's really kind. He's just a joke. And I said this in my video about them, right? Somebody asked me, Aubrey, my thoughts about Clark. It's going to be very hard for her to ever see it for what it is until it gets all the way gone, because the people around them he has ingratiated himself to. This is what abusers do. They ingratiate themselves. They're very charismatic. Abusers are not people that people typically dislike.
Right.
I mean, some are, right? Depending on the type of abuser that is showing up. Aubrey, nothing particularly happened new. Somebody just asked my thoughts about Clark. And so it's going to be hard for her, even if she feels something in her gut, if everybody around her, Legend, Moon, honey, please, 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 please. But like, it's going to be hard for her if the people around her allow her to believe that this is real. She's not going to have anybody safe to turn to. And if you don't have anybody safe to turn to, Legend Moon, so please know that you're not safe in this live. Shut the fuck up, okay?
Yeah, remove yourself.
You are not safe to say whatever you want in here.
If you want to talk about something else,
because abuse is real, and it does matter.
It does matter.
The fact that you think it doesn't is actually weird.
Right.
Thank you, Shayla. Y'all are funny. Y'all do not play with them when they be coming in here.
For real though. Kitty, like, what the fuck?
It's like, when you're, thank you, Gigi, and thank you, Shayla, for being right on top of it. And that is the problem, right? It's like when you don't think that that's a big deal, when you think that what you're looking at is just nothing. Exactly. Gina, is that how I say it? Tell me if it's wrong. When you feel like what you're looking at is not a big deal, that is how it escalates, right? And then nobody will believe you because he's ingratiated himself to everyone around you. Mm-hmm. My ex-husband was very charismatic. He also was abusive. Now I used to be popping my shit too. I'm gonna hold myself accountable about that, okay? I'm not gonna act like I wasn't also going toe to toe to him. You know what I'm saying? But but people couldn't believe he was doing that shit. They couldn't believe he was doing it because of how charismatic and how much he ingratiated himself to the people around us. May he rest in peace. So it's like when we're looking at this and the people in the family are saying, "Oh, he's just such a sweet guy." Being kind doesn't mean that you're not capable of bad behavior. Exactly.
In situations like that, I don't understand.
Exactly, Alyssa.
How people don't see that, like, yeah, you're saying he's a nice guy, but you're not around him 24/7 like I am. So he's nice when he's around y'all. Yeah. He's putting on.
And that's the point too, Janika, or Shanika. It can be, to Anne's point, performative kindness. The kindness is a mask.
Yeah.
And I talked about this in my video, how people will use the humor. People will use the humor in order to mask. It's just a joke. And then because I made it a joke, I get to tell you how you're overreacting. Lupita, no, I don't know that he did anything else. I think they've been pretty much staying off of lives since everybody has so much to say. Jemiah, somebody asked me my thoughts about Clark. Exactly. It's like he says these very cruel things in a joking way so that he can say, "Oh, it was just a joke. Why are you taking it so seriously?" It's about gaslighting your experience.
Mm-hmm.
If I can get you to question your reality and to question your experience, then when I progressively get worse, you're gonna feel like you're overreacting because I've already primed you to believe that. Do y'all understand? Like, I know that y'all probably do, right? But this is a larger discussion to that person's point, right? This is a larger discussion because it's these small things that abusers will do that they will do to get you to start questioning your reality. Oh, well, why did I feel bad when he said that? Because he said he was just joking. I'm making too big a deal out of it. I'm tripping.
So then when go ahead, I'm sorry.
So then we start disconnecting from our intuition and from our guts.
Yep. And then when he starts doing bigger and crazier things, you're like, oh, I'm the one that's tripping. He's just joking. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, he punched me. That's not that big of a deal. He's just joking. He loves me.
Or I shouldn't have acted that way and that's why he did it.
Right.
Exactly. It comes in phases. Exactly. And it's like people want us to, and again, and I've said this before, I don't know that I think we'll ever hear what happens between them. Okay, y'all, I'm about to say something that I know is a stretch, but it's immediately what I felt in my gut when I seen it. And I trust myself. Jemiah, I think it's already started in subtle ways, right? Abuse is not always physical first, right? When I'm saying things to you like, I'm going to take your bags back, I'm letting you know that I control the purse strings, right? The fact that they haven't been apart since they left the villa and she's predominantly been with him and his family, he has complete control over what she will and won't accept. Cause you up in my shit. So the control cycle happens. The power, y'all need to see the power. You can Google the power and control wheel and you will see how the control starts in other ways first. And I said it on my video, right? But the reason why they went publicly shopping after everything happened is because he needed to re-ingratiate himself to the public because they are public figures. And she is being isolated. Thank you, Kitty. Again, the fact that she only went home for 3 days and he was with her for the 3 days, he is making sure that she is not getting any narrative that he is not in control of. Yes, I did. Oh, Katie. Well, we are recording the lives now, so we'll put them on our YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, my YouTube, but... Thank you, Katie. Y'all, I'm going to say something that I know is not... People are going to feel a way about it. But when Clark came on her live, in the dark at nighttime with her glasses on, saying that she doesn't want to show her face because people keep talking about her face. I struggle to believe that that was true. I did. And it makes me want to cry. So I'm trying not to like, because I just hate to see women experiencing that. And even if he hadn't hit her in her face, the fact that she was crying enough where she felt like she needed to cover up her face. But immediately it registered something in my body. And my hope is that I'm wrong. That I'm wrong. It was her most recent live. I think she blocked me, y'all. Sorry. I think she blocked me. I saw it on Threads. I saw a clip of it on Threads. But it immediately triggered something in my body. And I just... that's what she said, Jemiah. I'm saying I struggle to believe that maybe it was him, y'all. And I know what she said, y'all. I'm telling you what it triggered in my body. And I know, that's fine, Jemiah. You can totally feel that way. But I'm not the only person that felt it or thought it. And that's what I'm saying, Shay. Like, what? Who? Because they were saying that, thank you, Kebs. They were saying that before she ever left the villa. The things that have been said about her were before she ever left the villa. She's never come on live covered up until that night.
Why come on if that's the case too, though?
Piper, she said that fans were making fun of her face, like bullying her online, and that's why she had glasses on at night while she was on live with them, because she didn't want to keep giving people like access to her face to make fun of her. But she had been being made fun of for her face far before that, and so I don't understand why it was different that night. Why were we okay with being seen before that night? I found it strange. They were shades, Sandy. They were like big, dark shades. The only other time we've seen her have on shades was that night that they were when he pushed her in the live. So, yeah. And hi, Danielle. She's not ugly. She's not ugly at all. She's not, yeah, Hagatha. She's not ugly at all. MJ, this is how it works. Hi, Miss Suber. This is how it works, right? Is that they begin to disconnect you and isolate you from your community. If you already had any level of insecurity, you watched her fold over into herself a lot on the show, right? So even if it's just she's nervous about being in front of cameras, valid. But we watched her fold over a lot on the show. So there's some level of like trying to hide. You know what I mean? If you perceive this as hate, Jasmine, I'm wondering if you're perceiving this as hate, because that's not at all what's happening in this live. Nobody is in here shitting on her.
At all. Where are you getting this from?
The like feeling of like wanting to shrink, it makes you more susceptible to people that want to dominate. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, Jasmine. And so that just makes me, it makes me sad. It makes me sad because not only is she experiencing it, but the world is watching it. And instead of people being able to say, this is weird, this is odd, this should not be happening, people are either excusing it completely, mm-hmm. or, yes, Olivia, thank you for naming that. Jada, actually, none of us want him for her. Personally, I don't want him for any woman until he goes to therapy.
Right.
So it makes me sad that she is not able to, again, back to what I said before, I wish her company that she was keeping was being more honest with her. That's my husband. Who's a person on the side of me. And to your point, I have a video about it, Christina. I have 2 videos about it. Shayla, to that point, that is a common behavior of abuse victims. Kids will often lie about what's happening. Yeah. Thank you, the baddest. They will often lie. Because either they don't register it as abuse, they don't want to get their abuser in trouble, right? Like, it's layers to why. And so, yeah, when you ask me what I think about Clark, what I think about is the fact that she deserves more. And Sandy, I think that too. And it gets complicated. And unfortunately, a lot of us, hi Grapes, we might have to watch it get worse. What I hope does not happen, and I know that this is something that can happen, y'all. Thank you, MJ. What I hope does not happen, Elon, I haven't, but that actually, yes, it is. I will speak to that in a second. I think what I hope doesn't happen, y'all, is that people then say, well, fuck it. If she like it, I love it. Right. And they disengage, right? Because while she's not our friend, right? None of us know her personally. She is a public figure. And it will be important for her to know that the public still supports her even after she leaves.
I mean, yeah, and regardless of her being a public figure, she's a human, she's a person, right? So, it would be helpful to know that somebody supports her,
and that she doesn't deserve cruelty.
And that she doesn't deserve, yeah.
Nothing happened. Somebody asked me my thoughts, Tabea. Jemiah, I feel like maybe you're young. Will you tell me how old you are? They always come in, Siobhan. If I put certain people in the background, they'll come in. Do you not want to answer my question? That makes me feel like you're definitely... Okay. And how old are you, Jemiah? No, she... KB... Thank you. Yeah, mods, feel free to mute people. Feel free to mute people. Feel free to block people.
Yeah. Like just Dre, what are you talking about?
Elan, to your point, yeah, like it is odd, and I told y'all on a video that I made about this because people have been tagging me in a bunch of stuff and wanting me to You're 18. Okay. So I'm asking you because that's going to determine how I engage with you in my comments. I will say this, Jemiah. You can definitely have whatever perspectives you want to. And as a trained professional in this work, it kind of does though, Jemiah, because your life experience is limited, right? And so you're speaking to me only from your life experience, right? And this is not me shitting on you. This is just me saying you have a limited life experience in comparison to myself and some of the other grown people in this live, right? And so, hi, Ashley, as a professional and as a grown woman, I know what I'm seeing. I know what I talk to about my clients leaving DV situations and how things started. and that they didn't clock it, right? And so the reality is what I might have thought was normal at 21, I know is not at 39. And so, you know, I always want to give grace when I can. You know what I mean? And so I just want to, and that's okay if Jemiah wants to believe, right? That like that it doesn't make any difference. I was also very mature for an 18-year-old. I also was still more mature by the time I was more grown, right? Because again, all I can go is based off of the worldview that I have at that point, and you just have not had enough life experience yet, and not a lot of opportunities yet to be able to really expand your view on those things. Thank y'all for the likes and the gifts and stuff. To Shayla's point, I do have mountains of accolades. This is science. This is not just my opinion. And I'm not even an academic. I say it all the time. I'm not an academic elitist, but I promise you, I'm not just talking to y'all. Yes, I'm not just talking to y'all based on like my opinion of what I think about what I'm seeing. So, and that's okay if you don't agree with it. That's totally fine. Thank y'all so much for the gifts. But yeah, when y'all ask me what I think about her, what I think is that I feel concerned with the way that it's being normalized. And I hope that there are enough people that are saying something different than this is normal. I'm afraid for a clock. What does that mean? Jasmine? Yeah, I hope that, you know, there are enough people that are naming this is what we're seeing is actually the beginning of problematic behavior, that like the younger people will begin to understand. I know that I have had lots of young people come on my page and say, oh my gosh, like I didn't realize this, or I didn't see this, right? Or people come on my page and be like, yes, this is exactly how it started with me, you know? So yeah, that's what I think. Gio, he literally did it in lives. So if y'all don't clock that as DV behavior, that's like something for you to sit with. That's really not my business. I'm not y'all's therapist, right? I know y'all get so sick of me saying it, but like I am a therapist, but I'm not your personal therapist, right? So if you don't clock it as that, that's something for you to sit with. If you have a woman in your life that you love and you would be okay with her being engaged with that like that, that is something for you to sit with. Right. That's not really for me to help you work through. I'm telling y'all, not just my perspective as a survivor, but my perspective as a professional. Mm-hmm. And we can agree to disagree, but I just want us to be clear that our disagreement is not rooted. We're not in the same playing field around this. We just aren't. Okay? We just aren't. And somebody, I made a video about it, stitched another creator's video, but it's like, I want us to understand that like, we don't have to be anti-intellectual, y'all. There are people that go to school and get degrees and learn and study this stuff in order to have conversations about it. Jemiah, I do have 2 videos where I break it down. But there are people that go to school to do this and to talk about it. And so, yes, you can have an opinion that's different. That doesn't change the science. Thank you so much for the gifts. And you know what, Shanika? I've said before, I don't know if I think we'll ever hear the details, but I do think at some point that he will become her testimony.
Yeah.
I hope that. Gio, I want you to go watch my videos and educate yourself before you have any more dialogue with me about that. And I'm saying that with like a lot of grace. Because I just posted that video, I told y'all, right? I just posted a video where my sister was like, does every older sister have the younger sister that's just mean and rude for no reason? And I was like, y'all, why would you tag me? Y'all, I'm really not nice, right? Like, I'm kind. There's a difference. So I engage with you based on the way you engage with me. And that's the other thing, Moonlight. It's like, why pour all these resources into research if we're not going to listen to the research? Nonchalant Scorpio, I love that. Exactly, Shanika. It's like unless he beats her ass, they're gonna be like, oh, he's not abusing her. And that's because a lot of people don't understand power and control dynamics. Again, this is why if you don't know the research, please don't try to engage with me in a conversation about it as though I'm just talking out my ass. I'm not. You know what I mean? I appreciate that, Jemiah. Again, I'm always going to try to come at y'all with grace first. I'm going to attempt to approach from that perspective first. And it does come in a lot of forms, right? We are married, yes. And so, you know, there are people, this is why consent gets tricky, right? This is why consent gets tricky, because people don't understand coercion, right? And it's because people don't understand power and control dynamics.
Yes.
People say, why did you ignore the red flags while ignoring the red flags when they're being called out in real time? Exactly, Jelly. They'll blame her. They'll blame her. Why didn't you just leave? Why didn't you? They'll do all of that. But then be mad at the people that are naming it up front in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Gio, babe, I feel like you just like speaking from ignorant positions, and that's not really welcome in in this life. You know what's funny, Shayla? You're so funny. You said hubby has more than 3D. Is he looking to donate? I know someone in need. He actually, so Chris used to have locks almost like
I have what?
You used to have locks to the middle, like to the middle of his back.
They were longer than that, so put some respect on
Ooh.
it. Go ahead, finish.
He used to have very long locks that he actually did cut off, and so this is his third set of locks.
Yeah, it's my third set. Yeah.
Third set of locks, and he actually did give give those locks to his brother, who has like kidney disease, right?
Yep.
Because he was losing his hair. You know what, y'all? We just have to not with the manosphere folks and the red pill folks. I gave them enough space. Okay, let's move off of these two, because it makes my heart real tender, y'all. If I'm honest. Because I know that ultimately, I don't know them people, and they not gonna change their minds because I said something. You know what I mean?
Right.
But if I can give something to larger public, then that's what I want to do.
Who is this Gio? It sounds like a dude.
It is a man.
It is. That's why. Okay, now I see why you got them ignorant takes. Okay.
Okay.
You probably are that person. But anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, don't be sorry. You can get in. You could have it.
Cause most of that shit is just you're damn near projecting. Like, are you him? Cause why are you? How can you not see? Therefore, you're defending. That's what it looks like to me. That you're defending behavior, like she said, based off science. And maybe you don't know science. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe you don't know science, and that's cool, right? But you know, there's ways that you can educate yourself. There is that part, and then also, just don't be ignorant. Just don't come in here with that ignorant bullshit. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's the thing and the problem with men, right? Is men will defend other sorry ass niggas to the sorry, I can't say that word. Men will defend other sorry ass men to the death. Like, to the death. Like, he can be doing he could be the worst person possible, and they will still figure out a way to be like, well, he's, you know, it's not that bad. He's just being a man. Or how can y'all say this? And how can y'all like, what are you not? Did you not see the videos? That's the proof. That's the evidence.
He don't want to look. It's cognitive dissonance. It's that other girl in the same video, the video we was talking about before.
Right.
That's what's happening with Gio.
Right. Like, go.
You done being on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't even about to, because I ain't about to let this little nigga get up on. I mean, shit. I keep saying that. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Move
Okay. Let's talk about this tea. So we know that these got exactly, Shanika, just contrarian for no reason. It's like, why are we being obtuse? Woof. Because you like to just have that kid feeling too. That's probably what it is, right? Okay. 404 posted this picture with Shelly, right? And we had a whole conversation on the last live. I have AK and we can talk about it. We talked about it a little bit on the last live. I think Gio got blocked at this point, right?
Yeah, get that scrub out of here.
And we were like, I think two things are true. Okay. I do think that 404 is attempting to benefit. And y'all, I want you to see this picture that I literally just took today. Can you scoot so they can read that comment? Do y'all see that? My girl with the hearts from Shelly on this picture 17 hours ago. Can y'all see that? So even if the picture is old, Shelly has now, from her own mouth, confirmed that's my homie. Let me see if I can take a better picture of it, y'all. Hold on. Not really, Keita. Not for me. Love note, I think that's a good question that we could definitely have some conversation around. I know that some people are like, so what? Who cares? But y'all know that I say all the time, everybody can get it in my lives. Like I'm looking at everything, and I'm not saying that people can't be human, y'all. But I tell y'all, the same video I made about what's that one boy, Jeremiah, in the company he's been keeping since he left the villa. We cannot, and I made it about Amaya and Hilga. You cannot want to separate people from the company they keep. You cannot act like that is not evidence of your character. Hold on, y'all. It might pause it while I try to take this picture. Hold on, let me see if I could do it real quick.
Like what?
Okay.
What do I do when I deep clean? Like what?
Okay.
What do I do when I deep clean?
You saw it? Okay, let me change it. I tried to just screenshot the comment, y'all.
That side, the floors.
So now it's above my head. Is that better?
In the kitchen, counters and cabinets.
Okay.
Now let me be super clear, because sometimes people just be determined to misunderstand you, but it's
I
cool.
ordered some new cleaning supplies.
You're welcome. I think that 404 is being. I think that 404 is definitely being strategic. I think that she is definitely attempting to push a narrative. I think that she is definitely attempting to use Shelly for clout in some way, right? If she can cause, and I don't think that this is about, I don't think it's going to cause any disruption in Alandria and Shelly's relationship, because my thought is that they would have already had a conversation about this. My thought. Because if Shelly is willing to engage with Sierra, and she's, saying, you know, she's maybe not like a fair weather friend, right? Like I'm rocking with you till the wheels fall off. Then I would think that she would have given that same consideration to Alandria, and I would think that they probably already had a conversation. And I've said repeatedly on my lives that I do not think that Alandria is the type of woman to say, I don't want you to be friends with somebody because I'm not fucking with them. But I do think, here's what I do think though. Okay, Yada, I don't disagree with that. I think that is definitely a possibility. The only thing that really like clicks for me around this is we've got to use discernment about the company that we keep. Mm-hmm. And 404 has outed former partners. She's had really weird views about Black women, asking if she can wear braids in her hair, what she said about the Asian community. Like, is that somebody that aligns with me as a person, regardless of what 404 has said about Alandria? Does that align with my values? And do I want to hang out with a person like that? More than I care about, I shouldn't say I don't care, but more than I feel concerned about. Like, oh my God, is she going to be a good friend to Alandria if she's a friend with someone that was talking shit about Alandria? That I feel less concerned about, because I feel like Alandria and Shelly are mature enough and grown enough to have their own conversations about that. More so what I'm wondering is like, what does Shelly align with if this is the type of person, OZO for real? If this is the type of person that has had these blunders a couple of different times that she is kicking it with, that's her homie. It just makes me curious. So for me, it's less about whether or not Shelly is a good friend to Alandria. I don't think that is, to me, that doesn't feel in question. And that's, okay, so yes. To Birdie Wolf's point, Shelly's not clocking 404, but they were also not discerning about Hilga before it was too late. And that is what I think we're going to see happen. I don't think that she realizes that this woman is attempting to use her. And yes, Miss Denope, it's like Miss D said, it's Shelly lacks discernment. Miss D, yes, it's like she doesn't understand what this woman. I do actually. You don't have a name, but you have an ace PFP. I did. I made a whole video about it. About Jeremiah, because I do. I think that who you hang out, birds of a feather flock together, and you have to be able to discern like who's actually good company to keep. You see what I'm saying? And so, I mean, that might be true. Maybe it is about attraction. Fair. Why would Shelly align herself with 404's action/beliefs? To me, in the villa. They were tight in the villa. But to me, it's like, hey, hi, Ebony. So far, we've talked about the Nicolandria hater that went viral. And then we talked about my thoughts about Clark and Taylor. And maybe it is just about sexual attraction. See, here's the thing. When y'all say this isn't your business, they are public figures. Really? Y'all, it shows that my live is paused. Can y'all see me? Okay, they can see me. Maybe go back and come back in. Oh, no, don't do that. I don't know what you should do.
You'll get the voice of it.
Okay, great. When you become a public figure, you get commented on by the public. That's how it works.
Period. That's how it's always worked.
That's how it works. Right? And I've said this before in my live because people like to use that. They like to use that, right? It's like, y'all, tabloids have existed since for fucking ever. Hi, Miami. And so for me, it's like, I have the same question about people being, I made a video about Jeremiah kicking it with Austin and Charlie and and all them boys, because it's like these are manosphere, red pill, far right people. Like I don't like that. To me, doesn't what like that says something about you that's who you're kicking it with. But my smoke is not just for them. If you mean to me that my critique is like I'm harder on the black women for some reason. And to me that says something about her too, Jahara. But the way that I understand that is that was in the villa. I haven't seen them hang out outside of the villa. Y'all not gonna keep bringing up that Nick conversation that we have had so many times in this live. I can tell when the Nick haters find me. Right, SK. Like, to your point, Keb, I actually think I watch a different show sometimes because Shelly been moving funny. I think that Shelly like takes the middle of the road, like stance sometimes. No, Nikki, I have mods in here. Thank you. I appreciate you offering. But I think that, you know, again, y'all, I know that we were having the conversation in my last live and we're like, 404 is like just trying to like we need to focus on 404 and like, why is she doing that? You know what I mean? Why is she creating this narrative? But I also want us to be clear that at this point, Shelly has let us know that she also is aligned, right? Like that it's not one-sided, right? And while I do think that 404 is calculated, I think that she is calculated. Somebody said she's a witch. I was wondering about her, right, Annie. I was wondering about her with Nick. I felt like some glamour spells might have been happening. TikTok is a job. Naomi, TikTok is a job. And I will say this, anybody that comes in my lives knows what I do for work. And y'all just got to hear what my husband does for work. We have jobs. It's Sunday. I'm sorry, y'all have to work on weekends. That sucks. In real life, like I'm not even kidding. That was like the first thing I was like, hell no.
Never.
But just because you see us on a live on a Sunday doesn't mean we don't have jobs.
That's so crazy that people say that. Like, that's the dumbest shit.
Odacia. So yeah, I just exactly, ZL, exactly. Exactly. Shayla, imagine owning your own practice and being called jobless. I am the job. I am the job. I'm the boss. That said, yeah, I do. I know that we were on 404 and and I just want us to know that, right? Like, our girl has now said that she also aligns. In the same way I go, about Amaya and Hilga and Jeremiah and them boys, right? And it's the same way I'm like, about this as well. She doesn't owe me anything. She don't know me, right? She don't have to give a fuck about what I think, right? And I don't even necessarily think anything negative. I just do think it means something. And I think it's unfair for people to, like, let people be human. And being part of them being human is that they're going to do things that we don't like sometimes. Mm-hmm. That's okay. Mm-hmm. That's okay. Oh, we started calling, so Sierra started being called Sierra as like a code name. And then 404 is the error code. So that's why. Thank you, Zoe. Okay. I want to answer this question and then I want to open up my panel. It's the person that sent me the question in the live. It's going to be fine if they're not, because I'm going to post this to YouTube. But I'm kind of hoping you are here so that I can answer in a real time with you here. Mm-hmm. Ebony, and I think that that's why people want us to just be like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Who cares? And again, y'all, I say all the time, I'm not a support someone in their rights and their wrongs. I can like somebody and still say like certain things are not great. Like that doesn't mean I have to be like, fuck you. You know, like, I don't like you. The question, since we're on her, do you think that 404 wants Nick and is trying to separate Ola and Shelly? Do you feel that Nick wants to move faster in a relationship more than Ola? These are the questions I got. So if you're in here, tell me if you sent this. And then since Ola is a dark-skinned woman, do you feel that Nick will protect her when it comes down to race, gender, and love? And can Black women ever be truly loved without being the second choice? If you're the person that sent me those questions, I would love for you to tell me that it was you. But you also don't have to. I can just answer them. Can Black women ever be truly loved without being the second choice? And y'all, I know. I want to be clear, y'all. Okay, perfect. I want to be clear that I think that some of these questions are tender, y'all. So we're going to approach them from that perspective, right? I think that you are choosing to be vulnerable when you send in certain questions. And so I want to make sure that I'm handling you with care as we answer them. I will give my disclaimer that nothing I say in this live, Raina, we didn't, but you'll be able to see the first part on my YouTube. I couldn't think of the word for a second. Wait, period, huh? Are you telling me that Shelly liked that? Or Sierra or 404 did? Oh, girl. Child, you almost made me, my heart was in my ass. Okay. Okay, I don't know. Maybe, she deleted the comment. Okay. Maybe it was fake. Y'all know people like to doctor shit. They like to doctor shit. Make stuff up. Yeah. Okay, let's start with the first question. Do you think that 404 wants Nick and is trying to separate Ola and Shelly? Shanika, it was. I was like, hold on. Raina, because they just be talking. Do you think that 404 wants Nick and is trying to separate Ola and Shelly? Do you think that is her motivation behind the things she's doing? I'm assuming that's what you mean. Like, behind the things that she's doing, like, do we feel like that's why she's doing the things she's doing?
I don't necessarily know if she wants Nick. Maybe she wants that type of energy.
And that's different, right? I don't think she wants Nick, like I said. But yeah, maybe she wants that type of energy. You know what I'm saying? And maybe, yeah, that's what I'll say, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she ever really wanted Nick. I think she wanted exactly Sass. I was literally about to say that I have a whole video about that. Not just about that, but I do think that she wants to be a power couple. Yeah. I think that she thought she and Nick, and I said this before, she was positioning them to be the power couple that came out of the villa, right? This is why we see her plan the double date with Iris and TJ at some point, right? During her time in the villa. I think that she thought she was going to position herself to step out and be the Serena and the Cordell, or the Leah and the Miguel, right? Like, that's what I think she wanted. And I think that she is, I don't want to say spiraling, but I think that she is definitely, what's the word I want to say? Having an emotional experience about the fact that did not happen for her. And I think that also what's happening is, as she watches things back, as she sees people's takes on things, she's realizing that it was never going to be that. And because she's seeing him have so much of that energy with Ola, not just them being like this power couple, but the way that he pours into Olandria and her recognizing she never got that, it is creating an angst and an envy in her that she can't help. Exactly. You know, she's fixating on what she thinks she missed out on. It is the longing and the yearning for what she thought she was going to have, but that now she's having to look at and realize it was never going to be that. And so I think I don't even think a lot of the stuff, I don't know that I think everything she does is conscious, because I think at this point it's so emotional that some of it is just subconscious. Though I do believe she's calculated about a lot of things, I do think that some stuff she's not even conscious of the fact that she's just, you know, speaking out of this hurt space, right? I do, when you ask me, do I feel like she is trying to separate Olandria and Shelly? I think this goes back to, again, her wanting something that now she's realizing she's not going to have, right? She thought she was going to come out of the villa, she was going to deal with what had happened, and then she was going to keep being, exactly, Amina, she was going to keep fucking with Olandria, period. But she was going to keep being in relationships with people and keep having access to islanders, and a lot of people have chosen to distance themselves, and so she's latching on to the people that she believes she can gain status from. So somebody sent me a clip of her live, and she had said, like, y'all keep telling me to move on from the island, but then you asked me about the island. And to her defense, people do. People do. And so if she wants fame, if she wants status, if she wants clout, if she wants a platform, and people have centered her entire personality and identity around the island, I think she cannot help but to want to keep attaching to people from the island. And the people that are giving her play right now are Shelly and Andreina. And Shelly definitely has more star power coming out of the island than Andreina does. And I don't know if she thinks that it's going to work around separating Olandria and Shelly, because again, I do feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, but I want to believe that Shelly and Olandria talk to each other about, like, I want to believe that they had a conversation. And you know, Easter, I will say this, what Shelly said, oh, thank y'all. What Shelly said in that interview with Kiki was that she had talked to 404. Thank you. And what Olandria said is that she didn't know, she hadn't read her DMs yet. So I actually don't know if 404, hey K Boogie, I don't know if 404 had reached out to Olandria or not. All we know is that Olandria said she hadn't seen her DMs yet to know. So, you know, y'all, I will say this. However I may move in friendship, because, you know, how do I want to say this? Let me find it, y'all. Let me find it. I'm not necessarily if you don't fuck with them, I can't fuck with them type of person. Not necessarily. It depends on why you don't fuck with them. But if this were the exact scenario of why my person didn't fuck with somebody, I don't fuck with you. Personally. But if, like, you're like, I don't fuck with them because, you know, they didn't ask me if I wanted lunch when they went to get lunch, so they were not considering me, I might be like, okay, girl, like, that's cool. Like, that's how you feel, you know? But that may not be a reason for me to not fuck with them. But if it was this exact scenario, because in my opinion, she's thrown shots at Olandria. In my opinion. Hi, Kay. And so for me, I'm not fucking with you if that's how you fucking with my homie. Personally. Does that feel like that answered that question? Baby, do you have any more thoughts about the separation of Ola and Shelly? He didn't watch Love Island like that, y'all. But do you have thoughts about that part at all?
No.
Okay. The next question was, do I feel that Nick wants to move faster than Olandria in their relationship? This feels twofold for me. I feel like Nick is ready for a lot of things, but I think that Nick is very, very like vocal and intentional about, I want to do it at the rate that feels right.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Call me Kate. Because what I saw in the villa with him, right, was like, he was very clear that like there was like, he was like letting her know, like when they were sitting on the dock and he's heaping all these praises onto her. He's like, you know, like, and like, you know, like I am like physically, like he made sure that she knew, like, and I'm interested in the physical, you know, like he made sure that she knew that, but he was always going to move at her pace. Thank you so much for joining, if that makes sense. So it's like, I think he would be ready for it all. But I think he respects where she is and is moving at the rate of speed that feels right for her. And let me be clear, and I don't think that means he is like going to be dissatisfied with their pace. I think he's okay with their pace.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like this man told us that last year he was trying to have a baby, right? He had, you know, family conversations with her, right? So I agree. He keeps saying when she gets home, right? He's already speaking into his atmosphere, what he wants with that woman, right? But I think he is letting her know again, that loyalty to her, that concern for her, that like, I'm willing to move at the rate of speed that feels right to you. He does. He's laying the groundwork. I agree.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think so, to your point, period, it doesn't have a name. Period, right? Like she lets him lead in a lot of things. A leader is still informed by, and I hate to use this word, right? But I have to. A leader is still informed by the followers. Not that I'm saying she's a follower, y'all, but I'm trying to use it in that context, right? So like as a supervisor, when I've been in supervisory roles, right? Like, yes, I have to make some executive decisions around what's going to happen with the team, but I still take into account the team's desires, their needs, their wants, right? And so even if he is leading, I think that he also is still taking in what it is that she wants and considering her, because that's how a good leader moves.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that Nick being so active on live and engaging versus O being more reserved will clash at some point?
No. Do y'all not see this dynamic right now? No, just being real. No. It won't.
There you have it. The only thing I think that Shayla, the only way I think that would ever be a problem is if at some point he began to like pressure her around doing it, but I don't foresee that.
Yeah.
Personally. Exactly, Ashley. I think that's the only way, is if it begins to like impact her boundaries, but I don't see him as moving with her that way, and I think she'd be able to communicate that, where I think they could avoid any potential problems.
Yeah.
Which I've said before, is like I wanted them to find balance as they were leaving the villa, because she is different, right, than he is. He is more boisterous, more gregarious, right? He is more like in the public eye, like that's who he is. We're talking about Nick and Landry. I guess I should change my picture. Just kidding, y'all. Hold on. Yeah, since we're not talking about 404 in relation to them anymore, let me change it to... But yeah, I don't think that she would not say something, and I think that he would consider her. And I think, again, like if he's being, oh, will you pin that last question or drop it again? Do I think they should move in together? I think they should move at whatever pace feels right for them.
Yes.
I will say that Chris and I moved in together after what, like 3 months?
It wasn't all 3 months, was it?
It was pretty so. Okay, I guess let me put it like this: we didn't move in together, but we may as well have been fucking living together. We was up under each other all the time.
We didn't move in, but we was. We was together all the time, but you still would go home though. You still would be like, nah.
I'm like, all right, I gotta go.
I ain't staying over here with you, nigga. I'm going home. I'll see you tomorrow. But yeah, I think they should move at whatever pace is comfortable for both of them.
Gigi said, "You trying to sound a mirror?" Yeah, exactly. Being a cat, and so are we.
What?
Extroverted and introverted.
Yeah.
Like people when they meet Chris, like y'all are obviously meeting him online, right? But when people have asked me before if Chris is mean to me because of how stoic and like introverted and like he's got a smart ass mouth, as y'all heard when he was telling y'all his job, right? Because he's like that in real life too. And people are like, is he mean to you? I'm like, no, you don't ever see him talk like that to me. He only talking like that to you. Beatrice, I actually don't love New York for them, but I'm biased. I'm from LA, so I'm like, no, they should live in Los Angeles. Baby, what's your sign?
My what?
Wait, do y'all want to guess? Some people already know, so don't tell.
Yeah, some people.
Do y'all want to guess what our signs are?
Bree, guess. Take a wild guess.
Take a wild guess. I agree, Portia.
LA fits everybody better.
Gemini and a Taurus, no. Leo, no. You think I'm a fire sign, darling, or he is? You think he's an Aquarius, Gemini for husband, Virgo and Aquarius? Oh, I'm kind of offended you said Virgo.
You already know, though, Amina. You cheating.
Amina, you can't cheat. He is a Sagittarius, Evan. Okay, somebody said Capricorn and Pisces. No, but he is a Sagittarius. What do y'all think I am? Kel, my mother is a Virgo, so I'm just biased against them. I'm just keeping it a buck.
Yes, I'm a Sagittarius. Yeah.
Libra? Y'all think I'm a Libra? Oh, yeah, I'm a Pisces, Bree.
Yeah.
What you know what's crazy? Somebody said an introverted Sag. That's crazy. Actually, he's a Sag, and so is our oldest daughter, and they both are. But they are both also very quick with that mouth. Raina, exactly. As long as you don't room with Ryan, it's fine, Shayla. Raina, what do I think about their communication styles? He's very question-oriented and she's reserved. Hold on. Yes, I'm a Pisces, Kel. I'm a March Pisces. Oh, I did, Bree. You're right. I say that a lot. Gigi, I love you. I adore you. And I have lots of Virgos that I love. I just be biased because of my mama. She, you know, I just want to go with the flow. And she want me to have a plan for my life. And I'm like, girl, please. Leave me be. Let me just be water, please. We can in just a second. Yup. Miami, I see your question. I think question oriented. I think what you mean is that he likes to ask a lot of open-ended questions. Okay, yeah, Raina. So you're wondering, hey V. My mama be having a plan for the plan, Ebby. I'm like, damn, can we just get started? Can you say a little bit more? Like, do you mean like those open-ended questions? And are you wondering if I think that, okay, Amina, you think they should move to Pasadena, not LA for real? Okay, I actually love that idea. So we're planning a move back home because y'all know I'm from LA, but I'm looking more at the outskirts as well. I love it, Tata. I love a good haircut moment. Thank you, Weird. Tell me more about what you mean about the question oriented. I want to make sure that I'm understanding in order to answer you correctly. Okay, we've been looking at Riverside. I've never not lived in the city, y'all, so that's going to be hard for me. All of my family is still in like Inglewood and Ladera Heights area, so that's going to be odd. But I do want to move back home, and I don't want to pay $1 million for a 3-bedroom when I could pay that for something much bigger. Shut up, Shayla. Okay, you said he verbalizes a lot, which is awesome, but could be overwhelming to reserved people. Oh, I guess, we can speak from like our perspective around. So, I hear what you're saying. Let me think about that for a second. It will be, Ashley. It will be. Let me think about that for a second. And to your point, Portia, she's not reserved though. Just look at her Miley Cyrus mom interview. Love that side of her. I think that when she has the opportunity to share, that girl will go. You know what I mean? I think when people create the space for her to feel safe, exactly. Yes, Keita, she will go. And so I do think that he creates the space for her to do that. I think, and she said this too, right? What we saw in the villa was not enough of her personality. That there's more to her and how she shows up. So I do think that probably the way that they experience each other is different than maybe what we saw. Yeah, I think it was about her being very mindful of the cameras. Exactly. And y'all, and I'll say that too. Somebody said the difference between how she was on look how open she was talking about Nick on Watch What Happens Live. She can talk when she wants to. Yeah, like I say that all the time about Chris, right? Like he will talk when he wants to. But he be having shit to say, even if he don't always say it. Like I might hear it more than other people hear it because we're comfortable together, So I think that like what they have in their relationship is probably different than what we've maybe seen. Yeah, exactly. That introversion changes when you feel more comfortable in your environment. Yeah. And I hear y'all about like maybe she might get mentally exhausted and emotionally. Oh yeah, she literally said that too, Jelly. That she said she was drained in that villa. So yeah. Okay. Yes, Kyla. And he made sure, Beatrice, that she knew he was joking. As soon as he saw a whip of her being like, hold on, he was like, I'm joking. I'm joking. And he was like, I'm just kidding. I am just kidding. I think he was trying to allude to the fact that she's booked and busy, which we love that for her. Thank you for sharing the lives and thank you for the likes, y'all. We're almost 100,000. Raina, I agree. I don't want to see them. At first, I wanted to see them on Beyond the Villa, but now that Beyond the Villa is a little further in, because I made that claim before Beyond the Villa started airing, I actually don't want to see them on Beyond the Villa. Yes, Katie Ann, your social battery drains quickly and she seems more introverted than he does. Yeah, there's like this, like, I'm definitely the person that's like, let's go and like do the thing and like whatever, you know what I mean? And it's like, that's not always fun. That's not always fun to this one, right? Or like my older sister, she's an intro. My older sister, y'all, she's not in here so I can talk about her. My older sister is...
Call her.
Hi, Kay. My older sister is so introverted that we've gone to boat parties and she will pack a book so that she can have a minute to herself to reach. Because she's like, I had enough.
This is such a true story. Like,
she's like, nope, give me a break. I need to recharge. I'll tap back in a minute. My sister is hilarious, y'all. A book. It's so funny. And she intentionally will ride to locations by herself and ride back from social locations by herself because she knows that she needs to build herself up and then to have herself be able to calm back down. So I think as they, again, and my sister is, if I'm 39, Lanice is 43. So they'll begin to learn those things that work best for them. That just comes with life experience. I love that. I love that so many of y'all in here are just like my sister. Exactly. It can be very overstimulating. Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
That's so funny, Kev off. My sister is actually, y'all, I say all the time she's TikTok famous, but she went viral on this platform a couple of times because she used to be a teacher. So some of y'all may have interacted with her content before and you just don't know that that's my sister. I haven't yet. I haven't. People started dropping comments or questions in the comments. Okay. Oh, okay. You know what? It's because I wasn't really watching it. Period, Siobhan. Okay, I'm gonna have to go watch the GG. Okay. The next question is, since Olandria is a dark-skinned woman, do I feel that Nick will protect her when it comes down to race, gender, and love? I know that somebody had posted in the comments, if Ace hasn't been expected to defend Shelly against, like if he hasn't spoken out, why do we expect Nick to? I think that this is going to boil down to whatever their relationship dynamics are that work for them. Right? So, like, I'm sure y'all have... I'm sure that y'all have probably had moments where you engage with people on social media, and if you're partnered with someone, right, and maybe somebody talks crazy on social media, your partner probably isn't always going to engage if that's not y'all's dynamic, right? Versus if it is your dynamic, your partner's hopping in that shit, right?
Yeah, so I dare one of y'all.
Be kind. Right? But like, I think that Nick is he's going to move how they move in their dynamic, right? So like, I think he has definitely done already. We've seen him clap back at some stuff. We've seen him be like, credit her, tag her, whatever, right? We've seen him have some things to say. Sparkle, I agree. Yeah, and you know, to your point, dark skinned lover girl, and to your point, Mika, right? He's a petty Pisces, right? So when he did his very first interview with them one little girls, I don't know their name, chicks in the office. And we know that Olandria was there, right? And he literally brought her up in the first 5 seconds. And I made a video. I was like, basically what he was letting them know was, I heard y'all been talking shit. Mm-hmm. Bitch, here I go. Like, I heard y'all was talking about my girl. What's up? What's up? He was letting them know immediately. Clock it. When you see me, you see her. When you see her, you see me. He was letting them know. Exactly. He took that Hilga question on Watch What Happened Live, right? So like, I think he does put himself in front of things for her. I think we're already seeing that without him necessarily having to come out and be like, stop being, you know, like make a statement about it against her. And I think that has to do with their dynamic. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Oh, did he get on her? And he did, Giselle, and he did. So I think he is protective. And I think, you know, even if he doesn't know things, I do perceive him as someone that is willing to learn them. I don't know enough about him to know what he knows about race, gender, I don't know what he knows, right? I know where he's from, but I didn't get to hear him talk about any of that, so I can't really make any, like, assumptions about it, right? But I do think that he has, to your point, Ivy, no problem speaking up. And if it's one thing a Pisces is going to do, it's defend the people that we love till the death of us. Thank you for the gifts. And I don't think he's afraid of that. You know, and his parents seem to me to be very wise and grounded and level-headed in ways where I think that they will also help him to know how to stand in some of these situations, right? I think so too, Kay. I think he doesn't say things. I think their dynamic is similar to how Shelly and Ace are, where we saw Shelly kind of like give the PR answer and like kind of like shut down Ace before he got in people's ass, right? When they had done their Access Hollywood interview. I think that Olandria also is like, you know, we don't gotta say everything out loud for everybody. I'm not concerned about them spending enough time together, personally. Thank you so much for saying that, Shin. I think that, like, honestly, they're finding the balance that works for them. And I think a little bit of time apart, I think it's good for them to be supporting each other and continuing to, like, have their future. You know what I mean? And he has said explicitly that he, like, somebody was telling him, oh, you need to sleep, right? And I will put up, but he, like, was like, I get FOMO. Like, he's honest about that. Like, he wants to be able to take advantage of these opportunities and to strike while the iron is hot. And that makes sense. He's 24. And I think that's okay. And as long as they're okay with it, I don't really have an opinion about that. Like, I don't think they're not spending enough time together. I think they're both just booked and busy. And that's okay. He does, Rachel. He does. Okay, last question. I want you to answer it first, I think. Can Black women ever be truly loved without being the second choice? This is the one that I want y'all to be most gentle around in the comments, because I think this is a very transparent question. So do you believe Black women can ever be truly loved without being the second choice?
In short, for me, yes. But that's, you know what I'm saying? And I can admit I'm looking at it from a different, obviously a different lens. I am a Black man that loves Black women, right? Like, I'm a Black man that I've never, and there's nothing wrong with it. So let me preface it with saying that, but I've only dated Black women. I've never dated or dealt with women outside of my race. So I would say yes. That Black women can truly be loved without being the second choice. I think that it's just imperative that, it's important that when we're choosing people to love us, that we choose wisely. And I feel like there will be signs, right? Like, for me, I never experienced true love until I met this woman, until being loved by her. Then I realized, like, oh shit, like
our daughter's in here like
I didn't, understand it, or like I said, I didn't experience it, and then now having experienced it and being in it, now that I know what it is. But I think so. I believe that that Black women definitely can be loved, and be the first choice, right? I think it's just the person. I think it's something wrong with them, not the Black woman that's just wanting to be loved, where I feel that, like, love in the ways in which that she deserves and should be. But yeah,
I know people are saying, like, second choice to what? I know that some people are like, right, this is like triggering a response in our bodies, which is why I said this is a question that I want us to be, like, most tender with ourselves and the questioner about, right? Because this is gonna, if you are a Black woman, this might trigger a response in your body, and that is totally fine. That's totally normal, okay? I will say, I think that they're just asking in general. I will say, Spicy Quack, I do not know if they are engaged. I have not seen the post. Is that the post that you're talking about? That makes you ask that question? I don't think they're talking about Landry. I think they're asking this question in general. So y'all, when you go to the form, you'll see that there is a portion that lets you just ask questions about, like, love, marriage, or like marriage and parenting. Happy Sunday, Solar, parenting, marriage, and like gender dynamics. So that was in this portion of the form. So this is not explicit about Alandri and Nick. They're just asking this question. I also believe that, like, Black women, yes, can be loved without being the second choice. Beatrice, if you go to my profile, I made a Google form. There's a link there where you can ask questions, and if y'all want Chris to respond, you can click on the form that you want him to respond as well, and then we will answer them every Sunday for y'all. That way y'all have the whole week to ask questions, and it can be pop culture, reality TV related, or it can just be parenting, marriage, or relationship and gender dynamic related. Okay, I'm going to answer this question, then I'm going to open the live panel because I already have some guests in my waiting spot. I do think that Black women can be loved without being the second choice. Absolutely. And this is what I think we haven't yet, Raina. So make sure you ask it again when the panel comes up. And I want to complicate that, right? Because I do think that we live in a culture, and I think we hear it through our music. I think we see it in our TV shows, right? I think we live in a culture that primes Black women to accept struggle love on the way to real love.
Mm-hmm.
That there has to be some sort of struggle in order to get to this love experience, right? I am, son. And so I think that it's not even about her being second choice. I think that we have to decide, to y'all's points and to Chris's point, right? That I say all the time, you may hook your real. You can't always help who you attract. Light is going to attract dark sometimes. And you can tell. You can hook your reel and you can catch a fish and realize that fish is not the right fish, but you get to throw that motherfucker back.
Throw that bitch back in the ocean, guys. Real.
You don't have to hold on to it. You know what I mean? And so I want us to let ourselves be more selective.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And to realize when we are accepting scraps, right? And I don't think that we always do. And I've talked about this before, I don't think we necessarily, and we talked about it a little bit on my last live, right? I don't think a lot of, I can only speak as a Black person, right? I can't speak for any other culture. So maybe there are other people in my comments that can speak to like your experiences within your dynamic. But I will say that as a Black girl growing up, I was not given a lot of dating advice by my parents. Even though they knew I had boyfriends, even though they knew like that, I didn't get dating advice. You know what I mean? The only thing that I ever got, I will give my dad this, and this is like, again, bar in hell, right? This is my point, right? Is I had a boyfriend one time that pulled up to the house to come get me, and he honked. And my dad was like, where the fuck? He didn't say it like that to me, but he was like, where the fuck are you going? Tell that boy he needs to walk up to the door and come inside. The fuck? You know what I mean? So that was the only, it's like, that was the only thing I got is like, if a boy is courting you, have him put in the most basic of efforts. You know, put in just the most basic of efforts. You can walk up to the door and ring the doorbell and speak to my parents before we leave type of situation. You know what I mean? And so to your point, yeah, I learned a lot through actions, through experience, through just learning on my own. And then I went to school, right? So I do get to like teach my daughters and my sons something different, but I didn't get that. And then my sister definitely was always giving me game. Like I never dated a boy older than me because she was like, if he's not wanted by the girls that are his age, there's something wrong with him, Christina. So I was never impressed by some older boy liking me because I just really respected my sister's opinions about things. My sister is the closest, the person that was the closest to giving me any advice. And so I don't think that we give little girls, and I appreciate the person that dropped in here that said, as a Mexican woman, I can agree. I don't think that we give them enough training around how to date, which then primes us to accept bare minimum behaviors because we don't know what to expect, especially if you have not had a dynamic either from a father or an uncle or a trusted adult, or, you know, you haven't had the experience of a relationship where a male figure treats you kindly.
Right.
If you don't have any of that, then it makes it hard to, when you get a little bit of inkling into something, you know what I mean? It's like, there you go, Gigi, almost 40 and an orphan and still waiting for the birds and bees talk.
We got you, Gigi. We'll take care of you.
Right? So it's like,
we'll give you that talk.
So if we don't give them that information and then we prime them to just accept anything, then we prime them for struggle love.
Yep. That's why, like I was saying on the last live I was on, when that dude was asking, he had asked me what my opinions are, what I have to say, or any type of opinions about girls. And the thing that I said on there was kind of like what you said, is like, allow them to date. I think where men go wrong, men that are in the house or that whatever, a part of whatever, like they allow their boys to just run rampant, right? Which is a problem because you're teaching them misogyny and patriarchy and how that shit is just it's fucking terrible. But then you shelter the girls. You don't allow them to date. Oh, you can't have a boyfriend until you're 30. That shit is dumb as hell. And then when she get 30, she's never dated, don't know how to date, and then what she immediately does is track trash ass niggas because the other side of it is trash ass dudes. The other side of it is you've never taught her how to look for or what a good man looks for because of the way that you even show up, right? But yes, allow them girls to date, allow them to make those mistakes early on, teach them. Have open conversations with them, right? Like, as y'all know, those that have been around and her content and been on the lives and stuff, you know about our daughter and the conversations, right, that we have with them. Have those conversations with them. Allow them to talk to you about their relationships. Allow them to be open and honest with you. But you as the parents, you have to create that atmosphere, right? If you shelter them, I'm going to tell you right now, children that are sheltered, what they do is they just hide what they're doing. Because the truth of the matter is they're going to do it. Kids are going to, because it's socially what's acceptable, right? Like when they're out in the social environment with their friends or school or whatever you want to call it, they're going to want to date. They're going to be attracted to people. They're going to want to do that because their friends is doing it. So allow them to do it. If not, they're just going to hide it from you. And then you got other problems and that, and you don't want those problems. Yeah, I don't want my kids to ever feel like they have to hide anything from me. Nothing.
Yeah.
You know, so, but yeah, that just made me think of that. But you about to go into the panels?
I am in a little bit.
Well, I'm about to dip, y'all.
Oh, why are you leaving us?
I gotta go get some charcoal and the salmon for dinner.
Oh, he's about to cook again.
That
Now.
was looking really cute right there, girl. Hold on.
Don't start again.
It did. Can I and then I gotta go to Home Depot and get the cleaning supply. Okay. But I'll come back though.
Gigi.
I'm just going to. Yeah, I'm about to grill some salmon. Yeah, y'all that know y'all done been on the live or whatever. I cook. I do the cooking around here, so I'm about to go get some charcoal and some salmon and throw it on the grill. But I'll pop back in.
I want to say y'all are raising great points. Y'all make me nervous. I don't know why. I'm so not that way. Oh, they want to know what you're having with the salmon.
Oh, we about to have some salmon sandwiches.
Oh yeah,
some sandwiches. Yeah, I'm about to grill it and then
Gigi, if you ever in this city, you welcome.
Oh yeah, you got one. Anytime.
Oh, Pink Butterfly, you can just hit the request button. It's like a request button to join the guests. Thanks for coming, babe. Jasmine, you're so funny. I said, hey, listen, tag me in, coach. So actually what he does is he grills the salmon and then we have like egg on it or like avocado, lettuce, tomato. We just make like a sandwich because we don't eat we only eat seafood. We're pescatarians and we don't eat gluten and we don't eat processed sugars. Oh, Sunray, yes. Hi, Emma. I'm so glad. But yeah, so we have to get creative these days. Sometimes I still be wanting a meat sandwich, but I can't eat lunch meat. Mm-hmm. Are you allergic to seafood, Gigi? Well, I'm the only one from California, actually. Amina, he's from Colorado.
I'm from here, though, yeah. Denver, East Side, 5 Points, Colored Town.
Is anybody in here from Denver? I feel like I never have anybody in here from Denver.
Yeah, shout out to your journey in becoming a pescatarian.
Yes. Period.
For the biscuit.
But yeah.
Is it shellfish or is it just like all seafood?
Okay, Jasmine.
Okay, shout out to your sister.
Okay, she probably be at Vibes in the Park. I probably done seen her before. Oh, Denny, yes. Okay, yes, I feel that, Elisa.
Okay, so you be good with some salmon.
Yes, it is beautiful here. It's very pretty to look at. That's me saying I don't like it.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like there was more behind that.
Denny, I still live in Denver right now. I live in Denver,
Well,
Colorado.
You don't want to retire here. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
They might like it.
We got you on the next trip. All right, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Just holler at us. We got you.
Inbox me.
We
yes,
lo-
I
we
live
love
here,
to-
Denny.
We love to host and cook for people, so you know
That's our love language. That's about as social as this one will get.
that's it.
It is very expensive
It
here,
is,
Mika.
yeah, it is.
But yeah, y'all mentioned some great points. Well, I mean, honestly, Denver over Nebraska, that's not bad.
For sure. I'm not saying like it's just a bad place. It's just certain places. Hell yeah.
Okay, period.
Yo, shout out to you and your journey. You know.
Yeah. Honestly, the only reason we eat this way is because I get sick if we don't. My body is. If I decide I'm gonna try something, my body's like, all right, you're committed now. You can never go back.
Which one was it first? Was the gluten free? The gluten free?
No, it was
first.
the food. It was the meat
It
first.
was the meat that was first, right? And then gluten free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
sugar.
Well, I'll maybe pop back in depending on how I'm feeling. But I appreciate y'all for letting me. I mean, of course, you baby for letting me be here, but I appreciate y'all as well for letting me come on and talk my shit. You know. And I appreciate being able to give my 2 cents as a man. So thank y'all for allowing me in this space.
Thank you for being here.
I got you on the trading info. I got you. You got to hit her inbox though.
Yeah, inbox me. Inbox me.
Because I also have ADHD, so I'm gonna forget half that shit I just told y'all. So
Yeah, me too. So inbox me.
thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. You know, willing to hear my perspective.
Oh, will you answer one more question?
What is it?
Do you think it was weird that Nick didn't reach out to 404 Sierra?
Was he supposed to? No, I'm being serious. Was he supposed to? Because what was the point? You know what I'm saying? What is the context around him reaching out to her?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking whoever. I'm asking whoever. Because I don't think so, but I'm just asking. Like, was he supposed to reach out to her?
Closure was, yeah, people were saying like for closure.
Who needs the closure? Nick or her?
That was the line. Juanita was the person that asked that perfect answer. Because who needs the closure?
Who needs the closure? Yeah.
And the reality is we end relationships without closure all the time. Sometimes you got to give that shit to yourself.
Exactly. Sometimes if I'm the person that need closure, sometimes the closure that I need from myself is just me doing the healing to get over that shit and moving the fuck on. I close that. That's the closure. Because someone, right? You can't expect this other person to give you something. You can't expect that closure from that other person, right? Because if they was an asshole, what kind of closure do you think they're gonna give you? And then they might open up a wound that, you know, not necessarily a wound, but you trying to reach out, or you expect them to reach out and give you some type of closure. It might trigger you in a way that you don't want to be triggered in right now when it comes to that other person. So I feel like sometimes closure is just about you getting over it yourself, finding the closure within yourself and moving on, truly healing and moving the fuck on. You know, the past is the past. That's why it's called the past for a reason, right?
Audrey said she don't want closure. She just wants to get him along. Somebody said she wants to do a binding spell. Child, she gonna try to make him some spaghetti. If you know, you know. She gonna try to make him some spaghetti, child. Shoot.
Nah, already done did all that, so she ain't got nothing coming. He already locked. Just like somebody made me some.
Don't lie.
It wasn't spaghetti, but it was. She can get it closer from Amazon. Hey, you get a lot of shit from Amazon. What was I about to say? Oh, some salmon and some goddamn, what was it? Some broccoli.
I feel like it was mac and cheese.
It was mac and cheese. It was broccoli too, right? It was salmon, mac and cheese, sweet potatoes, and broccoli.
Hi, Anika. Yeah, I cooked for him the
and
first
I've been
time we
hooked ever
hung out.
since. Well, I was
No,
hooked-
not
I
the
was
first
hooked
time, just
before
kidding.
that, but you know.
The TikTok shop got some bye closures for her. Period. Period.
Some 5x5.
Like, sis, what else do you need? What else do you
Yeah,
need?
I don't think Nick owe her anything.
I don't think they owe each other anything. It would have
Exactly.
the grown way to respond to that would have been for her to process that shit that she got going on with a therapist or her journal.
Yep.
Right? Instead, she's treating the internet like her, which whatever, she can do whatever the hell she want to do, right? But she's treating the internet like her personal diary. And in the process, shitting on people that don't owe her anything. And that is it. From a man's point of view, no closure needed. Period. It's done. It was done when she left the villa. You left and he stayed.
Exactly.
That was all the closure you needed, like somebody said, right? Yeah, she wants to make this narrative that Alandria is a homewrecker when he wanted my friend the whole time. Like, girl,
Yeah, and
don't
I mean,
piss me off.
and stuff like that is just, it's just dumb to me. I don't even know what other words to say, because it's like,
Yes, Anika.
do
Somebody asked Chris if they thought that Nick owed her any closure.
let's think about the show that we're on. Like, how is he being a homewrecker? How is he doing all these things when the purpose of the show, right, is to find love? It didn't say they didn't say that you had to do it with one person or within one person. Now, I know from what I've gathered is that some people did and some people didn't. People have feelings about that, whatever, whatnot, right? But for her to think that he owed her anything is crazy, or that he needed to be tied down to her, especially after she left. What she wanted him, I assume what she wanted was for him to leave because she left.
I'm going to speak to that. So I know Chris is trying to leave, but Emma
No,
asked the
it's
question.
fine.
So
It's
what
fine.
do you think of people using the fact he slept with her as a reason? We talked a little bit about this. Oh, yes, I'm definitely going to watch that one, Nina. We talked a little bit about this to some extent on my live before, but it gives manipulation. And I made a video about this before, actually, before she had left the villa, I made a video about how she was being manipulative. And to me, it's like, and she even said this out of her own mouth, like how she like gave her body to him, and that somehow meant that he owed her something because that had happened. And somebody else said, another creator said, and I thought this was a great way to frame it, he also gave his body to you. So now y'all already had an equal exchange. Y'all already had an equal exchange. Why does he owe you something more?
Mm-hmm.
The manipulation definitely started as soon as she heard that man had somebody else, and she went in and tongued him down. Like, you gave your body to him and he gave your body to you. That was an equal exchange. That's it. And we know exactly. And we know that it was initiated by her. Exactly. I'm a hustler. It was initiated by her. I don't know if people would have the same perspective if they hadn't closed off. But I'm suspicious that people would. I'm suspicious that people would, because I think a lot of people that feel this way, it's not real. They just want to be mad at Alandria. It's not because they actually think it was serious. You know what I mean? It's because they just want to be mad at Alandria. So they're using that as, oh, well, see, this happened between them. He's so shady. He's a Decepticon. He's this, he's that, because they really just want to be mad at her. And they can't aim it at Alandria because then they know they'll be called out on their anti-blackness and all the other things, right? So they're aiming it at Nick because he's the safe target. That's what I think. Okay, my girlies is in the Okay, my girlies is in the chat. Let me pull you up. Any other thoughts, babe, that you want to say before you go do your thing?
Nothing I could think of. I'll
Another
stick around for a few more minutes, man. I just don't want it to be too
Thank
late.
y'all for the likes. Thank you for the shares, y'all. I think we can easily hit 200K. It's almost 100 and it's 186 people in here. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. Like Gigi says, tapping is clapping. So y'all, I know that I have been talking about lots of things, and I know that y'all like to come on and share thoughts. I want to hear, maybe what you already have to say about things we already talked about. I want to run through my panel. And I think I'm going to start with all my subs on here. So Gigi, Ann, Amina, Tata, and then Pink Butterfly, we will hear from you. I agree, son. I agree. Curry Diamond, we'd be curious to hear your thoughts as to why. All right. So, do we want to go bottom up? Gigi, do you want to start?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Just some quick housekeeping before I do start. Tap the screen. We want to get us to 200K. We did it the other day. We can do it again. There are 171 of you in here. If you have not done so already, Tina has a subscription tiers. We've got 2 tiers for you. We've got your yappers. Then we have another tier that's going to include a book club and a Discord. So I need you to go ahead and subscribe if you are able to. If not, go ahead and tap it out and share the live out so we can push this out to more people. All right. Now, with that being said, going to Slurella and her situation with Nick. I tell this to everybody. I am very much like Tina likes to say, I am very pro hoe, but you have to hoe responsibly. I think Sierra did not do this when she went in. I like to classify my hoes in 2 categories. There are boomerangs and there are slingshots. And slingshots can go ahead and sling it around everywhere. Intimacy does not equate to physicality with them. And then you have your boomerangs who lead with their bodies and follow up with their hearts, and they expect things in return. And Sierra went in there thinking that she was a slingshot, trying to operate like a slingshot, and truly was a boomerang. And that's what happened. She played herself. We have lots of evidence of this when her and Nick sit down after the initial physical contact, and he says, I want to continue to explore. And she tries to shut that down immediately. We see that again after they do close off, and they sit and they have a conversation, and she makes it clear that we're not boyfriend and girlfriend, and you literally see him sigh in relief. And he says to her then, great, now I know what kind of relationship I want to have with you. This is not a vow of eternal commitment. What he said to Elandria was the same thing in different font. He turned around and said to her, I want to take our love plant and water it outside. These are 2 different things. The man was super intentional in what he said, and it's evident in the way she came back and relayed this information to the girls that she spun this narrative in her head that she could probably change this man and change the way he thinks when she goes back and she says, I want to do life with you. This is what he said. He has only eyes for me. So I hate this idea that they keep coming back to, well, Nick closed it off. Yeah, Nick closed it off and then was very clear about what this closed off meant. They had these conversations, and we keep skipping over this and then wanting to do this, like you said, Tina, as a way to not have to name that we just don't like Elandria for him. Again, it's the shoulda, woulda, coulda conundrum that rears its ugly head, because why does she, a dark-skinned black woman, have to get all this love and being loved out loud and the way she wants to be loved by a young, white, conventionally pretty, attractive white male? And that's what that is. As far as the Shelly and Sierra situation, oh my God, I called it last time we talked. I said, listen, this so-called friendship is there to shift the narrative. She has not posted any of her friends from Mykonos, any of her prior friends, any of her friends who are taking video for her in her videos that she posts. She doesn't post any of them. But who does she post? The one with the most social currency at the moment. And it doesn't strike any of you as odd that she's posting in the midst of her racial issues and the racial issues that and the racial backlash that Shelly's had to face. She ain't spoke about that, but she has used Shelly's social currency to go ahead and shift the narrative of what she did. You would think that if this was her friend who was already facing racist allegations, that she would be more mindful about posting this friend of hers who also received racial backlash, not just from fans, but from 2 large media sources. And yet, she continues to do this with Shelly. So it's not just a case of, you talked about my friend and, you can have a friend that I don't have to be friends with. I did think think that initially because I'm very much the type of person where you could be cool with that girl and I don't have to be cool with her. But because of the added context of the situation, I think it goes a lot deeper and we can remove O from the situation and just look at it from the lens of why is Sierra, who's somebody who works in media, who understands media, who knows what she's doing and is making these calculated moves, doing this. There is an ulterior motive. It's extremely calculated. And I wish that Shelley and the people around her had enough discernment to warn her that, hey, you need to be careful because you only have so much time coming out of this villa to make a lasting impression. And if you're aligning yourself with this amidst this massive backlash that she has received, then what are you doing? And I know people like to bring in and her being friends with Austin. And while I majorly side eye her there too, what we have to understand is in the terms of media, Austin has not received any backlash. He hasn't done anything that's been so-called, and I use this loosely, worthy of backlash. So that's why nobody's side eyeing it. He wasn't in some scandal. Sierra was. And this is why they're getting this backlash. So that's about it. And as far as the pace Nick and Alandria are moving at, I think he is chomping at the bit, but will heal for what O wants because he won't risk losing her. I think because of the way they feed into each other, he's extremely appreciates the way that not only he can do for her, but what she does for him in allowing him to do for her. And that speaks volumes for him. And that is my soapbox.
Thank you, Gigi. Yes, y'all, Gigi be spitting. I love when y'all gift my live, folks. Thank you so much for that. Also, Lamika, hello. Another one of my subs came in. I try to always say hello when y'all come in. Yes, so yeah, I love that. Also, Ivy and Zio, yeah, I agree. Like to Gigi's point, like I want folks around her to have the discernment to be like, girl, clock this girl's intentions with you, you know, and shit, maybe Shelley is getting something out of it that we just don't know. I don't know. Okay, Anne, let's hear your thoughts, friend.
Hey Chris, hey Tina, how y'all doing? Hey Lynn, welcome back, girl. I haven't seen you on here in a while. Anyways, let's talk about 404. Girl, you don't need no closure. You got kicked off the island for the Asian hate, and I ain't with it. I would never be with it. I grew up in Brooklyn. I grew up a lot, especially in middle school. Grew up around a lot of Asians. One of my best friends was an Asian man. Like, stop playing with the people. 404, you're also projecting a lot. I'm not liking it. You talk about cloud chasing, but you talking about Nico Landry because you want to be relevant. Sis, we don't care. We don't care. I don't care about you. Please fade into the background. Take a social media break. Do something, girl. No. Also, I've been watching Botched Plastic Surgery Rewind. Y'all check it out and check out my recaps too. Looks like Sierra, what I've learned is that fillers can migrate. Look like they migrate in your top lip. So how about go back to your plastic surgeon and get that fixed and stop being on the internet talking crap about people, for Pete's sake. Also, who is Pete? Like, we have these sayings, but I don't know who Pete is. Anyway, in Creole, we have like this saying like "Wap con George," which means like you're gonna find out, like you're gonna know George. I still don't know who George is, but my mom was telling me like apparently he was a real guy, and it was the saying said about him. Anyway, we get off topic. 404, you're irrelevant. Stop trying to cloud chase off of Nicolandria. Talking about cloud chasing of a Nicolandria, just hilarious. I see you. I'm side eyeing you, bitch. Let me tell you something. I was a fan of Just Hilarious, and I thought she was genuinely funny. I liked her skits in the beginning. I loved her for The Breakfast Club. I think she was doing a good job. But yes, so Tina, I was just watching Blue's live, and Blue said something really, really insightful. Blue said she is jealous of Alandria. She feels like the treatment Alandria is getting is what she needed. And she said something in the video that was very telling. Oh, Nick needs to get with me if he really liked chocolate. Sis, your envy is showing, and go heal. And then she went and did the Carlos King interview and spoke about how y'all gonna hate me for this, but Rashida and Kirk are the perfect example of love. No, what you're saying is that they're a perfect example of struggle love and a woman that will stay through anything. Couldn't be me, sis. Couldn't be me. because my I have a really low threshold for bullshit because I'm about to be 30. Don't play in my face. I do not like I'd be done after the cheating, but you had a baby on me, I would really be done, and I'm taking all your coins because you're not gonna play in my face like that, having a baby on me. How dare you? It seems like Jess really needs to heal. That she glorifies struggle love, and that she got with her man who she has to highlight how Mexican she is. So sis, go heal your anti-blackness. I understand you want to be Olandria because they haven't masculinized her dark skinned beauty, but they have with you, and that's why you don't like the trans community. Clock that. Girl, don't play with me. Go get some help. I'm tired of y'all hating. Go get some help. Listen, I wasn't a fan of Nick Olandria in the beginning, and I too was side eyeing. But that was because, I'm looking at Nick's personality. I would never come against my own people. Ever. What is wrong with y'all? I am so pro black and I choose to date within my race because that's my choice. But if you find love with the vanilla, that's okay. That is very much okay. I got all types of people in my family. I don't understand why y'all in 2025 we really are against biracial love. What the grow up. Like grow up. Like it's really ridiculous. Stop hating. If you really feel that way, Jess, you could leave your man right now and get you a Nick, because I know that's what you want. Like, sis, get a life. Thank you, Alyssa. Like, girl, what is wrong with you? In 2025, we need to be supporting our people, because why is the hate coming from our people? It's just weird. 404, you got kicked off the island. You got the closure you needed. Like, get lost and take a social media break. I can't with you. What else were we discussing? Yeah, she don't need closure. Also, thank you, Chris, for your insight. Also, yes, the pescatarian. I really wanted to try to be a pescatarian. I did, but the thing is, I love steak. Ah, y'all know I'm Haitian. I love to cook, and I really like
Yo,
steak.
same.
I tried.
Same.
That's it. Thank you.
We messed up too, y'all. I'm not even acting like it's easy at all. I wanna comment to Ella. Honest truth, I love Nick and Alandria, but I am nervous because of what recently happened with Janae. I'm always gonna approach with grace first, y'all. Okay. So this is not me coming at Ella, y'all. I just do want to respond to this. I think that a lot of times people will believe simply because someone is not a black person that they're more dangerous for like maybe something like what happened with Janae and Kenny to happen. But like, let's remember that Kenny was not a white man, right? And so assuming simply because Nick is white that he might be at more of a risk for this type of behavior, to me, is a false equivalency. There's nothing that demonstrates that we should think that he would be that way with her, right? It's literally nothing except his whiteness that is framing that for people. And I want us to move out of that, right? Because if we're looking at all of the relationships that have now come outside of the villa and existed, the only relationship where we see a level of discord and we see a level of potential harm happening would be in Brian and Amaya, because he's clearly trying to ride her coattails, right? Because he's not as popular as she is. Let's just keep it a buck, right? One of the people got up on Watch What Happened Live and didn't even acknowledge he was sitting there. Andy, I love you. Amaya, you're an icon. Obviously, my questions for Nick and Alandra, like, is the man in the room, right? And he knows that, right? So like that would be a relationship to feel like, oh, is he gonna just clout chase the way that Kenny did with Janae? And then the other relationship would be Taylor and Clark. Those are the only two relationships that we've seen where it's like, is there something that's gonna come out that's gonna be crazy, right? And I said in my video about Taylor and Clark that, and I'm not saying you're doing this, Ella, but I did say in my video about Taylor and Clark that a lot of people are not clocking what's happening between Taylor and Clark as problematic because they're both black. But if we were watching Alandria and Nick on live and Nick was doing this to Alandria, it would be plain as day. Everybody would be able to see it simply because he is a white man doing it to a black woman, right? And that would be real because racial dynamics do matter and they would be at play, but the behavior is the behavior. And people don't have the level of concern that they have around Nick and Alandria for the one couple that we're blatantly seeing it, and then the other couple where it's like, this could also potentially happen with them. And I think people need to sit with, why do I have so much discomfort and why do I have so much dis-ease around what I think this man might do? What is that actually rooted in? Is that rooted in fact? Is that rooted in evidence? Or is that rooted in my own insecurities and projection? Right? right? And so it's an invitation for us to really sit with ourselves about what might be going on. Okay. Amina. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry,
Gigi.
can I pop in really quickly? There's this narrative that Nick, and I love me some Nick, right? There's this narrative that Nick has been to 44 countries that makes him diverse. I don't want people to continue to push out this narrative because it doesn't necessarily make you diverse just because you visited countries. I want us to just take his actions and the way he treats Ola and the way he treats people around him as you know, a barometer for what he's going to do or how he moves, as opposed to where he's visited. Because let's not forget, colonizers have visited everywhere too. Just saying.
And sometimes overstate their welcome. So like, yeah. Trilogy, you said Brian has not moved at all, like he's speeding off Amaya. I disagree all the way back to the hi Huda. I would disagree all the way back to the villa. Because that man, she was his third choice after he realized she was the most popular on the Burst Your Bubble challenge. Okay, all right. So I just don't want us Trilogy girl, I want you to use your critical thinking skills when you're in this live. That is a requirement. Am I being mean, y'all? I want you to use your critical thinking skills because nobody said that man is Kenny. What I very clearly said was that people are making this assertion about Nick simply because he is a white man and they need to sit with why, because the only people that have demonstrated any of the characteristics similar to what Kenny did are Brian or Taylor. That's it. I did see it. Okay, thank you, y'all. Because, you know, I be trying to keep it cute. So yeah, I need y'all to use your whole brain. Like Alandria said, is this on and here? Okay, because we're grown-ups and I need y'all to use the whole thing. Nobody's pushing a narrative. If you feel uncomfortable, babe, you can leave. This may not be the life for you. Exactly, Ella. It's clear that he's not Kenny, but we're saying that we're gonna look at anybody's behaviors as similar. It would not be It wouldn't be Nick's. That's not who we would look to. Okay, Amina, my friend, please share your thoughts with us.
I was about to say the same thing. Is this thing on? Because these children clearly don't read. What happened to context clues? What has Nick shown us that would give us any indication, not in just his words, but his behavior? Because he's put action behind those behaviors, baby. I mean, behind the words. Immediately. Multiple times. So y'all are, like I said, it's fake concern. They're not looking at the whole situation. You can go back to watching the screen, go back to watch the lives. They're all being clipped. And he said he wanted to take Alandria to Europe. Where were they? Within 5 days in Greece. So come on now. Like she said, 2 shoots. But anyway, back to Shelly. Yeah, I think people like didn't realize like Shelly is a lot more passive, and I saw it in the villa just with her reactions to a lot of stuff. Where did Kina go? Okay, you're back.
Okay, yeah, I'm just showing my background. Sorry, y'all. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, when Nick and Alandria weren't officially together, everybody was like, oh, you know, Shelly needs to say something to her. I was like, Shelly is not going to say something. It would need to be somebody selfish like Huda, honestly. Unfortunately. Or even Amaya would have gave her the nudge before Shelly did. But I actually had a question, and then I was actually going to drop down. Because what I think is the problem maybe with Shelly and even Iris, because everybody was saying, oh, Iris, you know, it's just the Botox. And I was like, girl, go back to when Iris first got there. She was way more smiley. It's not the Botox. She does not like the situation. And I wonder if it was like not a girl's girl thing, but a girl code thing, because Alandria had watched the relationship. And I wonder if Shelly also feels like that, like they don't technically agree with it, but they're not going to say anything about it.
That's a good question. That's a good question. I want to hear everybody's thoughts at some point, but I do want to answer that. So, I mean, I think definitely, I definitely buy that with Iris. I definitely buy with Iris that maybe she's not fucking with the coupling, right? Because we know that she was really close to, what's that girl's name? 404, right?
And that's what I was gonna put in your question box, because I was like, I like I said, I rewatched all the scenes, but I was like, I don't know how Shelly really feels, but I wonder if it's just a girls' code thing, and that's also what I think Kiki didn't like about it. Like, it's just a girls' code thing that she watched the relationship, so it would automatically be off limits, even though it's Love Island and this is normal.
Yeah. I mean, I think that to some extent, Iris definitely was trying to like we heard her tell like 404, you don't have to be the cool girl about the fact that they kissed, right? Even though they were in a coupling at the time that they kissed. So definitely Iris probably felt her own way about it, right? And so I could totally see that being projected into the situation. And to a lot of people's points in here, it's like, but Iris, you're also with someone that was with your friend beforehand. So why is the judgment on this side only? And why are you not doing, feeling any way about your own self with all of that? You know what I mean? Like you also are with the man that was with your homegirl. You know what I mean? And so I definitely could see that with Iris. The only reason why I don't think so with Shelly, the only reason why I don't think that is because I do remember Shelly in the villa being like, I want to hear about a kiss. Like, I'm waiting to hear about a kiss. Like, it seemed like she was encouraging of it in that way to me.
Okay. Yeah, but then now that she's continuing to be friends with Sierra and she hears her side, I wonder if it's like a
I see. Is she empathizing with 404 more?
yeah, because I mean, obviously you all go there wanting to be famous, so of course she's going to encourage it because Sierra's not there, and then this is part of her being a friend. But does she still have like some deep down some reservations about it, or just like feeling like it's, I don't know. Like, I understand it could be like a balance. I don't know.
But you know what? That's a good point. I mean, I don't know if we'll ever know, right? But I do think that's a good point. And somebody else said that Shelly was only encouraging after she heard what Ace had to say about it. I don't remember the timeline. So y'all help me with that. But I will say maybe 404 is giving her a sob story. Maybe Shelly did feel like Nick owed her a conversation, especially because she gave her one, right? So like maybe she does have some judgment about the way that they're navigating it, and maybe that's what's fueling her to feel like maybe it's sympathy. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's sympathy driven. She feels like maybe 404 deserves more grace, which we know she said about giving her grace in the interview, right? So like maybe that is part of it. I don't know if we'll ever know though, but I do think.
And weirdly enough, the producers never let us hear Ace actually say, look, this is what he like. We just got to see, this is what I see, and then we got to draw our own conclusions. She wasn't like, oh, Nick has always liked her and they should go for it. It was never like a concrete thing. It was like that. So I always thought that was kind of weird. Like they never officially endorsed it with words. Like saying Nick and Alandria, it was just like, oh, just look at that. Oh, I think that could be something. Let's see.
Right.
So I always thought that was weird.
Yeah. Someone else said, hopefully Shelly hopefully holds a boundary and does not discuss Nicolandria with 404. I hope not too. And based on what we saw in the villa, I could definitely believe that Shelly might ingest even if she didn't say anything back. She strikes me as very diplomatic in a way that I feel like sometimes she doesn't like to rock the boat. The only time I really felt like I saw Shelly rock the boat in the villa is when it came to her being offended about something.
Yeah, and Shelly's also an older sister, but clearly a very different one.
Yeah. So I could see her like listening, even if she didn't like say, "This is what I think." You know what I mean?
Yeah, she could be the peacemaker, bigger sister instead of the one that's going to get involved in it.
Yeah. I hope she's keeping boundaries as well. But I think that's a very interesting sort of like, wondering about it. Okay, Tata, will you give us your thoughts, my friend? Bun B, I hope it is Bunny Smiles. I hope it is just a listener and not, I mean.
Sorry, y'all, my sister was talking to me.
No worries, Tata. Ultimately, thank you so much. Ultimately, they're going to do whatever they want to do. But I do think it would be nice for it to be like, y'all need to figure that out and like on Olandria's timeline rather than being like, let me help y'all figure it out. You know what I mean? Okay, go ahead, Tata.
So I have a perspective, but mine is mainly on Shelly, and I feel like I'm a little subconscious because last time I brought it up, someone brought up the fact that Shelly is very Americanized, blah blah blah. But I was like, I'm watching this Haitian woman behaving like a Haitian child would in a Haitian household, because Shelly is very much passive, which is something that if you grew up with Haitian parents, it's like it's built in you to be passive. to not necessarily be as vocal, right? And at first I felt myself for other people, and like when Amaya went at her, she cried. And I was like, I was just like, that is something that you do, because it's like, it's disrespectful to talk back, and it's something that even if you're not allowed to do it to your parents, it becomes something that affects you in real life when it comes to other people coming at you. You kind of shut down, or you cry, or you behave differently. And her not speaking up when something bad is happening to other people as well. So I was like, okay, let me give her grace. But I feel like Shelly is being passive in her life right now with the Sierra situation. And I also noticed that Shelly is not necessarily surrounded by support the way Olandria is, where her mom is speaking up for her sister's speaking up for her, Nick's family speaking up for her, we're speaking up for her. But Shelly doesn't have that at all. And I feel like Ace focusing on himself right now is great for him. But I feel like, would we feel the same way if Ace was Nick? Because the way we can see how Nick is showing up for Olandria, Ace is not showing up for Shelly that way. And right now, I don't think there should be room for any kind of conversation where Ace is not there, where she's having to show up to places by herself. I feel like, because she's not out of the woods, the world is still hard on her because she's a Black woman. Why was she sitting there as the only person by herself at the New York thing? Like, I felt so bad. Just, she looked beautiful, but I felt bad. I'm like, okay, Ace, this is the time for you to work on fixing your image. But right now, you do have a Black woman that still needs protecting. Where the hell are you? You know what I mean? I feel like we're so quick to give this Black man grace because he's a Black man. And I feel like right now, I don't give a fuck about his image. I need you to be there for her, because you don't know what she's got going on. And I don't see anyone really speaking up for her like that. I don't know. I just feel like, it might have to do with her. I mean, I'm assuming here, but I feel like it might have to do with the fact that she is Haitian, and that's something that it's ingrained in us not to talk back, especially as women. We don't really speak up. We kind of just take things on and just move on. We can be very passive in some aspects of our life. And I feel like with her in the Sierra situation, because I'm just thinking, why are you okay with taking on Sierra's BS? You are a Black person. You have no shield. Sierra is Hispanic. She has a community that will show up for her in a way. And when something bad happens to you, the world is much quicker to ignore it and forgive it than it is for her. So why are you aligning with her and taking on what she's got going on when you need to protecting yourself? And who's there in your life to say, hey girl, sit your ass down and stay away from this woman? And I also feel like when people were talking about Sierra is a witch or whatever, I don't think people were wrong. I think they might have been off, but I think something about that lady is not right. We just don't know how to read it. And Shelly has no business being around that. Like, that's a lugau. Like, you need to stay away from her. Anyways, let me stop talking.
Hi, Deidre. Yeah, I hear all of this, and I hear y'all in the comments as well. I definitely agree that I feel like Ace is separating himself from Love Island. He definitely got a villain edit. He definitely is saying, like, I'm not going to let y'all continue to control my name, image, and likeness. I'm not going to let y'all continue to spin a narrative about me. Like, everything that we're getting from him is like produced through his own agency, right? It's and I think that he knows to some extent. So, oh, this is complicated. Okay, hold on. Because to some extent, I hear what you're saying, Tata, right? Around like, Shelly is going to get so much flack. Like the fact that the whole 404 and Shelly conversation has been so focused on Shelly, right? She's going to get way more flack because she is the Black woman in that situation. People are not going to come as hard for 404. And then I think what we've also seen, right, is people saying, well, I'm either Team Shelly or Team Alandria. Not anybody with good sense. Okay, not anybody with good sense, but people have been doing that, right? And so Shelly is getting a lot of flack around it. And so I hear you about like wanting Ace to provide some level of shield for her around that, about either being like, babe, the same way I'm controlling my image, control yours, like don't associate with everyone, or being around, just something to like protect her. Like I hear that part of it. And I do think, to someone else's point in the comments, he doesn't have the same level of privilege around being able to offer the same level of like protection. So I'll say, I'll say this, for example. I am a light-skinned black woman. Y'all have all seen Chris a couple of times on my live at this point. You know that he is a dark-skinned black man. There are certainly times where I provide shield because I'm clear that my proximity to whiteness, even though I don't have no white parents, I'm just light-skinned, y'all. But my proximity to whiteness acts as protection for him. And so I will be that. I will shield him in that way because I have a level of privilege in that way. But I don't think it's true with Ace. But I do think it is very complicated and it is very nuanced. And I do ultimately believe that she's 27 and she's gonna do whatever the hell she wanna do, right? But I also hear that again, this is just a very nuanced conversation. Very nuanced. Yeah. Thank you for adding that additional perspective. Okay. Pink Butterfly, will you share your thoughts for me, please? Mika, I'm dropping you only because it wouldn't let me mute your mic. Will you request again?
Hello?
Hi, Pink Butterfly. Will you give us your
Hello.
thoughts, please?
Hi. Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. So what I'm gonna say is, I don't understand why people are giving Shelly so much hate because at this point they're basically like work acquaintances. To me, I see them as work colleagues, and they're gonna go to these events together. They're gonna be pictured together. So there shouldn't be any hate towards them. But I can see Shelly getting the hate because of, of who she is, which is really sad. Oops, so sorry. And I also wanted to mention, I don't understand where this apology tour is coming from.
From who? The apology.
This is the 6 weeks from Sierra.
Okay.
Because how Sierra needs an apology. Because this is a 6 weeks television show. It's only been a month. And if he wanted to apologize to her, she could have at least given him some time to come back, relax, get back to, living in normal society instead of dropping that, oh, I was a villain. Why would Nick or Alandria come back and try to talk to you when the way that you were portrayed? Because by the time Sierra came back, she was probably able to watch all of the episodes and see how she was viewed. So how are you a villain when you were watching the same episodes that the public was? And you didn't give Nick and Alandria any grace to just come back into the real world, focus on themselves, and then maybe Nick could call you and say, hey, can we talk? But you make this villain edit, you block his sister, you have this Q&A saying, oh, basically you're the one who's being portrayed in an evil manner, but you expect Alandria and Nick to give you grace when you didn't give them grace. And I feel like she has to either journal, talk to her friends about it. And no one mentions how her friends, when she was in the villa and her friends were running her social media accounts, they were basically making fun of Nick, essentially calling him a clown while in the villa, saying he's not good looking, he's not good for her. But now all of a sudden, he should come and give you grace and talk to you. He probably was going to talk to her, but look how she acted. Why would anyone want to come back and talk to you when you're saying that, oh, I'm a villain? And essentially Alandria is the side chick that waited and plotted to get Nick. And a lot of people are running with that narrative that, oh yeah, Alandria, Sierra's fan base is saying, Alandria is essentially a mistress. When that's not the point of the show. And this is my first time watching Love Island, so everyone has to explore each other. Sierra purposely chose not to explore anyone in the show. You can't get mad that when you got kicked off because of your own doing, not because of personal or family matters, it's something that you did, and Nick decided, hey, I want to stay, and he decided that he found a better connection. Mm-hmm. Because realistically, even if Nick didn't like Alandria, he was going to choose her. There was no other There was no one else coming into the villa. So who else was he gonna choose? He had to choose somebody. That's the name of the game.
Well, and she chose him, and that is the name of the game. Like, and again, I'm gonna mute you because I'm gonna show the commercial. Y'all, it just came out. But she ultimately she had to choose somebody. Everybody had to choose somebody in order to stay in the game, which is not new information. But the fact that they're getting so much crap around it is wild. The fact that again, it's really just about feeling like she was owed something. Okay, I'm gonna show y'all the commercial. Hold on.
I am wheezing. I am literally wheezing.
I took my background off. Let me see if I can start. Hold on. We started over.
The commercial is literally 10 hours long.
I know, right? Don't piss me off, TikTok. Okay, I'm gonna wait for it to start over and then I'll show it to y'all from the beginning.
I need something with taste. Something with bubbles.
And what this commercial is giving is y'all gonna have to pay every time you want to see me kiss. Cause I don't owe y'all
Oh, exactly.
Okay, y'all wanna see
Exactly.
Stay hydrated, stay thirsty.
Oh shit, y'all. Hold on.
Tina, your ring light. Your ring light.
Hold on,
We
I'm
can
gonna
see
turn that
it
off.
in reflection.
Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to show it to you on my computer so that it's bigger for y'all. Hold on. Why are you hating on me? Shit, TikTok. Let me go to YouTube. I bet it's there. But it's a very good video. I've already watched it 3 times. Don't start yapping.
Isn't that beautiful?
What are you
One thing about
doing?
Simple Plan.
I'm sure it's like literally gonna break their fucking site at this point. The amount of people that are gonna be going to see this. This freaking do not piss me off. Okay. Let me see if it will do it for us.
Careful out there today, folks. It's gonna be a sport fair.
Flip.
Stay hydrated, stay thirsty.
I'm thirsty and so dehydrated. I need something with taste. Something with bubbles. Something that could handle my thirst. I want to take a beer. Come here, Nikki Pooh. Give Mama a kiss.
Okay, again, hold on.
What?
I'm screaming!
Oh my god.
Literally wheezing.
What? Jesus!
I'm talking about in it.
Handle my thirst. Come here, Nikki Pooh. Give Mama a kiss.
You better stop playing with my girl. Y'all better stop playing with my girl.
And the fact that it was basically her commercial, he was just in it, like, I love this. Because he was
Yes,
like,
it says it's Alandria's world and I'm living in it.
period. We love it. Okay, y'all want to see the next one too? I heard. Let me find that one. Because I watched that one
There's
earlier.
her closure. There's her closure. I'm just saying.
That's it. That's all you get in. That's all you're getting.
How many commercials does it take to get to the center of the closure pop?
Right? Like, girl, let it go. Oh, it is on her page? That's where I saw it was on her page. I was just going to go to there. But I can go to hers. Alandria. XOLand. Okay, y'all. They capitalized on that whole like her lip kit is always on his mouth.
Did you see the other one where she's like, it's like her coming up to him and like grabbing her combo out of his back pocket?
No. Is that on her page too?
Hold on.
Careful out there today, folks.
Oh, it's on Nyx's page?
Discord share. Stay
Yeah.
Hold on, y'all.
hydrated, stay thirsty. Careful out there
Damn it.
today, folks. It's
Sorry, I
Discord
told
share.
y'all this commercial
Stay
was like 9
hydrated,
hours
stay
long.
Oh, I see. Is this their page though? Let me see if this is the right one. I mean, I'll show y'all this one too if you want. I'll show y'all this one too, but it's not that one. Motherfuck, y'all.
No, if you go to the NYX Cosmetics IG page, it's their second
Oh, it's
video.
on their IG page. Okay, y'all. I don't have X. I don't have Twitter.
No, it's on their IG. NYX has it on their IG.
Oh, it's the second video. That video I was just showing y'all was the most recent. This is their other video. It's small on here, but it's okay. Oh, that's better.
I thought that one was so hot. I was like, ugh. There's something about subliminals and commercials that just make it.
Love it. Okay. Yeah, mine always goes into Chris's pocket for sure. I love it. Okay. Yeah, I know there's another one too, Kita. Okay.
As it should.
As it should be. Okay, I want to hear thoughts. Yeah, probably. I don't know when it releases. Do y'all know when the combo releases? I'm sure it is going to be sold the F out. Okay, yeah, tomorrow. Okay. Lane, let me hear your thoughts, friend.
Hi, thank you for having me on. And thank you, Anne. Yes. Okay. So you will never be able to convince me that Sierra is interested in anything else but shifting the focus from what got her kicked off the island to anything else. She doesn't need closure. She doesn't need an apology. She doesn't need anything. She just needs you guys to forget that she's a racist. End of discussion. I will not be arguing anymore about this. Like, it has nothing to do with nothing. She wants you to forget that she's a racist, right? And the easiest thing right now to help you forget is the fact that you hate Black women, right? And now you feel bad for her because Alandria, quote unquote, took her man, right? That's just the easiest thing. Cool. Let's move on, everybody. I'm glad that the thinking caps are finally on. I'm glad I put it on for you. So now that we can no longer have this conversation. I promise you, it has nothing else to do with that. If there was an easier target, she would have taken that. There we go. Also, all this conversation around Shelly and Landria, whether you are Black or not, this all boils down to anti-Blackness. I'm going to help everybody put the thinking caps on, okay? Everybody, please stay with me. Whether you are Black or not, this all boils down to anti-Blackness. The fact that you want there to be some type of beef between Shelly and Alandria because of Sierra, that's anti-Blackness. The fact that you think that it all stems back down to this. Because let's be honest, you have friends in your real life that hate each other and tell you all their business and can't stand each other, and y'all are still friends. Some of y'all are all friends. All of you. And y'all hate each other, can't stand each other. So why is it that it has to be some type of animosity between Shelly and Alandria? Why can't it be everyone's keeping it cute and everyone's keeping it cordial? Why can't it just be that? It's because you hate Black women. That's the reason why, right? It's the same reason you stand up for nonsense. It's the same reason you pick and choose to ignore what you deem acceptable versus what you deem not acceptable. Like, nobody talks about the fact that Bella Dasha hanging out with every racist in the world. Nobody talks about the fact that Zach, an Asian man, forgave Sierra for saying a slur. Nobody talks about the fact that it was racism island. All of them, besides the black people, it was racism island. And yet, instead of attacking the people who have committed these egregious acts, the racists, the Trump supporters, you have all decided to collectively shift your focus on the people who have done nothing. Because it's easy, right? You need something to direct your hate. And because you won't say it out loud, I will say it out loud for you. Whether you are black or not, any issue that you have with these two black girls, any preconceived notions you have about them, any reason you need for them to hate each other or to be weird or to be mean, because you couldn't let it, your arguments about them being mean girls couldn't stick, right? Because once they left the villa, everyone who left was like, oh my God, they were the heart of the villa. They were the therapist. They were the mom. They were the big sister. So the mean girl allegations couldn't stick, right? Because you want black women to be so awful, so bad, right? You need any excuse. When those didn't stick, you decided that they hated each other, right? And they don't. And that makes you even angrier, doesn't it? Get over it and deal with what's going on inside of you, and then we can all move on. I'm glad I was able to do this for everybody. Let's get a grip. Yeah. And don't take the thinking cap off now that I've put it on for you. Do not take it off.
That's that baddie chain. Yeah, I think that again, to me, it's again like the fact that we are having so much conversation about what this means between Shelly. If you want to have the conversation about Shelly and 404, have that conversation.
Thank you.
Why are we having a conversation about Shelly and 404 only in relationship to Shelly and Alandria?
And let's keep it a buck. Shelly and Alandria were closer in that villa than anybody else. So let's keep it real. You don't think that Shelly's going back to Alandria like, girl, this is the, because we've all had it, right? You're closer to one friend than another. And when one friend says bullshit, you go to the other friend like, girl, she bugging out. She's saying this. Like, can you believe it? Like, do she think I believe her? Come on. Like, y'all are pretending like you don't understand human interactions so that it can fit this weird narrative so that you can continue to sit in your anti-blackness comfortably. And you need to go talk to that lady, okay? She will prescribe you what you need. I promise you. But this conversation needs to, let's cut this out, everybody, please.
And Raina, to your point, no, I don't flip between friends like that. I don't either. Like, I've been clear that like what has happened between Sierra and Alandria would make me disengage from would make me disengage from 404 if Alandria was my closer friend, because I feel like 404 could have said what she needed to say without ever bringing Alandria into it. Even if she wanted to critique Nick, she did not need to bring Alandria into it. And so for me, no, I wouldn't. And I want to trust that they're grown-ups and that they're having a conversation and that they know what it is. And so again, for me, it's like we can have the conversation about what you think that means about Shelly without having to say that must mean that she's fucking over Alandria or trying to make it seem like something when Alandria continues to say something differently than that. I don't think it's fair for us to keep writing a narrative that she keeps telling us is not true. We can have the conversation about Shelly. We don't have to keep attaching that to Alandria. Okay, thank you so much, Lynn, for your thoughts. Anika, will you give us your thoughts?
Sure, no problem. Good night, everybody. I just want to say that, the fact that the weekend started off with a CNN article about Nicolandria and has now ended on Sunday with several ads that we could watch for hours on end could drown out any negativity and any noise done by any lives or any postings or photographs or any going to raves and pretending that I have all these fans who give me duckies and all these things, okay? Yeah, because today that's what she did. Funny enough, in that particular post on her IG, 404's friends are obscuring themselves. So you really can't figure out the two friends that she was with. We don't quite know which friends, but we do see her. That girl is I don't know, something is not right. And I think, I am seeing a trajectory that is only leading to going off a cliff. And I'm hoping she does not go off the cliff. I hope someone takes her off the edge of the cliff and puts her to sit down and say, hey, you need to stop. You need to rehab yourself. You need to stop trying to reinforce or change the narrative even if you're reading this manifestation book that you claim you're reading, yeah, lay off a little bit. Give us a break, please. In addition to, I just want to add to Anne's point because I looked at Blue's live today as well, and it was so profound in a sense because I mean, I don't really know a lot of the people that you all refer to in any in-depth way. I didn't know about Jess Hilarious like that much, and in the expose, what I got was that this is somebody who hates herself because, or she has internalized a lot of self-hate, and because she sees a mirror of herself, in a sense, she sees another woman that looks like her in Olandria getting the opposite reaction, getting the love that she wishes she had. She now has to try and pull that down. So there's a lot of self-hate that is being exhibited there. She actually showed a video with a friend of Jess Hilarious who was making fun of Jess Hilarious, but then at the same time fawning over Olandria. So you see those differences. It was at the end of it, I felt really sad for Jess Hilarious, I'm not gonna lie, because to be in that kind of position, not being able to unpack your own self-hate is a very it's a sad place to be. It's I know it's difficult because of what we receive as dark-skinned Black women all the time. But to be in that point to be at that level where you are actually envious of somebody to the point where you're trying to pull them down is not good energy to have. And that was unfortunate in that sense. But yeah, that's what I have to say about 404. I was going to talk long about 404, but after seeing those ads, I felt so good that I don't need to say much about her anymore. Yeah. At this point.
Period. I don't disagree with you. I hope that feels really clear. I hope that feels really clear that I don't disagree. I think I've been very firm and I do think that the company we keep matters. And so I definitely am like, Shelly, what's going on, girl? What are you doing? But I don't think that has to mean something about her relationship with Olandria. I think that speaks more to just Shelly as a human, right? And you can definitely wait, and I don't know who you're perceiving as defending 404 on here. I don't know who you're perceiving as doing that. I think what's happening on this live, usually what happens on this live is she needs to just take a step back. Somebody said that she needed to get somebody in the comments said that 404 and they said somebody else. Oh, yeah, and I hear you. 404, somebody else, and then somebody else added Hilga that they needed to get an endorsement deal with BetterHelp. I do think that they should get offline. I think that they need to, when it comes to 404, I do think that what we're seeing happen with her is kind of similar to what we saw happening with Kendra and her psychiatrist, right? In the sense that Kendra definitely realized that she was having a lot of people come out at her and was feeling like she was being misunderstood and not believed. And so I think that she came even harder, right? Came more consistently, really needed people to buy it, right? And so I do think that because she is a public figure, that part of the reason why Ciara is doing so much online is because she needs the public to shift. It's eating her up in a way that I think is actually unhealthy. And I think she would feel better if she got offline. Nikki, please share your thoughts.
Yes, hello everyone. Hi panel. I just wanted to kind of address what Lynn was saying about the anti-Blackness and the call coming from inside the house, especially with for Shelly and Olandria. I think what we are often a lot of times not understanding is that because of white supremacy, oftentimes we find ourselves in competition, Black women with one another. And it's very interesting and very telling that people who are trying to pit Olandria and Shelly against each other are probably people that don't uplift other Black women in their lives. They're the ones that are in competition with one another. I have a circle of friends, we uplift each other. So that's how we move throughout the world. That's how we moved since, college. That's how I was raised to move. is uplifting Black women. So I think that stems from a lot of those hateful comments or pitting those two against one another. Is that it's really sad that we live in a world where we still have the mentality that we can only support one, that we have to choose.
Yeah.
And then the second thing I want to talk about is I think what we're witnessing with Alandria and Shelley in particular is establishing boundaries, learning what that means, learning who they are personality wise. I think we've talked about it. Alandria seems to be a bit of a people pleaser and doesn't really go out her way to establish those boundaries. She's the first daughter, the first, the older sibling that wants to, consider everybody else's feelings and puts hers on the back burner. I do agree that Shelley is, even though she's an older daughter, I don't know if she's the eldest daughter. Somebody can correct me on that. But I'm not the eldest daughter. I am an older daughter, I'm the second. And I do serve I used to serve as like the peacemaker. So I can understand in that regard of her wanting to still have be a neutral place for Alandria and 404. The problem is I want to take this back to those who have not watched Vanderpump Rules during the scandal with Ariana, how she got her job at Love Island, is that Lisa Vanderpump, who was on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and who created Vanderpump Rules as a spinoff, during the scandal reunion, Ariana set a boundary with Lisa Vanderpump and said, I know you want to be there for him, but you can't be in my life. And I thought that was a really healthy boundary that I am hoping that Alandria at some point has a conversation with Shelley, because I don't move in a sense where if something has happened to where you have seen a person, intentionally, maliciously go and do things that disparage, your relationship. I don't trust you. I don't know you long enough as a friend to say, if you hang out with this person, don't bring me up. Don't bring my relationship up. Don't bring up the things that we, Shelley and Alandria, talk about to 404. And I feel like that is what can be a problem in a potential problem in Shelley and Alandria's friendship. Because if Alandria and Shelley are tight and she's sharing intimate details about a relationship, I don't think they know each other well enough that Alandria can really trust Shelley not to disclose personal things about Alandria's relationship with 404, which is very clear that 404 is clearly keeping Shelley around to gain that level of information from her. And that's what I'm afraid of when it comes to their relationship. I hope it works out. I hope that they can establish some boundaries, but at my grown age, they're in their learning stages. I just don't necessarily know if this friendship will have the distance at this point in time while she's still in relationship with 404. And lastly, I just want to gush. Y'all, that commercial did things to me. I'm going to see my therapist tomorrow. I have an appointment at 11 a.m. So I'm gonna be talking about some things because this feels unhealthy. It just feels unhealthy. It doesn't feel right. My God. So that's all I want to say.
I love it. I love it. Nikki, I'm similar to you. Granted, I am 39, so I'm not trying to project too much of my own personal stuff, but I will say this, if Alandria was my client, if she were my client and she was telling me about what was happening with 404 and her man and her soul sister, I would absolutely be encouraging her to be curious about the motivation of her good friend being in a relationship with this person that has spoken, has had disparaging things to say about her and her man. As a clinician, if a client was in my office telling me that, I would ask, what do you think their motivation is? What do you think she gets out of being in that relationship? How do you feel? Do you feel like like there's a boundary there? I would definitely be having my client be curious about that. So I will say that about it, y'all. I do want to give them grace and believe that they are doing, whatever they need to do. And if this was a client sitting in my office, I would be clocking this. We would be having a conversation about it. We would.
Add up something to what you just said.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I wanted to say, I feel like I don't think it's anti-black women. Well, I'm not well versed on that, so maybe it might be. I don't know. But I feel like there is a harm in us connecting Alandria and Shelly's friendship and pushing it the way we are. I feel like there's a harm there because it doesn't give them room for error. Because it's okay if Shelly and Alandria don't have as strong as a friendship as we might would like for them to have had. That's okay. And I feel like the more we keep saying, they're soul sisters, they have this. What if they don't have it and Shelly's when she's moving? That's okay, because the second we make it like it's not okay, they have to have this friendship, everything is going to become scrutinized, and they already have a hard time in moving in the world as Black women. So it's okay that they don't have that deep of a connection. That's number one. And number two, I feel like we're making it seem like, okay, they're just friends. It is what it is. What Ciara is doing to Olandria is harmful. It is something that can have long-term side effect to it. So Shelly just hanging out with Ciara is not no little, like, it's just an event. This is something where a hard line has to be drawn, because what Ciara is doing is pushing a narrative on a Black woman that she is a side woman, that she took her man, that she's the villain in her life. And Shelly hanging out with her is not just it get your bag. It's not something small. And it's not just harmful to Alandria, it's also harmful to Shelly. So I don't think it's anti-Black to say the way Shelly's moving is harmful to herself and it's harmful to her friend. And it's okay if they don't have that deep of a connection. And if she's closer to Ciara, that's also okay. But she's gonna have to take a stance.
Yeah.
I feel like we're being.
Can I ask a question on
Can I
that?
respond to that?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, Nikki, what's your question?
No, I just wanted to clarify, because what I gathered is that we're not saying that Shelly, from what I'm hearing the conversation is that I'm not taking that Shelly is wrong or not wrong for, girl, find it. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah.
Girl, like, find it already. That the issue with the anti-Blackness is not necessarily between Shelly and Landra being friends, but more so the people that are pitting them against each other. Is that correct? Is that what we're talking about? Because okay, I just wanted to be clear, because I from what I gathered from the last speaker was that the anti-Blackness was the fact that Shelly and Landria were friends, and that was a problem.
Lynn, can you clarify? Because I know you're the one that brought it up, that people focusing on that part is rooted in anti-Blackness. Will you clarify?
Yeah, what I'm saying is not that it's anti-Black. They can be friends, they cannot be friends. I don't really care. That has nothing to do with me. What I'm saying is, for everyone that has an issue with one side or another, pitting them against each other, making one the villain and one the martyr, that is what is rooted in anti-Blackness, right? That's the issue, right? Because there are plenty of examples of other cast members acting, a total ass. And we're not sitting around talking about, well, they're an awful person because they did this, and they're an awful person because they did that. Why are we not having real conversations about real people who have truly acted egregiously? And we're talking about, well, Shelly's this and Shelly's that, and Alondra is this and Alondra is that. For what? These girls have done, from what we know, they have no issues with each other, right? So why are we sitting around creating false issues where there are none? That is what's rooted in anti-Blackness and nothing else. That's why I say the call sometimes comes from the house. It could, because there are Black people sitting around having these conversations. For what?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that this speaks to the complication and the nuance of it all, right? Because I think that, to both of y'all's points and Nikki's, right? Like Tata, I absolutely do think that is something to be being cured. This doesn't really, everybody that is older than Shelly, right, can see that this doesn't really probably serve her, right? Like this is not a good look. And I think it is valid to wonder, why are you comfortable being in communion and in community with someone that has spoken this way about someone that you call your soul sister, that Alandria calls her soul sister? Why are you comfortable with that? I think there's nothing wrong with like being curious about that and what that might mean about Shelly as a friend, but I think it's the pitting them against each other. It's someone has to be the victim or someone has to be the villain and someone has to be the victim. That's the part that gets rooted in anti-blackness, because that's not actually even real. To Lynn's point, it's not unusual for, not all of my friends are friends with my other friends. For me though, I will say for me, if you're my friend, I say all the time, don't come to me and tell me what somebody said about me. Tell me why they felt like they could say it to you about me. So I definitely do hear that around, why are you kicking it with this girl that has had disparaging things to say about someone that calls themselves your soul sister, especially to your point, right? Because the narrative that 404 has attempted to push around Alandria is harmful. And I have cut people off that are much closer to me than a friend for allowing people to do harm to me and not taking a stance one way or the other. Because I say all the time, if you are not against the oppressor or the abuser, you are in support of the oppressor and the abuser, period, full stop. So I do think that there is something to be curious around about that. And I hear that whole aspect of it. And I also hear this aspect of, it doesn't have to be about putting these two in competition though. It doesn't have to be about putting these two against one another. We can have the conversation without adding that piece of it and dragging Alandria into it, as much as we can just spend time being curious about what this means about Shelly. Y'all, we are very close to 200,000. If y'all could tap the screen. I do want to respond to some comments, and I know that they're coming a lot faster, so I have it posted. Perpy B said, do you think Alandria is saying that Shelly is her friend in public is her way of protecting Shelly? I think that Alandria means it. We heard Nick say in his speech that she offers loyalty sometimes, like when it's not returned. I think this is a function of Alandria's character. I think that she means it. I think that she believes that to be true. I think that, Alandria told us herself, right? Sometimes she gets bought into the potential of something. She gets bought into what she wants something to be versus what it is. And so I think that she will just have to let herself find out. Right? And I don't even know, do I think I don't know if I know that she's like a people pleaser, because I don't know enough about her to say that, but I do know that she is very self-sacrificing. And that can be very harmful, right? And she's I know that because she's told us that, y'all, right? In addition to the way that we've seen her move, right? But the fact that she thought choosing Nick was her being selfish. Selfishness has to do with like actively creating harm to someone else. That's not selfish, right? You're just prioritizing yourself, but that is not selfish, right? You're not harming someone by choosing to partner and couple up with, you have to stay on the island, number one. And there was something there, it's okay to explore it, right? So that's not selfish, but she has this framing that it is, right? And so we know that she is self-sacrificing in a way where she might be, to Iris's point with Sierra, you don't have to be the cool girl. It's possible, maybe that is showing up with her and Shelly. We don't know, right? But again, we don't know if she has, right? Athena, to your point, we don't know if Shelly herself has drawn a boundary with 404 in terms of talking about Alandria. We don't know. You're absolutely right. Me personally, I can only speak about what I would do, right? Me personally, you're going to have to course correct that shit. You was loud as fuck about my friend. You're going to have to course correct loud as fuck as well before I can be out in public just kicking it and kikiing with you. You personally. You know what I mean? Say more about that, Mosh 2025. Amaya is her friend too. Do you mean Amaya is Alandria's friend? I want to make sure that I understand. Again, and Beeger and 404, Amaya is friends with 404. Is that what y'all are telling me? Yes, and please add your thoughts while I get clarification.
Here's the thing. Shout out to my Haitians on the live. I'll talk. I think it's Tata and Lynn. So Tata makes a very important point. Growing up Haitian, how we are taught to basically in that generation. My
Hold
parents
on. Side
are
note,
Gen
and I'm
Xers.
Haitian too, dog. You gonna forgive me?
Period. Oh yeah, Gigi. Her flag is
Oubliez tout
right there on her
ça.
bio.
Wow.
My
Oubliez
bad,
tout
my
ça.
bad, Gigi.
Wow. She done
Wow,
created Haitian
no,
beef.
sorry,
She done
sorry,
created
sorry.
Haitian beef in your life. You see that? Wap kon George, I swear. Wap vin pou.
First of all, we don't even know
Pare
who
pou
Georgia
an.
is.
Rivalry. We will not have Caribbean people fighting here, please. Thank you. I'm not endorsing that.
Right. Thank you, Anika. I love her accent.
Treating me like the redheaded stepchild over here.
I apologize, sis, because her flag is in her bio. You can, for most people, you can tell by my name because it's French, if you know French. But what I was gonna say is Tata makes a valid point about us. Like we weren't heard growing up per se. Like our voices didn't matter. So I grew up very agreeable. Like you said, I was nice. I wasn't kind. And I also had a lot of people pleasing tendencies that I had to work on with my therapist. Shout out to her. So what I had to say is that I feel like you make a point with Janae and the way that she spiritually bypasses. And for me being agreeable, religion has a lot to do with it too, because the primary religion in Haiti is Christianity, because our spirituality was taken from us. Now that I, have been practicing my spirituality since I've deconstructed a few years ago, like I will open my throat chakra and say what the fuck I need to say. I don't allow people to just whatever. And if I feel like I need to, and I'm gonna say this as a Sagittarius, I'm protecting you by staying away. Because I know how lethal that I can get. Crystals! I know how lethal I can get. So I control myself as much as possible. The other thing I was gonna say, Shelly as a Haitian woman might have like similar things that she's dealing with in terms of like culture, because she is an adult, and you feel like some of y'all feel like she doesn't have as much support as Olandria, which does make sense. But my thing with people holding Shelly accountable for being friends with 404, but not holding like Bella accountable for being friends with people that are problematic either. Like to me, it's always, and y'all always say, oh, don't talk about racism. Well, sorry, not sorry. This country is built off that system, right? So like race is embedded in everything that we do. Like it's something that like we can't escape it. And then in terms of that, like the subculture getting into like the culture of being Haitian, it's a lot of like nuance. And I think that's why some of y'all can't have this conversation, because your brains are very black and white. And this is a nuanced world. We kind of need to live in the gray area. And then I found something very interesting in Blue's Live that she was talking about today, talking about Clark and Taylor. So now Taylor is mad that Olandria is not the person Clark is. And what I mean by that is Clark is now overshadowing him, when he wanted Clark to be his Olandria. Like he wanted that attention, he wanted that clout. And now he's probably in there like, oh, I made a big mistake. I fumbled the beautiful dark-skinned girl, and now I'm with Clark, and now she's overshadowing me. But because of your people have speculated that he's a colorist, I'm not going to say that he is, but you got with the light-skinned girl, and then I saw y'all pitting them against each other. That is causing colorism. Oh, he picked Clark. He don't like Alandria. He don't like dark-skin. Like, stop all of that, please. And now that's probably why he's taking, Blue was saying that's probably why he's taking his frustration out on Clark. And to get deeper with it, when it comes to like the beginning of DV, as someone who grew up with a narcissistic father, and parental DV is not something that's spoken about, I'll tell you that these are the beginning signs, because you're shoving her and it looks rough, and you want to say that you're being playful, but that's just like people using comedy as a way to not be offensive. Like just hilarious, you tried it, but that wasn't funny. Your hateration showed. We know how to read context. Like, just, it's actually really, really frustrating what's happening. And I think that's why both of them have kind of like shied away from the cameras. So yeah. And for the love of God, like, and thank you for saying this, Tina, like, reality TV show seems to want to pit women against each other, and now you want to do the Clark versus Ola. We have a dark skinned baddie and a light skinned baddie. They're both beautiful women, and we're just all different shades of black. That's one. And then Shelly and Ola, they are good friends. I saw Tina, you talk a lot about micro expressions, and so when Tisha when she was on the podcast, the minute that she said her Shelly's name, I saw her face light up and she smiled. Like, you love this person, you care about this person, this is your friend. Why are we trying to pit them against each other because of who she chooses to be friends with? And we don't clock anything that the men do. Here we go with the fucking double standards and misogyny. That's all. Ridiculous.
I think those are all really valid points. I will say I typically don't talk about the men because men don't interest me in general, unless I'm talking shit about them. But I will say, yes, I agree. Lynn, I'm so for real. No, yeah, I think Michelle, what to Anne and Tata's point, like it is a very nuanced conversation, which is why I'd prefer to like have it on live than to like make a video about it, because you got 10 minutes to try to talk about this shit. You know what I mean? Like, ugh. But there are lots of people. Thank you, Nikisha. There are lots of people that are attempting to do that, right? That are attempting to pit the two of them against each other, when really it's a much more nuanced and complicated conversation than that. And I do think it's fair to say that, like I said before, as a clinician, this is something that I would invite into the space. I never make my clients do anything. I always tell them, you can do whatever the hell you want to do, ultimately, right? And I'm curious about. And so I would definitely be inviting it into the space. And then Cured Collection, I know that you said you felt like it's dangerous to put them there. No, I agree, Michelle. I agree. Again, like I said, as a clinician, I would be curious about what my client is allowing and tolerating within their relationship dynamics, and that's not just romantic.
Can I also say something?
Sorry,
real quick?
can I?
Gigi, yes.
Oh, yeah. Let me also say this, guys. I want you to keep in mind, all of these people quite literally just met. Yeah. I want everyone to please keep in mind these people literally just met. So will they be friends for a long time? Maybe. Will they not? Maybe. They're not bound to each other by souls just because they were on a TV show together. Like, these people just met, and either way, it's okay. And that's healthy. There are people we meet in life and they're here for a season and that's it. And we just, please, it's what they would do each other for 6 weeks, maybe now 3 months. It's okay, guys.
Yeah, that's another thing, right? It's like, it may pass. Like this is where they are today. And I think obviously we're all on the outside looking in, and some of us are like, ooh, we can clock something immediately, right? But we also, a lot of us are older and we have more practice doing that, right? And so just giving them a second, letting it kind of breathe a little bit, and then see what happens. You know what I mean? Okay, yes, I see the requests, y'all. So Gigi, will you please give us your thoughts?
Yes. So two things I want to touch on. The first thing I want to touch on is the comment that was in the regarding the Loch Ness monster. Just like it's not okay to condition a young lady to accept a young boy putting his hands on her playfully and saying, "Oh, he just likes you." It's not okay for a grown man to do it. It simply isn't okay. And I don't like this idea where we're like, oh, putting the label of DV, pointing out the signs isn't saying that he's a DV abuser. Things do have an escalation period. And it's kind of like you want us to wait until she's laying in a hospital bed or the cops are called in order to label it that. And that's not okay. We can point out the signs and go, oh, girl, watch out. Would you watch your friend walk into a ditch? Or would you prefer to go, hey girl, watch your step there? And that's pretty much how I see it. Like, we calling out the signs isn't saying that he is a DV, but we see the signs of escalation because we have the experience, because we have the discernment, and we should be able to call it out because that's what good people do. So that's my comment on that. As far as the Shelley and O thing, I just want to add a layer of perspective. Um, and although I don't agree at all with the pitting the two of them against each other, I think the added layer to that is that they're they're under a microscope of social influence, right? We're in this, they are operating under this lens of social influence, and they're in the world and they're in the media because they went through this experience on some level because they wanted, the fame and the exposure. And for you two to publicly be claiming each other as soul sisters, and then for you to be engaging actively in a friendship with somebody, or communing with somebody who is talking about your soul sister, who's had things to say about her and her relationship, it's going to give people pause. And I think the biggest issue that people have, it's not the sense of pitting them against each other. It's at what point is somebody who navigates in the social sphere, do you as a person go, I have to be more careful about the way I'm perceived, about the way my relationships are perceived? Because you're responsible. You're responsible in the way people drive narratives about you, how they spin narratives about you, and you have to have that level of I don't want to keep overusing the word discernment, but you have to have that level of awareness to go, okay, if I'm going to be operating in a public space, I have to watch the way I'm perceived. I have to watch the people that I navigate life with. Again, surprise pop quiz. Where are the pictures of her friends from Mykonos?
Exactly.
Where are the pictures of her friends who were with her when she shot that video about her wanting to be a nightmare instead of a daydream? Nobody's in these videos. But however, you can put Shelley up there in a heartbeat. And because she understands, and as Sierra is somebody who we've said time and again his bread and butter is navigating the social media sphere. So she knows how to navigate this. So she knows how to spin things, and she knows how these narratives are going to shift. And the more we shift this, the less people think about what she's done, and the more conversation becomes of why would Shelley do this? So Shelley, I feel like, as I love her, that's my, she's a little Haitian princess and I adore her, but I feel like the Americanization of her and her parents sort of works as a detriment to her, because as somebody in the Haitian, who first gen Haitian American, my parents would have put me to the side immediately and be like, "Sagenzami, who needs friends? I'm gonna need you to back it up.
Yeah.
Back it up. Who needs friends?" And you don't need people in your corner who operate that way, because especially if you have the when you talk about from a cultural aspect. And I'm sure Anne and Tata and Lynn can speak to that as well, that when you have, especially as a first gener, your parents are going to tell you, the first thing they tell you is you need to be careful about the people that you run with because of how people will perceive you. Because first gen parents who aren't as Americanized are very, very, very conscious about how we are perceived and the people that we run with. So that's why I feel like I don't necessarily subscribe the cultural aspect to Shelley, because her parents are so Americanized. So the more disconnected that you are, or distance, not disconnected necessarily, but the more distance between the homeland and the generation, I feel like there's more of a distance to the values as well. And so I feel like that's where that is coming from.
I want to say a couple of things. I want to respond to some comments. That's what I was going to allude to, Katie. So I'm actually not a Black Southern woman, but as a Black woman, period, I definitely also you got to work twice as hard to be half as good, right? Like there's definitely that training from us, our parents as well. So I would say even with her being Americanized, there was probably some level of conversation. Birds of a feather flock together. Like we've all heard these things. So I would assume that I would hope that there was some level of conversation from people around her about being mindful of the company that she keeps, right? And I do feel like as a parent, that's definitely something I tell my own kids, right? If you are hanging out with people that are perceived this way, then how do you think people are going to perceive you, right? And again, even if Sierra hadn't said anything about her homegirl, the other thing Sierra has done, again, just you are the company that you keep. And I have the same critique for Amaya Papaya about her hanging out with Hilga. You know what I mean? And so I do think that that there has to be some accountability. And I say that all the time, right? Like And not that she needs to be accountable to us, but to herself. There has to be some level of accountability about the company that you're keeping and the narrative that you are now crafting about yourself. I know someone was like, someone in the comments I want to address real quick. You were like, defamation exists for a reason, and that's true. But one of the like predicates of defamation is that the information not be true. But Shelly is in fact hanging out with her. She is in fact doing that, and she did in fact call Sierra her girl. So what the conclusions that people draw from that are based on what she is telling us, not just our perspective, right? She commented on it and was like, my girl, like, so she is affirming that this is true for her too, right? And aligning herself with this person. Nola girl, I don't know. I have not ever heard Shelly call Alandria her soul sister. I've only heard it the other way. If someone in the comments wants to correct me, if you've ever heard it from Shelly directly.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, Shelly has never said it about Alandria. And also, guys, I know this is gonna be a hot take. Okay, please don't chew me up, please.
Hi, Catherine.
But we have to also be okay with the idea that Shelly might not be who we think she is either, and that might be a lesson that both people and Alandria have to learn together. I love Shelly. She's Haitian. That's my girl. But we have to be okay with the concept that people are not who we want them to be. And maybe Shelly is not the next Serena and Janae that you want them to be. Maybe that's not the relationship they're going to have because their personalities just don't mesh well. Shelly does move weird. I'm not going to lie. And maybe that's just who she is. And maybe it's not. Maybe it's poor media training. Maybe it's poor discernment, whatever you want to call it. But I think a lot of this back and forth is because people have not reconciled with the fact that if she's not who I want her to be, is that okay with me? And it needs to be.
Yeah. That part, right? Because ultimately these people don't owe us anything, right? But this goes to, so Nikki had brought up an excellent point on my last live, right? That like a lot of times people are, and I've talked about this a little bit on some videos, right? People will pedestal people. And what that does is it actually removes people from their humanity, right? When somebody can only be at the top of something, they can only be the best of the best. And people are potentially very dangerously doing that with Alandria as well, right? And so you have to be mindful of when people want to separate you from your humanity, we want to create a character and an image of you, right? And this is why it goes back to not supporting rights and wrongs. You know what I mean? You need to be able to take the full nuance and the full context of a person and either be okay with that or not. You know what I mean? I'm going to have Deidre Ann speak, and then I am going to rotate some folks for my panel. All my subs, y'all can stay up if you like. But I think y'all need to understand exactly, Ev, that people are not infallible. I'll unmute you in a little bit. That people are not infallible. There are going to be things that you're going to see from those people that even though you like them, is not going to align with your personal praxis, and that is okay. And it's okay to name that and say, that's fucking weird to me. Infallible means that they can never make mistakes, Jan. Right? That they're just all righteous, all knowing, all right, they can only be the pinnacle of perfection. And I do want us to be so careful about especially doing that with Black women. Like I say all the time, you can like someone and still critique parts of their behavior. It does not have to be either or. Y'all understand? So I think when we're having this conversation, it's all of this that has to be at play, right? Where I know, and to Ann's point, and this is a thing that happens in larger culture as well, lots of people are very black and white. They need it to be one or the other because that's what is easiest for our brains. And that's not shitting on people. Our brains just like to scaffold, right? They like to scaffold. They want the easiest route to the answer. That's why stereotypes exist. Because I need to be able to quickly assess in a situation, right? So your brain starts to make these assessments and judgments about certain things, right? Ultimately, most things are to keep us safe. Then you have to like pick apart things, right? But it's exhausting on brains to be constantly doing all that, right? It also is stan culture, right? That it can, again, they can only be, I have to accept every single thing about them and I can't let any critique happen about them. And it's like, babes, they're a human. They're humans. There are going to be things that are like, I don't fuck with that. You know? Um, and so, yes, and it takes a lot of work, Nola girl. That's not easy. That's not easy, right? To be able to step away from that black and white thinking. But it is it is okay for people to say, based on my experience and based on my expertise and based on this or based on that, this is what I am seeing from this behavior. It doesn't have to mean I hate her and I hope that she fucking fails in life. Why y'all be so extreme? Relax, you know? Like, it does not have to be so far gone just to say, hey, I don't like this particular thing. I don't like that they went to the CB concert. I don't. Curry, nobody in this life, but it's happening. And that's the conversation we're having, right? And people should not perceive criticism or critique about the behavior as though people are shitting on them simply because we are talking about the behavior and what that might mean. Okay. Deidre Ann, I think it's Deidre Ann. Yes, I want you to share your thoughts. Please share. And I will unmute you so that you can. Okay, I just sent you an invitation. Okay, there you go.
Okay, hello everyone.
Hello.
How are you? I have a perspective that I don't think that we're touching on. You ever heard the saying, people are fine with you doing good as long as your good is not better than theirs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you got a situation where everyone comes into the villa and they couple up. Some of the relationships don't work. Then you have a change in events where a couple that everyone on the outside is seeing fall in love. Well, more so him falling in love with her. This black girl is oblivious. She's from the South. As she said, I might have liked what I saw, but I wasn't sure if he liked what he saw and not fetishize me. So she was afraid to engage in this relationship or explore it. Then parents come in and they give everyone a little hint. Hey, this couple, everyone on the outside is really rooting for you. So you come to the point where Nick and not Nick, but Shelly and Ace are eliminated. Mm-hmm. So then they leave the villa. They're now re-entering into the real world, and they see this couple is that we least likely expected to even get together is bigger than we all anticipated. So of course you're going to get in your feelings and feel some kind of way, correct? She's my girl. So in Alandria's interviews, she says, oh, she's my soul sister. It's going to be very difficult for her to get rid of me. Mm-hmm. Now I'm going to take you back. Do you all remember the episode when Taylor could have gotten eliminated? Well, he wasn't going to get eliminated, but he was definitely on the chopping block. And Sierra went and stood behind him. Remember that? Mm-hmm. And there's a scene where Iris and Alandria are in the makeup room, and she's taking off her makeup and she says something about, I just realized someone that was my best friend is an op. Okay, so now we're all out in the real world, and you see the girl you proclaim is your soul sister, and now she is hanging out. Well, there are photos of her hanging out with Sierra. Sierra is very calculating. She was manipulative in the whole entire game she was playing. And I believe in my heart, the producers found a way to get rid of her. Her goal wasn't that she was so in love with Nick. Her interest was she wanted the brand deals. She wanted to win Love Island, and that opportunity was stripped from her. So her anger now is placed upon my black friend, who I was not threatened by when I found out that had kissed my then coupled up. Well, they weren't coupled up. They were still open, but the guy that I'm supposed to be with. So now she gets on live. She makes these videos. Her vitriol isn't towards Nick. It's towards Alandria. Because this is who I didn't expect at all to usurp me in this at all. I expected to be the winner. So then you see, we don't really know in the background what's going on. What we do know is that Shelly took a picture with this girl, and she purposely put this on internet, another tactic for manipulation. And so I believe in my heart that Alandria is no fool. And her mother had made she made a video about how hard it had been for her in navigating, building friends. So I think with her having a management team, her family, they're all scouring the internet just like we're all seeing it. So they're going to have a conversation with her to go, hey, you know, I know that you have a relationship with Shelly. It's fairly new, but we would advise you to have very limited interaction with her on the outside. That may potentially cause some problems because I believe Shelly's birthday is in September. She's having a party.
It's in a few days, I think, actually.
Yes, she has a party coming up. And I thought to myself, I said, I wonder if Alandria will go in support. But knowing that she's just took this picture with this girl who obviously is scorned, that, you know, I didn't win. The very man that I thought I was going to be able to be with, I'm not with him. And I see all this attention towards this one person I least suspected. I'm certain that she would show up, but I don't think Alandria will go. So she's going to be fine. As far as Shelly is concerned, she does need to question how she's moving. If she, even though they're both not at this time, they're famous, but obviously Alandria is extremely famous. She's an icon at this point. So I kind of feel like on some level there might be a little jealousy going on that's unspoken. And at some point, like you all said, this is a new relationship, 3 months. Our lives are going to be busy. We're going to have to get used to this new normal. And I think that I think Alandria is wise enough to recognize that I can be friends with Shelly. And she can be my soul sister. We shared this experience, but I think she will know how to navigate, how to be friends with Shelly so that it does not interfere with her relationship with Nick and her future. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah. I want to clarify a couple of things in the comments. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Teacher Ann. I do want to clarify a couple of things in the comments. Alandria did say she's going. She asked Shelly, what are we doing for your birthday? And Shelly was like, I'm going to be in New York, stay tuned. So we should presume that if schedules align, Alandria does intend to go. Somebody was like, Shelly did not even like the picture. It's an old picture. I did put up for you that just 17 hours ago, Shelly actually did go and comment on the picture of my girl. So Shelly has indeed confirmed from her own mouth that that's her homie and she's rocking with her, you know. So I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that were being said in the comments around that. Okay. I do want to let anybody on my panel that has any more thoughts about, we've been talking about Shalandria for a minute, y'all. Any more thoughts around this to share? And then I do want to rotate out my panel.
Yes, I have one more thing I want to say. In Trinidad, we have a saying. It goes like this: friends will carry you, but they won't bring you back. And I think if Shelly continues to allow herself to be carried by Sierra, Sierra is not going to bring her back. Sierra is not going to, that potential damage that could happen if Shelly is not careful about how she navigates this thing. It is going to cause damage that she may not be able to know how to handle it. That's why I said we have a saying in Trinidad: friends will carry you, but they won't bring you back, because the consequences of that friendship she needs to look at. The consequences of that alignment she needs to look at. If she is not careful, because this girl, and it's not that I'm putting too much heat on Shelly. It is 404. This girl is extremely unhinged at this point. She is trying to change a narrative that she's not a racist, although she is known to be friends with one. She is trying to make it sound as though she is a woman rejected and scorned by Nick and betrayed by Alandria, which did not happen. That's not what happened. So it's poor me. I am the victim. And, you know, I need closure. Because she said, you know, she made it even sound like if she wasn't invited to the reunion on the live. That it was, I wasn't invited, and you know, I don't think I wanted to I wouldn't have wanted to go anyway, because you know, I wouldn't be able to have the real raw conversations, the real honest open conversations that I wanted to have. Who was more deceitful for the 6 or 5 weeks in the villa than you? Who was more calculating than you? Your entire operation was so disingenuous, so fake, so calculated that I can't expect any truth from that girl. That apology was the most fake thing I ever saw, and all her actions post apology proves that she wasn't genuine about it in the first place.
I mean,
And
well,
that's where the heat should go.
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's where the heat should go. As for Shelly, my thing is she needs to be careful, because friends could carry you and they will love you all the way until the crap hits the fan, and then they leave you and you have to be trying to dig yourself out of some splatter.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
to,
so
to your point, Anika, she said it wasn't an apology post, it was an accountability post. We all saw her friends abandon her while she was still in that villa when everything came out, right? So this is maybe par for the course with the way that she does friendships, because now she was kicking it with them in Mykonos after that, right? So like the way that she does friendships may be unusual to those of us that are grown and don't move those ways, right? I do want to respond to Curry Diamond Curls in the comments. They're not mass murderers. It's okay to be grown and befriend people that don't care for each other. If you are okay with your friends being good friends, you're good friends. Someone you think is your good friend. Being friends with people that have disparaged you publicly, that is your business. I think it's weird. I think it's weird. And I do think that that 404 is absolutely calculated, and I don't think it's something wrong with saying we need to, sorry y'all. Ashanti, we are parasocial, but babe, you're in here with us. You're in here with us. It's like picking up US Magazine and being like, oh my God, why are these tabloid reporters writing about these people while I read the article? Why are you here? Why are you here? That said, y'all need to understand nothing is ever surface level. I know that some people can only do surface level thinking. Let me put my other background back on here. I know some people can only ever do it because you can't keep up. Okay. So let me be very clear. Let me be very clear. When someone like Sierra says what she said about Alandria, he liked my best friend the whole time. What she is doing is signaling to the public, or liked my friend the whole time. What she is doing is signaling to the public, this man betrayed me, and this person that I thought was my friend is this side piece that was always in the background being yearned for by this man, right? And let me tell you what that is that is her placing Alandria into the Jezebel image, and it was feeding the narrative that was already happening in the public. Oh, that's a great question, Rocky. It was already happening in the public, right? It was, oh, what happened to being a girl's girl? All of that was already happening, and that girl was already outside of the villa. So she knew that. She knew that that was happening, and she chose to feed it. She chose to feed that narrative. That is problematic. It is harmful. It is dangerous, especially coming from someone that we know has problematic views when it comes to race. And so we cannot act like that words don't mean things, that they don't communicate certain messages. And so when she's doing that, that is a level of harm. And if they can't clock it, that's fine. But as the grown-ups, we come onto the internet to say, hey, if y'all can't clock it, we want y'all to know this is what's happening. Because whatever the fuck Alandria and Shelly and Sierra do is really not my concern. That's not my business. But they are absolutely a fantastic case study to tell other people to look out for certain shit. So you can either catch it and learn the lesson for your own life, or you can continue to tolerate people that play in your fucking face. But we don't want that for y'all. So we come on here and we have these conversations. We have these conversations so that y'all can learn something. If that feels uncomfortable for y'all, that's okay. It's not about projection. It's about an ability to critically think. I need you to be able to critically think and to have more information, right? When you know about the Moynihan Report, when you know about the concepts of womanhood in the United States, when you know about systemic oppression, then you can have these conversations at a different level. And you can understand that what Ciara did is not just some slight who gives a fuck situation. It means something, especially because I'm going to keep going there, especially because she already knew what Alandria was getting. She was out of the villa. She knew what Alandria was getting. She fed that shit. She said, yep. Feeding it. And that to Deidre Ann's point, that is indicative of her character. And if you would be okay with your friends doing that, that is your business. But we are in here having this conversation because there are lots of people that need the information. And yes, we use them as a case study, but it literally is just that, a case study. Ultimately, I don't give a fuck what they do. I think you don't understand. And if you, and I think you don't understand. And if you don't care, that makes me curious about a lot of things. But again, I don't care if you don't want to have it for your life. And I wasn't even actually speaking directly to you, Curry, when I first responded. I was also talking to the other person that already got muted at this point. But this is a case study. This is about looking at the behavior and saying, what are the lessons that can be taught around it? Because the reality is we're all going to deal with people to some extent. We're all going to deal with people to some extent that move how 404 is moving. You thinking that it's not a big deal because she hasn't murdered someone, even though she came on the internet and attempted to assassinate her homegirl's character and to basically call her a homewrecker, when that was already she was already getting so much hate for that. If you feel like that's okay for people to do that in your life, that's your business. You can tolerate whatever you want to tolerate. But to say that it's not a big deal simply because it's not egregious enough to you, when it is much deeper than that, you're not going to come in this space and invalidate the history. You're not going to come in this space and invalidate the deeper context of it and why we're having the conversation. So
sorry, Tina, I muted her because it was clear that she wasn't interested in having like a critical conversation. And just a couple of quick PSAs, if you don't mind. We're less than 20,000 away from the goal, so let's go ahead and keep tapping, showing Tina love for this critical space that she allows us to think and have these conversations. And I would encourage those in the comments, just know that I will mute you if you're not interested in having critical conversations and having honest discourse, because there is no point in talking if you're just here to hate. Like, you can go hate elsewhere. We're not about that. We are grown. That's number 2. Letter 3. As far as this conversation with us discussing 404 and her behaviors, just know that just because people have critical conversations about people's behaviors does not make them parasocial. Let's go ahead and use a dictionary appropriately and discover what these words mean before we say them, because it's bad enough that we have a cabinet in office that is very anti-intellectual. You don't have to be on the internet doing the same thing. The internet is forever. You don't want to be caught in 4K acting silly.
Because these lives are recorded. Thank you, Gigi. Gigi is always holding it down. ZL, my other mod in here, will block you. She don't even just mute. Some of my mods be like, you got to get out. So, you know, again, I don't care about people disagreeing. There are people on this live that say things that I don't always agree with. That's okay. But we are going to critically think in here. We're not going to be like insulting to people simply because we don't disagree, or to minimize people's experiences simply because you don't agree. Thank you so much. Like, we can do a lot of things all at one time, y'all. A lot of things. Okay. I do have Shayla too. Shayla is quick to block, y'all. So yeah, keep it very cute. Keep it very cute. They trying to silence you. Michelle, but you disagree with us in this live. You know what I mean? Like, that's totally fine. Like, you can disagree with the panelists. It's the way in which y'all do it, right? I'm never gonna be for people coming in here and trying to minimize those experiences, right? To say, it pissed me off, y'all, to say, well, like, they're not mass murderers, as if that woman does not have a level of privilege that she then weaponized against that Black woman is, no, I'm sorry, no. Exactly, love. Exactly. It's like they get uncomfortable because, again, they do that black and white thing. You know what I mean? If you critique someone that I like, then now it's a big negative. Oh, okay, yeah, Michelle, exactly. Woo, Ebony. Okay. Anybody else on my panel want to say anything about this before I rotate out and let other folks come up and share their thoughts?
Yeah, I wanted to address a comment that I saw earlier. It brings up.
Wait, hold on real quick, Tata. Ritz, you're hilarious because I saw what you said when Anika said what they said, and you said, like Chris, friends will carry you and not bring you back. Y'all are hilarious. Okay, go ahead, Tata.
So it brings a point to, I feel like most of us here, and as well as yourself said before, the dehumanizing Shelly and Olandria. So I wanted to reiterate that if Shelly and Olandria happen to not have the kind of friendship we might have wanted to see, that's okay. If just because they're two Black men doesn't mean they have to get along, be these soul sisters, these cocoa, like figure out it's okay if they don't have that kind of friendship. We need to give them that grace. I think the person says something, what's Shelly there to be jealous about? I feel like we cannot play dumb when it comes to the fact that Shelly was already someone who was already had an influencer career versus Olandria came from nowhere, and Olandria is getting more love than Shelly is. We cannot play like as if we don't see that. And if Shelly does have jealousy, that's also okay because that is a human response. Everyone who went to Love Island wanted to make something more for themselves. So if she may not be getting what she's expecting, that's also okay. We're not gonna love and care for Shelly any less because she happens to have a human feeling. That's also okay. So just making it seem like if Shelly, let's say Shelly feels like Olandria should not have gone with Nick because she's closer to Sierra. She felt like more girl closer to Sierra. That's also okay. She has the right to feel those things. And if she's moving there, she's moving because of she feels that way. Those things are okay. We don't love and respect and look out for them more or less because they feel those things. So we need to let these women be women. While we're looking out for them, we're not allowing them to be human. I feel like that's also unsafe for these Black women. That's it.
Y'all, my panel, just impressive every single time. Every single time. Gospel, art, and good vibes. We answered that question, but I am going to rotate out my panel and let other folks answer it. But we have talked about it ad nauseum. Like we've been talking about it, I feel like, for almost an hour. So yeah. Anywho, anybody else currently on my panel that want to say anything else about it?
I don't want to say anything else about it, but I do want to reiterate, everybody, do not take the thinking caps off. Okay? I'm tired. Please. I beg of you. I know sometimes it's hard to keep it on all the time, but it's for your betterment.
That's okay, Lynn. As soon as the thinking caps go off, we hit the block button.
Okay.
I just want to also add that we need to remember that these are young people. Most of them are under 30. Or all of them are under 30, actually.
All of them.
So
yeah.
their life experience is not that big, not that great. They are human. They are bound to have particular emotions. They are complex human beings. I wish people could understand that many things could be true at the same time, that people have complex emotions, that you might like somebody, but you will not agree with everything that they do, and you are within your right, if you really care, on a regular, if you are friends with somebody and they do something you don't like, you should be able to tell your friend, hey, I don't like what you did. I don't appreciate what you did. In the same way or in a similar way, we look at somebody, we identify with them on the television. We might see something that we like about their personality that they've shown. They do something off. That shouldn't change the fact that you like them. It just adds another layer that, hey, I don't quite like this thing that you did. people are people, and we need to understand that, and you need to start thinking in that way. This kind of binary thinking that I'm seeing online is very, very troubling to me. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I think it's dangerous even, because it kind of you kind of, it's bordering on idolizing somebody or pedestalizing them to an unnecessary point, because they're human. They're gonna make mistakes. Olandria will make mistakes. Nick will make mistakes. Whoever else will make mistakes, and we have to appreciate that they are human. They will do that. So yeah, I think that's all I want to see. I'll add.
Thank you so much. Yes, y'all. Again, like I always love my panels. But yeah, like we do a lot of things can be true all at one time, right? And so these people are going to be human. They're you have to know for yourself. So like maybe that's like a good exercise, right? And this is something I actually have clients do, is I will have them tell me, what does a romantic, thank y'all for 200K. We hit it. We exceeded it. I will have clients tell me, what is it that you see as like the characteristics that you want in a romantic relationship? What are the characteristics that you want in your friendships? I have clients do like a 4-box exercise. Who's your person that just encourages you? Who's your person that pours into you? Who's the person you're pouring into? Who are your ride or dies? And I have people begin to categorize people in their lives, because a lot of times y'all will get into these positions where everybody is just equal, and that's not real, and it'll make you have unhealthy relationship dynamics, or you'll be very disappointed in a lot of your relationships. And so maybe a good exercise is for people to determine, what do I look for in my relationships? What are my hard stops? What are my boundaries? What are my non-negotiables? So that, as we're having this conversation, it may not be a non-negotiable for some of y'all around some things, right? Whereas it may be for me, and that's okay. Our experiences can be different, but knowing that for your own self. So as we're having this conversation, you don't have to see it as so black and white. People don't have to either be thrown away or on you. You know what I mean? Like it can be complicated. I say, we don't have to throw people away. Sometimes we just got to put them on the shelf. You need a little time and a little space and a little distance. You know what I mean? To figure out your shit. And then maybe we can circle back and we can circle back. So yeah, and I want you to be able to share your thoughts. You've been hanging out in my queue for so long.
Oh, thank you. Anika is a good friend of mine, so the fact that I saw on the live, I decided to join because we were talking about 4 this afternoon. Also a fellow Trini, but I usually like to give my points in like in a treatise, especially with regards to Sierra, right? We all know that in reality TV is always thrive on kind of drama, romance, and conflict. And there's kind of a blur line when it comes to accountability when, the contestants are forced in the public spotlight. For Junie especially is a clear example. She exited that experience because racist posts were resurfaced, right? And there was a amount of backlash, and it wasn't like she was removed for a personal reason. She was removed for a reason that was harming the brand of Love Island. At the end of the day, Love Island is a capitalist reality show. And if you're hurting my brand that's making me money, so that's why she was removed. The first point, she was neglecting emotional fallout, and I'm looking at it as Nick perspective, right? Because when she was removed, he described he was feeling lost and confused. When she was suddenly removed, for him, it was like an emotional whiplash, and it was severe because he just closed off with her, I think the episode before, right? And he invested in the connection, regardless of how he was feeling towards Olandra. He did not want to ruin her experience. If she was still there, he would have stuck out the entire thing with her because he didn't want to ruin her experience. And I find she overlooked that, and she made it seem like it was her experience got ruined because she left, but she was removed. Anyway, reframing the Olandra connection. You see that when she came out after her exit, right? Nick eventually connected with Olandra. He was granted the opportunity, and this was not him choosing Olandria. This was Olandria choosing him. I don't know why that goes over her head, because he did try before when they were granted the opportunity after Casa Amor, right? And she shut it down. And this time around, he offered himself up, and it was Olandria. Olandria had choices. She had Elon, who she had again, Zach, I believe. Yeah, Elon, Zach, and him. And she chose, as Olandria rightfully said, this was the first time she ever made a decision for herself, regardless of the consequences, because I think on the Andy Cohen show, she stated that she thought America hated her. So she wasn't making this decision based on, any external influence. She was actually making it for herself, right? Then when she came out, Ciara's video, which rubbed me the wrong way all entirely, she voiced that, like the connection, like Nick was moving, like the connection never existed, and he was pining for, Olandria all the time. And her reframing that dismissed the reality that Nick had to adapt within the villa under high pressure circumstances after her scandal forced her out. And it was very irresponsible. Instead of her acknowledging her actions created that void that Nick filled, she cast herself as a sideline, sensing her pain while minimizing his agency and choices. Like, he's not a person to make a choice at the end of the day to continue this journey with Olandria, right? And you know what bothers me up to this day that I'm seeing? She is opting out of accountability, true accountability. I remember Nika was so mad when we was discussing the fact that when she made that video, after she made that video, she was able to she should have just logged offline and take some time to process her feelings. As you just stated before, they are young people, and being under the spotlight at this point is not an easy thing to do. When they talk about how much Love Island was viewed this season, you know what is 18.6 billion views?
That's wild.
Across the world, you are being viewed underneath not even a microscope, a telescope. If we're talking about sizes, right? And you did something, or you said something, or your character in terms of pattern recognition, it have shown time and time again, you align yourself to problematic things, racist friends, racial slurs, come on. And instead of, okay, you're feeling hurt, why it is that you constantly get online and try to put on a brave face and not actually deal with the emotions that you quote unquote needs to process. When she made the video, I believe it was yesterday, whatever, that live, when she was saying she's opting out of the reunion, which was false, again changing the narrative again, right?
Yeah.
The best thing that you should have done for yourself at this time, because you said you don't feel comfortable. She was contradicting herself. Now that I'm talking about it, that you don't want to have such a sensitive conversation in public, in front of cameras, raw emotions, what have you. But you are discussing how you're feeling about the relationship constantly, either directly or indirectly, online in front of our audience. It's just because you wanted to control the narrative on how the story goes at the end of the day. Because if you were truly hurt, and most persons who are truly hurt about something, they had to talk with it, a close friend behind doors, or go and seek therapy. I digress. Anyway, coming down to my conclusion, her behavior just shows irresponsibility, right, true and true, because when she stated that there was a point in time, I was like, maybe Nick should just say, to her that, sorry, whatever you're going through, what have you. It is what it is, what happened in Philip. But you see, when she went online and she made back-to-back videos insinuating that Olandria is a homewrecker and, no one hasn't reached out to her. They just came out of the villa. Mind you, she was outside the villa, I think, a couple days before they were. It made me view their relationship as, there's a thing that I've noticed in media, especially in American media, where there would be the sidekick, the black girl sidekick, or the side role, or what have you, where many times there would always be a main character, and the black girl would always be the supporting role in terms of the one who get pushing their friends to get the guy, or what have you. Not once she viewed Olandria as a friend on an equal level. It was always a support system. It was always, yeah, she was mommified too. She was a therapist. But even after Olandria was looking back on it, same out on the Cohen show when she was asked the question how you felt as a black woman on the show, etc., etc. And she said, you know, the moment of weakness. No, she was showing emotions. Again, they are all human beings and they're not perfect. And she's like, no, I'm not a therapist or whatever. So she saw it herself. She went into that kind of people-pleasing role, therapist type of role for her friends. And I think that she even limited herself of experiencing the villa all entirely. When Ciara left in this sense, I think that she was Olandria. First time I have seen her in her entire experience of the villa actually had conversations. I don't know if they showed everything, but it showed conversations with other persons because she was not able and allowed to feel or actually go around and make connections or try to have conversations with persons so who she wants to partner up with. Right? I'm leaving it there. She needs to not only come offline, she needs to go to therapy and process her emotions and feelings. And what she's doing with Shelly, that I can see, that everyone pointed out, that why you're not posting your other friends? Why specifically Shelly? Because you know you're using Shelly, anybody who has eyes and are probably on a different level in terms of critical thinking would know what this is. She's using Shelly or her proximity to Shelly, because when you look at friendship, sometimes when in a throuple or a trio, there's always a duo. And unfortunately, she's trying to push out Olandria or keep Shelly in close proximity because obviously she would bring up the conversation about Nick. Come on, man. Or hey, I have seen you guys. She'll bring it up casually. And do we know Shelly well enough to know whether or not she would not disclose information about the interactions with Olandria and Nick casually or not? We don't know. But only time will tell. But Shelly is human being as well. I just asked the question before, when the birthday party, show up in September, we shall see what will happen, because that interaction, that will put Shelly in a situation where, right, because Shelly moving like she doesn't really care about what people think or America think, whatever. Ciara is her girl, right? Olandria is her girl, as far as we know, or as far as they see. It will now put Shelly to the true test if she's going to not choose a side, but be very considerate about Olandria's feelings, because 404 did outright and publicly try to put Olandria in this weird box of being a homewrecker or preventing her from having that connection with Nick, which she's supposed to have. She believed that she was supposed to have, or whatever. At the end of the day, the reality is they are together. And if you are the one who are talking, and if you notice Olandria, she does not play. They don't play. So for the fact that you talking shit about me, like I can't wait to see the reunion, to be quite honest with you. You're talking shit about me and my relationship, which fueling the fake allegations. I'm not gonna hang with you. I'm not gonna hang with you. You're gonna make me uncomfortable. It's not going to be kumbaya. But we shall see. That's my piece.
Thank you, and I'm gonna drop you and rotate in. I do have my subs are in so my subscribers, when they request up, I do prioritize their request. I know a bunch of y'all have been hanging out in my request section. Thank you for doing it. I will always prioritize myself so to come up here. I will say too, thank you so much, Deidre, for your new subscription. I appreciate you. And actually, yeah, Shelly's birthday is the same day as the reunion, so we'll see some more data by sometime after August 25th, and it will be interesting to see how that is handled.
Just real quick, I'm going to drop down so that the next person can come up, but I'll still be hanging around.
Okay, thanks, Gigi. We'll probably hang for like maybe another 45-ish minutes or so, y'all. So I do have Elisa, I feel like is how I say that.
Yes. Can you guys hear me okay?
I can. Please share your
Thank
thoughts.
Thank you so much for saying my name correctly. I appreciate your platform. This is actually my very first live where I'm actively participating. It's funny, I work in marketing communications, honestly. And I will say, just to your point, in looking at the situation from a marketing perspective, I think it's interesting. And I didn't watch Love Island, honestly, until the last week. I blame a girlfriend of mine. I was traveling in Seattle and she asked me if I watched the show, and I told her absolutely not. And then my algorithm being what the algorithm is on your phone, all these things start popping up about this cute little couple, Nick and Alondria, and this connection, and so to speak. So I caught up. I would say I didn't say I caught up, but I did, watch the show during the last week. But just seeing, again, coming from marketing, I'm obsessed with being online, seeing all the dialogue, and what have you. And as your husband said earlier, you lurk, right? I'm a professional lurker, so I love lurking. So, but to your point earlier, I do want to say a couple of things, and I just appreciate the panel here. I do love the thought of let's again put our critical thinking caps on. And I'm saying this as a person who I know I don't look at it. I've been very blessed in my, in terms of genetic composition. God has been very good. I'm considerably older than the contestants on Love Island. And, to Anika's point and to the last commentator, these are young people. I know Alondria and Shelly are like 27, but I remember being in my 20s. Friendships were just, you gave so much credit to your friends, not thinking or knowing that you may not be friends with some of these people as you progress in your life, right? And so friendships mean everything. And I do want to say, I'm not going to call the girl 404, bless her heart. Her name is Sierra, and I say that because at the end of the day, she's a person. I'm very concerned for people's safety. Though I'll be honest, again, like I'm kind of new to this whole Love Island thing, but I do think she's someone who could probably benefit, Tina, from somebody in your sphere, in your professional sphere, so to speak, because I think she has a lot of unresolved issues. I think she is suffering from a massive identity crisis. I don't even think the girl recognizes that she is a young woman of color, and that being a young woman of color, to use your platform. And she does have a platform. It may not have been the platform that she thought she was going to have with millions, but the girl has a considerable amount of following. Again, as a marketing person, if I were to hire her, I would hire her in the fact that she has a certain number of followers. She needs to understand the responsibility that comes with having that platform, and to be a young woman of color. And as a Black woman in marketing, I work in a predominantly white space. I use my sphere of influence to hire people of color to make sure that they have a voice. I would not hire her. And now I would not hire her because, what she said is what she said. And if I felt like her accountability post came from a place of authenticity, I would probably have no problem re-engaging her and working with her in terms of the product that I particularly market. What I think I'm having a problem with her is that she's using her platform, to your point, Tina, and because some of the other panelists have talked about this, considering the time in which we find ourselves, you have people of color being attacked on the streets because of what words are being said in our social sphere. You see what I'm saying? And to your point, I just don't think, while some people are saying it's not about her being parasocial, that's why I'm glad Gigi clarified that. Let's understand what the word means. This is a social responsibility. Regardless that she got kicked off the show for some things that she said in the past. Accept accountability, accept responsibility. That means if you want to use your platform moving forward, girl, fine, use your platform moving forward, but recognize that you have a place of responsibility and you must use that platform for a certain level of accountability and responsibility. Stop talking. And I'm going to say this again because I'm older. It was 3 weeks, 25 seconds. Okay, I get it. He must have a magic stick or something. Girl, we've all been there. We've all been there. I raised my hand. I've been there too. In my 20s, it happens. You think you But let's be honest, when they were going to leave this social experiment, they didn't even have enough in common to sustain that outside of this situation, let alone inside. Okay, so let's not let our lust blind the fact that you guys are not compatible. Bless his heart. He's more compatible with this woman that he's with, regardless of what color she is, regardless of what color he is. But that's my problem with Sierra, to be honest, is you are a woman of color using your platform to attack another woman of color. I cannot. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. And at the flip side of that, because of the times we're in, I think the reason why I have such a heart for Nick and Alondria is because just the love that you got these two young people who are deciding to take a chance on one another. And in spite of what society is now saying, unfortunately, about taking that chance on one another, and then pursuing each other in a way that's healthy for them. I'm very fortunate, very blessed that I had a very healthy example of a relationship with my dad and with my stepfather and my mom until she passed. And I've always been friends are first. That's always been friends are first in terms of my concern. And I'm saying this as a skeptic in my older age or whatever, still being single. So it's just one of those things where, I think Sierra, bless her heart, does need some therapy to deal with what she's dealing with. Going on social media to do it as therapy is not helpful, but I do think she needs to. And I think that hopefully that'll come with maturity. Hopefully she has some real friends or family who will pull her aside. If Shelly could be that person, I don't think Shelly is, because I think Shelly herself is still slightly growing, Alondria as well. They're going to face some hard things in life, unfortunately, some tough lessons. But I do think that, she needs to find some way of grappling with her emotions, because like somebody had mentioned earlier, I think she's on a cliff ready to go over.
Yeah. I think to your point, to what I'm seeing in the comments, right? Anika, yeah, I think that's like part of Elisa's point, right? Is that I don't think that she sees herself as a woman of color. Katie, to your point, I agree. These are the types of friends. Oh, sorry, y'all done got me on a soapbox real quick. Okay, so Katie said she's dangerous socially. All male-centered women are dangerous. Okay, and we knew that Sierra was male-centered from the if not from any other moment, the moment that she stood behind Taylor, with the reasoning of I didn't want Nick. I knew that Nick would be sad if Taylor went home. Bitch, girl. Because that man already had so many people behind him. She could have stood anywhere else other than Andreina. Andreina would have tied it, but she could have stood anywhere else. And that boy was going to be saved. What were you actually proving? Except that you were male-centered. Shayla, thank you for your subscription. So like I'm male-centered women are dangerous because they will prioritize their relationship with the man over you every single time. Oftentimes to your own detriment. And I want us also, who was it? ZL said in the comments, I had to learn the hard way, right? The harsh way that a quickie is not intimacy. We heard that man, people don't be listening. We heard that, we watched it already, Emirates. We heard that man say out of his mouth, I typically last longer with girls that I like. Thank you. And that is why she slipped. It was like, whoop. This ain't where I'm supposed to be going. So it's like we've been hearing it, right? And if y'all watched on Watch What Happens Live, when Andy was like 45 seconds, Nick was like 25. Like he made it even less. He's like, no, give it less than that, right? So like I need her to be so fucking for real. And he said, and he talked about it being so like be so fucking for real. Be for real. You know what I mean? He said both.
Yeah, Tina, can I chime in on that? Like, yes. To your point, again, because I think my profession requires it. That last week I absorbed a lot. You look at the edits, you absorbed a lot. To your point, the boy was quite clear, and call me delusional, right? The word delulu now or what have you. As a visual person, the videos that I saw somebody who was checked out, right? again, if she wanted to lead with her body, she needed to be prepared to deal with the consequences of leading with her body. Period. Point blank.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Her using her platform to get back at somebody, girl, I'm gonna need you to take several seats, several seats, and go to somebody and get the help that you need. Because like I said, we've all been there. What did they say? Alcoholics Anonymous. Admitting the problem is the first step to recovery. I need this girl to admit she got played by yourself, because didn't you walk into the villa saying that if I could take your man, he was never your man in the first place. Girl, you got by the exact same stuff that you said, because didn't she do that to the first girl? I didn't want to watch the beginning part. Didn't she do it to the first girl? Okay.
She went
So
down after him and Bella Dash.
you know what I'm saying? Karma is sometimes it comes faster than we like it to. You know what I'm saying? But if you're going to stand on business and lead with that, then lead with that. Because I'm going to be honest. If I'm going to hit it or quit it, like you said you was going to, she should have moved on to somebody else. Because wasn't the guy Elon, the other kid who looks like Nick, trying to talk to her?
And Elan was a better fit for her. If we want to keep it a buck to someone else, to Michelle's point, she said that they had like very deep, like meaningful conversations, that she didn't have that same thing with Nick. But again, this goes back to, right? Like I've always said, it gave that she was trying to craft an image for them coming out of the villa. She wanted
to use all American white boy to do so, not knowing that Nick is from Duval County. That's where my whole corporate headquarters is based. I don't know if some of y'all have hung out in Duval County. Those little white kids over there are something special. Like if they can quote Meek Mill better than I can, throwing Kendrick in my face, then I hate to say it, didn't she want to do the coffee shop and the thrifting? He didn't strike me.
He was right.
And then you block his sister, you say these things about his family without, preemptively, without any real evidence. Yeah. So, bless her heart. Like, that's what I'm saying. I just think at the end of the day, I'm trying not to be a hater on her, but I really do think she could benefit Tina from somebody. Maybe drop her a therapist list or something.
Hold on, call me Kay. I like therapy shops and thrifting. But yes, she was definitely trying to curate an image. She wanted them to be the iconic couple that came out of she's not grieving Nick, to somebody else's point earlier. She is grieving what she thought she was going to have. That's literally all that it's about at this point. And that's not like a big thing. Like, okay, yeah, that's fine, but let's not do it online. Let's do it in a space where we can be held with care and compassion, right? Because she's going to continue to get vitriol, and that's only going to make her feel worse. Like, that's just real. And I will say one last thing, Elisa. I know that you said you use her name. The only reason why we don't use her name, we don't use the other, because their stands will find the live, and they come in here being.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Like I said, I'm a newbie, so you got to teach me. Thank you. I will refer to her appropriately. 404.
That is the only reason why, because then my numbers will be at like 300-400, and it just be them in here being crazy. Like, no, please.
Gotcha. Understood. Thank you so much, Tina.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, Nikki, my friend, you're on this live. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, so I'm not sure if I could. You want to go to the next person, because I kind of wanted to shift the conversation.
Okay.
So you can go to the next person, and then.
I'm happy for you to shift. That's totally fine.
Were there new people that didn't get a chance to speak? Because if they want to speak on the last one, I would give them that before I shift.
Mika, Jan, or P, did y'all want to speak explicitly about that? About
I don't the thoughts. I'm about to get off in a minute, so just give me a minute.
I wanted to say something about Sierra and Shelly.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say what I would have wanted for Sierra is if she maybe not only felt that taking accountability for her getting kicked off Love Island was just her making the apology video and, doing whatever quote unquote work she's doing in the community that people don't see. I would have wanted for her to kind of take the realization that the loss that she's had with both Nick and Alandria and them getting together is actually a direct result of her own behavior, right? It's directly connected to her having the racist comments, right? Because that's the real result of being somebody who's going to be openly and boldly racist, is that you're going to lose real life opportunities, not just in work, but it also could be in romantic partners. And I think that's exactly what has happened to Sierra. But instead of taking that route, she's kind of going back to Nika and Alandria, which like I kind of understand because she probably has feelings around that. But I would have liked her more to encompass that loss and kind of consolidate it with her racist behavior, because that's really what it is. Because if she didn't have the racist behavior, she still would have been on Love Island. Nick would still have felt obligated, and whatever would have happened, right? So in part, that's still part of her responsibility, experiencing that loss. Now, when it comes to Shelly, I think Shelly is definitely being used as a pawn. I think the pictures, I think even Shelly herself, putting herself out there and liking and commenting, she's getting used, like straight up. However, I want to give grace to Shelly, given that she is a young woman who is navigating like friend group drama, right? I'm in my 30s. I've dealt with that a lot in the past, and I have made wrong decisions. I have been in situations where I've just overlooked things, but that was because of like a lack of knowledge. I was like really young. I didn't know. And then now that I'm older, in hindsight, I'm like, damn, I really should have taken note. I really should have paid attention to that person's character instead of just thinking of like, oh, we're friends, we're having a good time, we connected in the villa, like I would never leave you behind, and having that kind of like quote unquote blind loyalty that she's having to with Sierra. So I would like to give Shelly obviously the grace, like you said in before, you said, you know, people are not infallible, right? So I want to give her that grace to say that, like, I personally think she's making a mistake. However, I'm not going to look at her and think like she's coming from a place of jealousy. I'm not going to look at her and think she's, you know, she's taking information back to Sierra about Nick and Orlandria. Like, I'm not going to look at it that way. I'm going to just look at her as a young woman who's thinking to herself, she can navigate both relationships, because I think that's probably what's going on. And I also think that she's probably had a conversation with Orlandria, which brings me to Orlandria. I need people to realize Orlandria is a very, very smart woman. She's very aware of how she's being portrayed, how she's perceived in the media. All right, going into the villa, if you've watched her interviews, if you watched the interview with Miley Cyrus's mom, girl, that girl is on point. Like, she knows what's going on. Okay, and she behaves in ways that protect her interests and her image, but not just her interests and her image, but like other Black women as well. She knows how to present herself. She knows how, when to speak on things and when not to speak on things. So if it is indeed happening that Shelly is jealous and she is working with Sierra and doing this like mean girl thing where they're taking pictures together and supporting each other, I feel like Orlandria would be in on that. I think Orlandria would know. And I think if Orlandria is going along with it, is because she understands the implications of her pulling out of the friendship with Shelly right in this moment when all this is going on, right? How it's going to reflect on her as a person, especially given the Nick situation already. So I'm also going to give props to Orlandria. I'm going to tell everybody, like, I know we love Orlandria. We wanna support her. We want to protect her. And I love Orlandria, and I want to support her, and I want to protect her. But I also want to say Orlandria is a big woman. She's a grown woman. Like, she knows what she's doing. So I trust Orlandria in that respect as well. I do think if this whole soul sister thing, it's either she means it genuinely, or she's doing it because she has to, because she's in a tough situation. And that's exactly how she should be playing the game. But yeah, that's what I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts, Jan. And thank you for engaging on the live. Welcome, welcome. I will say that I agree. Like, as far as like, I think Orlandria is really smart. One thing I think a lot of people don't exactly, Katie. It is literally so layered. That's why, like, I don't understand how people just have like this. This is it. Like, you know, such a boom. That's it. But I will say that, like, I feel like a lot of people don't clock when that whole situation happened with Hilga and Orlandria on the second night. Alandria knew immediately what was happening with Hilga. She knew and was like, chill, right? And Shelly was the one, and I know production tells them who to talk to, right? But Shelly was offering comfort to Hilga rather than being like, and she did say I don't think she meant it that way, but naming for Hilga like what was happening, right? She was moved by Hilga's tears, which lots of people in that villa were, right? She didn't name for her like, I think it was a matter of blah, 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 blah. She was just like, I don't think she meant it that way and y'all should talk. So Shelly is very diplomatic. She's very like middle of the road about some things. And I think that this is just how we've seen her navigate, right? But I think that Alandria knows how to, and I think that Alandria knew she was going to have to fix it because of how she was going to be perceived. Alandria knows a lot, even if she don't say a lot. Oh, thank you for the subscription, April. Like she knows a lot, even if she does not say a lot. And so I would just say to, we'll see, y'all. We will see. Cured Collection. I don't know if y'all watch Real Housewives of Potomac, but Karen said, I don't ride the fence. I am the fence. That's what that made me think. Sure
did.
That's what that made me think of. But like Alandria is very smart. You know what I mean?
Hold
like
on. You talking about the Karen with the DUI? Girl, bye.
Yes. I know that she's not free Karen, the grand dame. Okay, anyway, sorry, y'all. My ADHD, it be clicking, it be turning on. But I think that Alandria is peeping a lot, and I think that ultimately she doesn't owe us a public display of where she is in her relationship. Thank you so much for the subscriptions, y'all. She does not owe us a public display of where she is in her friendship with Shelly, right? I like to always be super clear on my lives, and I know that my panelists know this already, right? And I know that a lot of y'all know this, but people be popping in, right? Ultimately, we all know that we have no influence over like what happens. I know, Shayla, I'm ready. What happens between the three of them? But this is a very good case study to look at because this is not an experience that you would never have in your own life. And so it lets you get some information about the behaviors and to start deciding how you're going to move in situations. Yeah, it is very intermingled, Katie. It is very intermingled. That said, that one 404 is not doing any work for Love Island. So that is like, she's not doing no work for them. But yeah, I think Alandria is definitely a lurker, Jay. She be on there, she be watching. You know what I mean? Like, she be watching even if she's not saying anything. And so, just we'll have to wait and see. Okay, P, you said you had thoughts about this explicitly. Do you have the space to talk about it right now?
Yes, I do.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I really agree with the last panelists and what they said. I feel like as a fandom, we really do tend to over-infantilize Olandria. And it totally makes sense. It definitely stems from that like protective feeling we have towards her because, all the hate she's been through, all the misleading and, lies and gaslighting she's went through in the villa when it comes to Taylor. But it's definitely an overcorrection. And what we saw of Olandria in the villa, we had to remember, was an edited take. And I think it also ties back into the stereotype conversation we've been having for weeks now about like Shelly and Olandria and other Black women's roles on the show. And we've said that Olandria was first the mammy and then became the Jezebel in a sense, right? And I think the ascribing of innocent naivete, kind to all, done dirty by all, you know what I mean? I think that's also a part of the mammy stereotype. And I think that we have to realize that Olandria is not stupid. I mean, you know what I mean? As you said, as other people have said, like she's very aware. She knows how things move. She literally said in that podcast, she never makes a move without understanding not just how it's going to affect her, herself, or like the immediate, people around her, but like her family, the other person's family, the community at large. These are meta moves that Olandria's playing, like I'm dead serious. In society, Olandria has to play 4D chess, always, all the time. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If not 5D chess. So we can't be moving like Elaine, just like some young, dumb 15-year-old, getting her heart broken for the first time. Yeah. What else did I want to say? Yeah, I don't know. I just really enjoyed the conversation, and I think whenever I'm getting annoyed by the fandom at large, because recently I have, because as much as I love the love and joy and support, but like the over speculation over like things that are sensitive, like Shelly's relationship with Sierra, and like who's friends with who, and like the Brahmaya of it all. It's really concerning me because I feel like people forget that they're outside the villa. There's no filter of the producers to filter our sentiments through. They will see it, as raw and as crudely as we say it. You know what I mean? And that's not to say we should get those conversations explicitly, but we have to be mindful. We have to be mindful. A camera does not show everything. No camera can show all sides of a perspective, So, but whenever I'm kind of getting Nicolene, you're doing too much, spreading there's someone's trying to spread division between Shell Ace and Nicolene, and I'm like, we're stronger together than we were apart. It doesn't even make sense, the brand literally is stronger together. It doesn't even make sense trying to separate them, you know what I mean? Yeah. So whenever I'm getting frustrated about that, I come here and I have intelligent, well thought out conversations. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I have intelligent, well thought out conversations with, women who are, if not similar to my background, are what I aspire to be in general as a young woman of 22, you know what I mean? And it makes me calm down. I get regulated, you know what I mean? Yeah. When I'm spiraling, I come here, I listen, I talk, I absorb. I'm like, ooh, okay, there are some sane people. Not everyone's crazy. Yeah. So I just want to say thank you for hosting this space.
Of course. I love having y'all here. Thank you so much for those thoughts, P. I do think this space is very regulating for a lot of people. I hear that a lot. Raina, I like your comment. Some of it also comes from what people perceived as a lack of discernment with the Taylor situation. I do think, right, to P's point, it's this desire to be so protective of her, right? And the reality is that ultimately they don't owe us friendship to each other. They don't, and not that I think anybody in here thinks that, right? But we're having a conversation about the larger narrative, right? They don't owe us these things. It's not going to mean something if all of a sudden they stop being friends. Oh yeah, Miss Tanner, you can always request. It's not going to mean anything for us specifically if they stop being friends. It's not going to mean anything for us if they, all of a sudden everything, that's not going to mean anything for us personally. Obviously we want to we feel protective of her. I think especially the aunties, right? We feel protective. I know I feel protective of always, usually all the women, but definitely of Shelly and Alandria in this case because of the way the fandom was this year. It was painful to watch as a Black woman on the outside, watching the way that people were talking about and engaging with them. So of course, I don't want them to experience that. And ultimately it has no impact on us. And I think what's most important goes back to what we were saying about Clark earlier. What's most important is that if you're a fan, the goal is for them to know that no matter what happens, their fandom is there to support them, that they're not going to lose support if things begin to fall apart, right? So the people that are doing the pitting against, it's baby, you was never Alandria's fan. You was never Shelly's fan, because why is it so easy for you to flip like that? You know what I mean? Why can't you hold the tension of the nuance and the discomfort and what might be going on without having to abandon one for the other,
Exactly. Oh, I just remembered another point I wanted to make.
Yeah.
This, I guess we're rolling it back to the Sierra of it all. I wanted to, I don't know, I guess we touched on it a little bit, but I don't know how in depth people have gotten into it. But it seems to me that Nick has a lot of shame surrounding his behavior on the show. And not oh, I'm bashful, that's so embarrassing, but actual it hurts, you know what I mean? And I think one because he realized he was doing too much, and two, he realized that I don't even like her like that, and I'm doing this with her, and like, she wants it, so I guess she give it. But like, I mean, I'm not gonna put words in his mouth or in his head or anything, but like, it's such a sticky, situation, and the fact that he's being filmed and judged for his behavior, and most especially the fact that once he came out the villa, people were literally doubting the validity of his love for Alendra, his dream girl, because of his past behaviors. You know what I mean? Even like the edits, which I love, the shitty edits between him and Sierra and like Alendra, like the difference in his behavior. Like, I can't imagine how just mortifying and like deeply shameful that would make me feel.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'd like to bring that up in a sense. Like, what do you think that means as a therapist?
About him feeling like potentially shame around it or embarrassment.
Yeah, like the complexity of the shame, because I don't think it's like, you know what I mean. Like, I think he's ashamed not necessarily of like having had sex with like Sierra because it's Sierra, but like what it meant
Yeah.
and its repercussions.
Yeah. I mean, I've talked a little bit about this before, not like super in depth, but I always have felt like Nick is aware. Like, I think that Nick is aware more than people give him credit for. And I think that played into his choosing to close off in the villa. I think he felt threatened by Lan. I think he liked her well enough. But I think he also had an idea of what that might be perceived as for them to have been intimate and then to decide, okay, well, F you, I'm moving on. Like the narrative that she's attempting to spin, right? Like, he was inside of me or whatever she said, right? Like, or whatever she said about it. Like, she made some allusion, she alluded to this like being evidence of like how their connection should have been more. And it's like, I think he's aware that is like going to be a thing in larger public. I think this is another thing I like feel like the fandom fucked up around, right? Is like, we could have had Nick Alandria edits without ever comparing his connection with Sierra to his connection with Alandria.
So true, so true.
They crafted in an environment for these women to be in competition. And that's why, like, if you're my sub, I made like a video where I talked about Taylor and Clark and how the culture of this show, but a lot of like dating reality shows, is to advance like pick me culture and to pit the women against each other. And I think that we saw that a lot with the fandom this year as well, right? It couldn't just be I like Hilga, period. It had to be I like Hilga, so fuck them girls that I feel like are against it. Right? Like, they don't know how to just have one, right? It has to be, again, the one or the other, the very black and white thinking. And so people couldn't just be like, they couldn't hold the nuance of Nick probably did like Sierra well enough. Like, they were connected. He obviously thought she was cute, right? Like, he obviously enjoyed spending time with her like that doesn't have to go away.
Yeah.
Another connection with someone else.
Exactly. Like, I've always said to myself and to others, like, Nick liked Sierra, but he loves Olandria. You know what I mean? Like, they're in the same, like, family of feelings, but one is definitely more intense, more complex, more considered. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean like the other one is like disregarded or doesn't matter at all or wasn't valid. It definitely is. It's just a different feeling.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And I agree to some of y'all's comments be coming fast and I'll be trying to respond. And I saw Gigi that you dropped a question that I want to answer real quick. And then Ann, I saw your hand. I want to let Mika speak if it's about this. And then I want us to be able to shift the topic okay. So real quick, you need Brian to catch a stray. We can talk about Brian a little bit too. So I will say, like, yes, again, one doesn't have to discredit the other. Like, and I do think that there is a level of like, he wishes people would just stop talking about it. You know what I mean? Like, I just want y'all to drop it so that I can focus on moving forward in this couple. I want to answer Gigi's question real quick, and then I want to let panel y'all talk about the other things as well. Do you think Shelly's previous experience with social media has created social complacency versus Alandria, who is hyper aware of social perception? I think so. So honestly, my honest opinion about it is that I think that she's with a man who is very conscious about his social media presence. And so I think if she was going to outright say things or do, I think we'll see less of that. I don't think that she will be so, I don't know if I think it's complacency so much as I think it's like they stay quiet They give us only what they want us to see. And so I think that she doesn't say certain things. And I think she's that way in general because of how I saw her in her interviews, like wanting to give, again, like the more diplomatic response about some things. So I think that that's what keeps her from being maybe more direct about certain things. That said, I do think that she potentially has enough movement in social media and in social like world, because she was already doing this, to know that like people are fickle and they'll be mad today about the picture and not give a shit next week. And so I think that there's also this like aspect of, she knows that, you know, ebbs and flows, basically. I think she expects some ebbs and flows, but I do think that she is just not speaking to certain things because of how much they are wanting to control their image, which that's fine, you know? And then somebody else talked about them watching the show before the reunion. Shelly was the only one that said she had watched things back. Alandria said she only got through part of the first episode. And Brian and Amaya said they had only watched clips. So I think we're going to be dealing with a lot of undereducated Islanders in the reunion when it comes to what we saw. They know their experiences, but I don't think a lot of them are going to know what we saw. Mika, did you want to speak explicitly to the 404 stuff before I let Anne respond and then Nikki shift us? Okay. Come off mute and share your thoughts.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm one of the aunties. I'm in my 40s. So my opinions are basically life experiences, as well as I've watched Love Island USA from season 1 all the way up to this year. So I pretty much have seen what happens during the season, what happens 6 months to 9 months after, and then you move on when the next summer comes and it's the new crew. What I want to say is a lot of people, I think, are forgetting the whole premise of Love Island, which is basically to place a group of attractive single contestants in a luxurious villa and a tropical location for them to couple up with each other and possibly find a romantic connection, to find love, whatever that may be. Now, if you come out with a friendship, that's a bonus. Friendships, extra bonus. You come out with brand deals and exposure, that's even more of a bonus. That is not the whole premise of the show, even though a lot of people like to say, oh, people go on there just to be famous. Yes, that may be true for some, but that's not true for all, because a lot of the people that have gone on that show have had normal, regular jobs. And then a lot of people have been influencers already. As we know, 404 was one of them. Now, in regards to 404, and let me go back to her having to have a conversation, or being where she needs to have a conversation with either Nick or Olandria. I don't think, because of what I just said, that needs to happen. Secondly, I don't think that needs to happen because not only were her friends who were handling her social media account were dogging him, but then when she got out of the villa and then a week and a half ago started blocking his family members and saying certain things. I think that right there, I think it may have been a thought in both of their minds. Yeah, maybe we should have a conversation, but they just got out of the villa. They're running on fumes. They're going from one interview to the next, for one brand deal to the next. They went away out of the country. So you got to give them some grace and time to catch their bearings. She's not the first thing on their mind. But after she did everything that she did afterwards, a couple of weeks ago, and even recently, that door is closed and nobody should be upset. Yes, her feelings are valid, but she needs to find other ways to cope and deal with those feelings and stay off of social media doing it. Because one of everything that a lot of the panelists have said in regards to it puts more weight on the two Black women, and that's not fair. In regards to Shelly, my thing with her, and so let me just preface this. We all have willful autonomy, okay? Every single one of us have willful autonomy. Basically, whatever decisions you decide to make, whatever actions you do, whatever you say, you need to be able to be accountable to them speak to them if you're questioned about it, and you need to be perfectly fine with that because you did it, you said it, whatever. Now, I think when it comes to Shelly, the reason she may be moving the way she's moving is because she has more experience in that social media space. But I think also she saw what happened when she got out and saw the things that were being said in regards to another person who shall not be named and the backlash that came to not only her, but Olandria because of those stands and that situation, that she wasn't trying to, she saw the support that 404 was getting again. So in her mind, she's probably thinking strategically, let me tread softly and kind of, not rock the boat too much. Yeah, I'll take a picture, 2 pictures. It's 404 that's being manipulative. And I wish a lot of people would go back and watch the series again because I started catching things that I didn't catch the first time that I caught the second time. The minute 404 walked in, she was calculated and manipulative. And it started with the first conversation that she had with Nick regarding Beldasha. And then it was another conversation that she had after she gave up the cookie and she gave 2 low-key ultimatums. That's what people are not realizing. So she had her, and then after that, after finding out about Olandria, and Nick kissing, if you realize when you go back and watch, she never let that woman rest a day in her life by herself or with Nick. It was always, she was right there. She was always in the mix, in the conversation. So I think a lot of people need to realize she's not owed a conversation. Let Nick and Olandria, they did what they came to do. No fault of theirs. They found each other, they connected, and they're doing great. Let them live. 404, let her live. She needs to, find a way to move on. Shelly, I side eye her, but I'm at the thought of Issa Rae, which is probably how Landry is thinking. I'm gonna go for everybody black, and at the same time, not everybody has the right thinking when they do that. Like, I've watched this season and I've watched other seasons from beginning to end. I will tell you, there will be ebbs and flows, just like you said, Tina, because season 2, Justine and Selly, they've had their fallouts. They're cool now. They've had their fallouts. They were that duo that everybody loved. Oh, this is the best, greatest friendship that came out of Love Island. Yep, stop happened. People don't be in people's comments 9 months later, a year, 2, 3 years. So the friend thing, like I said, it's a bonus. But if they happen to fall off and just, see each other in passing for these brand trips and brand deals, then that's what it is. Like I said, we all have willful autonomy, and so do they. Olandria has people behind her who are going to speak truth into her. She has Nick, and she's a very intelligent woman on her own. So we have to give her that.
Yep.
And I can't remember anything else that I had to say. So
Thank you
that's
so
all I
much,
have.
Mika. Okay, Anne, you wanted to chime something in specifically about this portion, and then I wanted to.
Yes. I'm just like Miss Nikki. I'd be happy to pivot. But first, I wanted to say that, again, what you brought up, Tina, in the videos, the constant need to have these women pitted against each other and in competition is so ridiculous to me. Because why is that necessary? So like, there's a guy I follow. His name is EJ. He's Haitian American, and he's like, I'm allowed to like both. And he's like, it's the United States of Shalandria and Nicolandria Nation for me. And like, I don't get them pitting them against each other and creating that sense of competition. But as Gigi beautifully put, because in my mind, I'm not thinking it's that serious. Oh, she's friends with Sierra. It's not that big of a deal. But when Gigi explained it, I too am side eyeing you, Shelly. I would never be friends with the enemy of my friend. You know what they say about a person that is the neutral friend who's friends with everybody. That means you ain't a friend to nobody. I can't trust that. I think Olandria is waking up to the fact that Shelly's not the person she thought she was. Yeah. I think Lynn had a great point by saying that, like, We need to not, put these people on a pedestal and realize, like, what we see on TV is not always real life. We're getting like a version of them. You know what I'm saying? And as someone, like, I used to put my parents on a pedestal because growing up Christian and everything like that, and always quoting the verse, honor thy mother and thy father, but always ignoring the fact that you're not supposed to provoke the child to wrath and all this other stuff. Going to therapy helped me to humanize them. And that's and Blue talks about it all the time. That's even the name of her podcast, Humanize. That we need to humanize these celebrities because at the end of the day, they're just people. They're people with money and they're people with power. But at the end of the day, they are human and they're capable of making mistakes. If Shelly were my friend, I would drop her immediately. I cannot trust someone who is friends with my enemy. There's supposed to be a quote, the enemy of my friend, something of that nature. If you're friends with my enemy, are you really my friend? Because I'm not the type of friend that's going to sit in the room and let people talk crap about you. I will always defend my friend to their face and behind their back. That's disloyal as fuck. And the last thing that I will say is that Nick always mentions, the thing I love about Olandria the most is her fierce loyalty. It seems like she gives that loyalty and it's not reciprocated. Or it never gets back to her.
Yeah.
Jay, you're asking where's the humanizing of Shelly? I'm humanizing her right now by saying that she's not the person we think she is, and she may not be a good friend. Because why would I intentionally be friends with someone that's causing my friend harm?
Yeah.
Enemy is a strong word. Y'all, bye.
I want to clarify, y'all. Like, and to be fair, yeah, maybe Olandria doesn't consider 404 to be her enemy, right? But I want to be clear that like humanizing people is about saying that sometimes people can be wrong, right? Sometimes people can have characteristics that we don't like. They don't have to be perfect. Oh, you get it. Yeah, they don't have to be perfect for us to say that we like them. That's okay. To say, yeah, they're doing this thing that is a funny, like, ooh, that's weird. And I could still say, but I still like them as a person. Like, I just don't like this particular thing about them. Not everything has to be a drop your person. So yeah, again, I go back to that whole, like, again, she may not see 404 as an enemy, and this is why, again, I always, exactly, humans are both good and like there's good and bad, because right, my mom would say people are not bad, they have bad behaviors, because my grandfather, that was a child psychologist, would say the same thing. Children are not bad, they just do bad things, right? People can just engage in behaviors that are good or bad, right? Like it doesn't necessarily, well, some things do mean something about you, right? But people are complex, right? Exactly, to Peace point, right? Like they're complex, it's nuanced. And to say that a person can only be this way, and so I have to ignore all the things that feel like yellow or red flags is, again, we don't support rights and wrongs, y'all. We want y'all to just think about it more critically. Franny, I don't know. I wouldn't speculate. Okay. Nikki, please pivot us.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave this up to you, Tina. But before I say what I was gonna say, I just want to thank everyone on the panel. I've continuously learned a lot. Even in my age, like there's just always stuff to learn. I'm a Sagittarius, just like Chris, so I'm a knowledge seeker. I learned so much, and also thank you for, and I'm sure this goes to everybody on the panel, for the gifts and encouragement that you give people when they're talking, because we are vulnerable here. We are still learning and growing, regardless of where we are at age. So I just really want to thank everyone for that. I'm going to leave this up to you, Tina, if you want to continue this discussion, because it can be a good, a robust conversation that I would like to have primarily with the aunties and with the young people. But I'm sure you have seen, and please let me know if you haven't, the discourse that has been going on with the generations of the aunties versus the younger people that work in the show. Have you seen that?
I've seen some things, but tell me explicitly what you're talking about.
Well, it really came to fruition when, after the interview that she had with Tish and the trad wife conversation, and then some weird things are happening with the auntie generation that is really concerning. And really it bothers me a lot, just because because Love Island is catered to a certain an age demographic, that people of auntie age that are watching it in, like I always said, I watch it in one of those sociological spaces. I'm looking for, patterns, and also I just want to be very clear, when I make comments about people, or these situations about Love Island, I never come from it with my age in mind. I always take myself back to their age range. Where was I at in what was going on in my life at their age, and what I was processing and learning? And I'm thank goodness that I have, 20 plus years girlfriends too, that I have side conversations offline to be, to be like, girl, what happened when you were, girl, so they remind me, they're just like, you weren't all there, so I try to, give critique in that mindset. But specifically talking about, this is happening on Twitter right now, about, Nick was at the at the rave the other night, and there was some aunties that was just like, Landria needs to answer her phone. You don't let this man be in the club and not answering your phone. It's just weird stuff, but it's caused a lot of discourse with being like, these old people need to, like, they, stay out of, our business, and, they think that they know everything. And I'm just like, it really bothers me, because we're having a lot of conversation, especially around 404 and, Redacted, and, Shelly and Olandria, and how we're moving. And there is a space that comes from, like you said, protectiveness. Like, we look at our own former selves, and we want to protect them from making the same mistakes that we did. It actually is coming from a good place, but from the younger generation, it lands differently.
Yeah.
It hits differently. So I'm just curious to know your thoughts, and the rest of the aunties on stage, their thoughts about watching the show in our age bracket, and commenting from a space of where we are now versus where we were then.
Yeah, I think that I haven't seen that discourse. What I've seen mostly from coming out of that interview is like the trad wife stuff. And I've seen people doing what y'all know I can't stand, which is it got to be one or the other, rather than it being nuanced. So I haven't seen people like talking about, I guess, the phone in the club. I will say this. I do think, like, to your general question about like the aunties, and I'm gonna say an auntie is like 35 and up, because that's about the time that you might have a sibling that has had a kid and you'd be an auntie. So I would say that for me, it's like, yes, I want to like use my expertise in order to like offer wisdom and insight. And there is a way that you have to frame certain things. This is why I'm always so careful about like how I say things on my videos, right? Because I can remember being a young person and I wasn't trying to always hear that shit. I was not trying to hear that shit. Well, Grace, I think I'm an auntie and I'm only 39, and I've been an auntie for a long ass time. I wasn't always trying to hear that shit as a young person. And, sometimes I think what happens is that we forget, like you said, right? We forget that, well, I'll speak to that, Nancy, because she didn't say she wanted to be a trad wife. I'll speak to that a little bit. I think that we forget that we weren't always trying to hear that shit either. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a way to offer advice and wisdom, but through like a lens of grace, if possible, right? No, not Alandria, right? And so it's like, I think a lot of people, they want to shit on it. And I think this happens in every arena, y'all. This is not even just like in like age brackets. I see this happen in activist spaces. Now you know some shit and you shitting on people that don't know nothing, but you used to not know nothing either. You used to not know nothing.
That part, yeah.
And so For me, it's like they talk to them as though they've always known everything and always have had everything together. That's when the problem becomes, right. That's where the problem lies. When it can't be, not she can't have a sleepy feeling. Y'all are funny. When it can't be like, yeah, like there's no relating, right? You know what I mean? Like there's no like I can remember being your age. And there's not, what it is it's a lack of validation. And so it comes across as, like you said, Spleen, condescending. They don't validate their experiences.
Or preachy, you know.
Preachy. And it needs to be, if you're going to get anywhere with anybody in any conversation, it cannot come from a place of accusation, defense, or exactly, Elisa, we walk so that they can run, and it's about the way that we offer the information to them. You know what I mean? Like I told y'all before in the live, my older sister, she's 4.5 years older than me, but she used to be telling me shit. You know, like, yeah, she's not auntie age, but she used to be telling me shit. And because I respected her, because of the friendship that we had, the relationship that we had, I could ingest that. I think what the aunties have to remember is, like, we can offer the information, but ultimately we're strangers on the fucking internet. They don't know us. The same way Hallie wasn't trying to listen to nobody about DDG. Like, they don't fucking know us to be taking advice from us. So we have to be mindful of how we communicate. And this is why when I be making my videos, right, I'm like, these people don't fucking know me. They're not going to do shit with what I'm saying, but maybe y'all will take something from it, right? Like maybe you can hear something from this, because ultimately these people don't fucking know us, right? And so there has to be there's like sometimes a level of audacity. And again, just this inability to remember that you used to also be there. This is why even when I talk about Hilga, I be like, no, I definitely have had crash out behavior before. And I needed to fucking go to therapy. Like, I'm not just saying that shit because I want to be an asshole. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Well, and Nick explicitly said, like, he gets FOMO. Like, he specifically said that on his Snapchat. So yeah, we've all had lessons that we need to learn. And I think the conversation needs to come from a place of like a little bit more humility than sometimes what's happening. Does anybody else want to add to that conversation about the way maybe aunties are?
I think Mika did. I'll let Mika go first because I know she raised her hand first.
Okay, go ahead, Mika.
Okay, so I'm in my mid 40s and I have a 19-year-old college student. She's my only child. So I have a very close relationship with her. And this happens to be one of the things that we do every summer, and we watch. She's really into it. She watches UK and Australia. I don't do all that. Now, we have conversations about certain things. And, you know, for me, this show gives me the opportunity to ask her, you know, to kind of nudge and ask like certain things. And then she'll give me the tea and she'll tell me, you know, things. What her friends don't know since middle school, I know every single thing about them. I know what they've done that's been good, that's not been good, whatever. But those have always given me opportunities to sit down and have a conversation with her and let her know, you know, maybe from my experience, I always have to go back to my experience. I did this. I was in a situation at this time, and I don't want that for you. So I try to tell her things as a lesson, but with love, never with, you know, you need to make sure that you do this and you need to make sure that you do it this way and yada, yada, yada. Because at the end of the day, she didn't want to hear it in middle school. She didn't want to hear it in high school. She doesn't want to hear it now as a 19-year-old. So you got to come to them differently, and everybody knows their own child. Now, the aunties that are out in the wild, what we have to realize is that it's a privilege. Yes, they are public figures now, but it is a privilege to even get a little glimpse of what they have going on. It is up to them to share what they want to share, how much they want to share. We are not entitled to anybody's life, what they do, how they move, who they're talking to, like who's touching them in a picture, like none of that. Like why, you know, somebody didn't pick up a call when he was hosting a gig. You know, he was basically working. So I feel like a lot of the aunties are doing too much. Now, some of them, it may not be malicious, and others, I just think it might be how they were raised. And they're just old school. I don't know. But I don't move that way. And when I see it, there's times where I want to say something, but I don't know these people from Adam's House Cat. So I'm not about to, you know, say nothing to anybody or go off on anybody. In my head, I'm just like, let me just make sure that, because the internet is forever. So what you put on the internet, stuff you type, like you watch what you say, watch what you write, because you don't want any of that stuff clipped. You don't want that ended up in, people or on Twitter or whatnot. So that's what I have to say. A lot of the aunties are doing too much, but there are some aunties like myself who we really do, like, we're excited because maybe we didn't find love the way that they did at that age. Maybe we didn't find love until like we were older, like myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody goes through their journeys differently. Again, we have willful autonomy. So what you may say, how you may act, what you may do is not what the next person's going to do or anybody on this panel is going to do. And we have to be okay and fine with that because that is their life.
Yeah.
And that's all I
Yeah.
have to say.
Thank you, Mika. Can I add to her, Tina?
Hold on, just real quick, Elisa. Do P, Nikki, or Andy, y'all have anything that you want to say before I let Elisa go? And then I know Jan, you want to go too.
No. I'm about to be 30 in December. I'm 10 years from auntie status, so just wait on me. But I do have a decent.
Okay, P, did you have anything to add to that at all, or am I just?
Yeah, I'll definitely go. I'm definitely far from my auntie status. I am 22. I am the eldest daughter, so I'm more likely to make someone an auntie than to be one at this point of time. I do feel like I understand like the protective feeling that a lot of older women are feeling towards Nicolandra, specifically. Well, I say Nicolandra, I really mean Olandria. I mean, because I was a recluse kind of as a teen, and I was like highly curious about like, sex and the body and like social structures, what I mean, society, and so I was always reading about, just life and things and how things can go. And as a teen, I kind of like understood the consequences of, certain actions a lot better than a lot of my peers. But the thing is, I wasn't living life. I was reading about the consequences of life, not necessarily going through it. And so when I would have the right chance of like, advising my friends against something, I try to be all measured and like, well, I know that what you feel for this guy is like strong and wonderful, and I'm glad that you're happy, but like you have to understand that because of the severe age difference, that there's a strong power dynamic going on, and that leaves you as a minor extremely vulnerable. My friends don't want to hear that shit, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like I basically became onk at like what, 13, 14, just because I wasn't going out and I read too much Wikipedia. So I definitely understand like both sides, and it's really frustrating, but sometimes you have to just like let people have to go through it. Not through like the example I gave. No, you really got to put your foot down with that example of me. But like in general, because it is painful, and for me that's how I showed my love, because I wasn't a consistent friend because my ADHD. I'd be there. I'm not like, if you don't interact with me, I'm not gonna give you nothing. You know what I mean? So when I was being interacted with, I give them a lot to show, hey, I may not have talked to you in like a few weeks or so, but I really care. I want life to be good for you. This is my game plan for you at this moment with the information you're telling me. And honestly, that could be very overwhelming, I realize. And it seems demeaning. Who the fuck is Precious telling me to do X, Y, and Z? She's the fucking loser. I'm doing her a favor talking to me. Talking to her or whatever, right? However they may see it. So we do have to meet people where they are, and we have to understand, kind of like what Olandria said, we do not control our friends. You know what I mean? You can shake your friends upside down, call them X, Y, and Z, say, no, how could you make such a dumb decision? It was obvious, I told you. It's not gonna make them feel better. Sorry. So yeah, I just want to bring that there.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that, right? Because it's like, even if it's not like an age thing, right? Like, again, people don't always want to hear things. Like, there are some people that learn through just getting advice. There are some people that they have to touch the stove. And so, like, just let them have their experience. Like, yeah, anywho. Okay, Elisa, please share your thoughts.
uh, I'm actually going to say my age. I'm going to, like, I can't believe I'm saying this. So I'm probably one of the oldest people in the group. I just turned 50 this year.
Whoa,
So
you don't sound 50.
yeah, I'm a very
I like
blessed
to
girl.
say 50 where? Hello.
It's
Yeah.
giving 19. It's giving 19.
Oh,
Honestly, I'm
you
dead
guys are
serious.
very sweet. That sounds like
No,
something
no,
you're
no.
probably like,
I'm not even being sweet. I'm dead serious. You sound 19.
thank you so much, love. I feel 50 sometimes just because of experiences, right? But like, I agree with Mika. This is the thing. Y'all, and I say this with the utmost respect of life experiences. Life is going to kick you in your ass so tough that you won't, there are things that will happen to you that you were like, oh my God. And I say that to say the women who unfortunately are putting things on again, these two people who are navigating a relationship. And I forget who said this earlier, so please forgive me. That to your point, it was the cherry on top is that you had two people that we saw chemistry and a connection with, saw this before they even knew that people were seeing this, right? And ultimately came out of this experience, this social experiment together and saying, you know what, we're going to be locked in, we're going to do this. And now everybody's putting onto them what they think, how they should navigate their relationship. To that, I say, until you are writing a check and you're signing that check, I mean, if I want Nick and Alondra to kiss, I'm going to send them a check and say, y'all, with an invoice, this is what I'm paying for y'all to do. But I don't see any of that happening. Aqua, wherever that beverage drink is, they wrote them a check to do that, right? So as I guess to say, I like somebody's comment saying I'm an older cousin. Up until recently, I've been like claiming I'm an older cousin. I don't even say I'm older. I say I'm vintage or classic or timeless, right? That's how I say this. But like, please let these people, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't want anybody telling me how to operate in my relationship, regardless if I'm a public or private figure. I am a person. Like that whole conversation about the whole PDA thing. We want to see more PDA. They should be thankful that these people put themselves in a situation where they had cameras on them 24 hours a day so we could see them in this space. Have that type of interaction. You see what I'm saying? And the whole trad wife thing, what I heard is I heard this young lady say, and I'm saying this also as a firstborn daughter on both sides, the first one in my family to graduate, not only college, but get my master's degree. And I'm not married, I don't have any children. And yes, those are my choices. And I'm saying that to say this. She wants to be in a relationship with a man who appreciates and sees her strength and femininity. That's what I'm getting, right? She does not come across to me as somebody who's weak, as a lot of y'all have pointed out. She comes across as somebody who just wants to have the opportunity. And remember, she said she went 5 years without dating anybody. Unfortunately, I know how that feels because you get yourself to a point where if you let somebody in, you feel like if you even let remotely anything in, you're going to get hurt and you're tired of getting hurt because you somehow in other parts of your life, whether it's family or friends, unknowingly hurting you. So you're going to date somebody and invite that in? I don't think so. What I heard when she said that, both on the Trish Cyrus interview and as well as she keeps saying she wants to be soft, she wants to have an opportunity to be in her femininity, rightly so. And I say this, and I have never uttered the word alpha in my life in terms of men in general. But bless his heart, this 24-year-old guy strikes me as somebody who I think grew while he was as an experience and grew into a man that he wanted to grow into because he saw somebody that he wanted to pursue, and she required a certain man to do that. So it's not about a trad wife. That's like somebody mentioned that, like I think it was, Nikki, you mentioned that you saw these women online. And I have to be honest, I was scratching my head too. Like, when did this happen? Maybe I missed something in the commentary or what have you. Again, I only watched the week of a show or whatever, but I don't remember her saying, I want to go home and bake cookies and just spit out a bunch of kids and, and not do these things that a quote unquote, put in quotes, a trad wife is supposed to be. So I'm saying this as an auntie, younger cousin, whomever you want to call me here in this space, is just have to allow people to navigate the relationship in which how they feel comfortable in navigating their relationship. And I hope we as older women, when a younger person or a young woman or even a young man comes to us and asks us about some advice, that we exercise some grace and we understand that we also have skeletons in our closet, because I know I have a plenty.
Yeah.
So thanks, Tina.
Could I? That just reminded me the trad wife thing. I remember listening to that, and I'm 22. I'm definitely. I lean more towards womanism than feminism for my own personal reasons. The whole the way she was talking about it, the language made me cringe. It was like, Olandria, no, Olandria, no. But I understood, or at least I hope I understood, or maybe I'm taking what I want to hear from what she's saying. That what the last panelist just said. She wants the ability to be. She wants to have the choice to be soft. You know what I mean? She doesn't want to be hard all the time. I think I said this in another panel. Olandria, to me, I don't think Olandria wants to be soft or strong. Olandria wants to be human. And as a black woman, a dark-skinned black woman in America, none of them are human. They're not human. They're not treated like human. They don't live. They're not allowed oftentimes to exist as a human. And I'm saying this is a black woman, a light-skinned black woman, Nigerian black woman in Canada. Even me, oftentimes I don't have the chance to exist as a human, right? In general, you know what I mean? Olandria wants to be humanized. She doesn't want to be fetishized. She doesn't want to be objectified. She doesn't want to be put on a pedestal nor subjugated. She wants a partner who sees her soul. I think Nick sees her soul, but she's using the language she knows, because people have given me context that Olandria's from the deep south, and the gender respectability politics of that. So I'm like, okay, everyone uses the language that they know, trying to explain things in their own way, and we owe it to others to try to decipher the uncomfortable or unclear language to get to the root of what they're trying to say. I think Olandria, she just doesn't want to be made a workhorse anymore. She doesn't want to be the one who always has to take care of everything. She wants to be taken care of.
Yeah. I have a thought about that, but I want to let Jan, I want you to share your thoughts. And then y'all, I'm going to close out the panel and I'm going to share my final thoughts around that. And I will give you some Brian strays before we go. But it is the night before back to school. So, okay, go ahead, Jan.
Okay, I just wanted to talk about the aunties and how they kind of handle young women like Shelly and Olandria specifically when they're, making not so, what people may say are not so great choices, right? And I kind of want to pull on the Huda, Shelly, Olandria conversation, just like as a microcosm of the broader world that we live in. When people were looking at Huda, right? She was being given a lot of grace. And there was a lot of conversation and discourse online from people in the community, like younger and older, about how this person is being given grace because she has this proximity to whiteness, right? And I want us as people in the Black community, as the quote unquote aunties and elders, I want us to normalize our people, our girls, our women, our young ladies making those mistakes and maybe crashing out and giving them that grace before we ask the entire world to do it. Because some of what I observed when that specific conversation was going on, it was a lot of Black women coming after Shelly and Olandria. And we have to realize that charity begins at home, right? Before we ask people from the outside to give us grace and say, hey, maybe I did this because I had a lack of knowledge. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I did something stupid. Maybe I was like, I'm young and I'm too much in my ego and I have a lot to learn. So I made that decision. I would just like for us as the older people, we need to learn to exist maybe in the gray area where it's like we can share our knowledge, but then we can't be so rigid with it. We also have to be okay with the fact that they might not take that advice, right? They might go out there and they might screw it up. They might screw it up royally, but they still have somewhere to come back to, and we still give them that room to say, hey, remember? Well, you know, I guess they've learned their lesson, or this is how they grow. Because again, we, like, what's her name? The former runner-up for the president of the United States, like, we didn't just like grow out of a coconut tree. Like, we come from somewhere, right? We didn't come out perfect. Like, I know I made a lot of mistakes, and that's what really allows me to stay kind of in the middle. And I want that, you know, I want that for young girls. And I know what it's like to be a Black woman who's making mistakes in her 20s and getting this backlash. Like, you've done something completely horrible that's irreversible and it can be fixed. And then looking at people from other communities and seeing them get grace. It's a very hurtful experience, right? But if we can do that for the community, that they know that at least within a black space, they are gonna get that, you know, that grace. But yeah, that's all that I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you. I really love this point, right, y'all, of like, and I think that this goes to like black womanhood, Black girlhood, is that oftentimes the idea in some Black families is that, you know, you have to prepare them for the world, right? I've talked to y'all plenty of times around how we armor young Black girls. That is a part of their raising in how to be a woman in the world. And sometimes that means that people overcorrect, right? And so now it's like, well, I have to be hard on you. And so because they did not receive tenderness, they did not receive softness, they did not receive grace when they were getting correction, they struggle to offer it to anyone else, right? And this is why, like, when we're giving takes on the internet, it should really, I mean, everybody's gonna do whatever they want to do. Okay, everybody's gonna do whatever they want to do, but we really should approach it from the standpoint of like, ultimately, like, we cannot control what these people do. It's less about advice, it's more about observation, right? And we can want things for people. Like, I do think there are some cases where it's like, oh, I kind of do think they need something, like when that one creator sent that message to the little Miss Shirley, the little girl, she sent the message to the girl's mom. I felt like that was appropriate because, baby, it's getting wild out here in the streets, right? And so, anywho, so I do think that there are some cases. I do want to speak to like the trad wife, soft life piece before I end the live. And thank y'all so much. We got way past the 200,000 goal. Thank you so much for the likes. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the folks that have subscribed. Thank you, Mika, for being a new subscriber. I think, Elisa, you came as a new subscriber today. Thank you for all my new subscribers. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate you. I want to say, like, about the trad wife thing. I think what happens is people have this like sort of dichotomous view of like what it's like. Trad wife is only like barefoot, pregnant, on a farm somewhere, you know, like they have this sort of like one single characterized view of like what a trad wife is. The reality is it's, and P, I'm going to speak to that, y'all, because same P, right? Because, and for me, it wasn't so much that I was like, oh, she wants to be a traditional wife that made me like, ooh, it was the way she was explicitly defining femininity and masculinity, right? And a lot of the things that she names as masculine are just shit that we have to do to survive as adults. We got to go to work. We got to pay bills. We got to make decisions. Like, that's just being a grown up. You know what I mean? But because of the way that larger culture talks about masculinity versus femininity, that was what, and I do think it's about her using the language that she has. You know what I mean? That was the part that made me like, hold on, because the way that we are socialized as Black girls, that's actually a strength. That's a strength. And I talked about it in one of my videos. And I do think religion is obviously impacting it as well. Exactly, Jan. It's like, this is just what we have to do to survive, right? And so what I think it is about language being limited, right? Because we heard her do the same thing about a cowboy. And she's like, no, what I meant was, right? And so it's just about using the language that she has available to her around the concepts that she is trying to articulate. You know what I mean? And so that's the way that she understands it. And I think that goes to like Amina's point. I don't think Amina's on here right now. But to Amina's point on my last live of like, what is it that she's ingesting where this is the way that she understands it? Because as a little Black girl, the way that she talked about herself being brought up, the characteristics she talks about herself, she definitely was raised and socialized in a very typical little Black girl way, according to the research, right? So she was taught to care for others, to be selfless, to be strong, to be cognizant of the way that the world is going to perceive her, to like she was talking to focus on the care of other people. Like these are all things that are very normal experiences as part of the Black girl experience. And I think that a lot of times we ingest narratives outside of our community that say that there's something wrong with us showing up that way, that somehow that makes us less feminine because we're that way. And I just want us to remember as Black women that the system necessitates that we show up in a certain type of way. That doesn't mean that we can't have softness, right? That doesn't mean that we can't be soft. And I'm not masculine simply because I'm taking care of my fucking business. I'm not masculine just because I have an opinion and I'm speaking my mind. That's not masculine. That's me being a grown up. And so okay, hi Amina. And so exactly, it doesn't have to be an either or, right? And so I think what we do is we have people that want to just hurry up and defend her because they perceive trad wife as negative, right? So I hear that, right? But like I'm a brat and I still speak my mind, and I've talked about this on my lives before. Y'all, my husband would drive me to and from school every day as if I couldn't get in my car and drive myself. My husband would drive me to and from work every day and then come in the middle of the day to bring me lunch as if I couldn't do all that shit on my own. You know what I mean? So it's not that you can't have softness or princess treatment. It's just, it is that deep, Nancy. It is that deep. Y'all, don't get on my nerves. Don't get on my nerves as I'm ending my life, Nancy. It is that deep because language matters. Language matters. I agree, Aisha. I agree. I think what she's looking for is rest and humanization, but she's just using the language that she has, right? And it's nothing wrong with people that are like, hey, there's better language for this, to say that. It's okay for us to learn lessons, y'all. And I don't want y'all moving through the world. If you don't take shit else from this live, y'all. If you are a woman in this live, especially if you are a Black woman in this live, if you don't take shit else from my live, I want you to know that you moving in power and strength does not make you masculine. You are still a woman.
Period.
You moving in your power and your strength does not make you masculine. You are still a woman. You are still feminine. Exactly, cured correction. You are still a woman. And I want us to understand that there's a balance, right? There's a balance between not wanting to be superwoman because we don't owe the world that. We don't need to be work mules. We deserve softness. Yeah, that is my husband, Katie. We deserve softness. They're like, not Chris in the background saying period. We deserve that. I deserve to be able to turn my brain off sometimes. And I need us to not separate our femininity. Our femininity should not be so fucking combined. I'm a woman, period. And so we need to understand that when people are, and not everybody, some people are just being ridiculous, right? But when we're pushing back on the language, it's because I want my daughters to know when they grow up that can't no motherfucker tell them, oh, this is why you ain't got no man, you ain't got masculine energy because she's fucking going to work and paying her bills. Shut up. Because she's making conscious decisions as a woman. She's still a woman. More than one thing can be true at a time. She does not have to be relegated to someone else's definition of femininity, especially Black women, especially y'all. And I have videos for y'all about how we define our femininity, especially because we live in a system that necessitates our strength as Black women. Period. Full stop. You cannot be mad at me for showing up in a system that requires that I show up that way and then trying to strip my femininity from me because of it. It is just another ploy by the system to situate Black women outside of their femininity, outside of their womanhood. And I'm not for that shit. So when I get aggy about it, it's because I don't want other little Black girls buying into that. Strength is femininity. When I did my research on like how to have healthy, strong, enduring Black marriages, you know what came up? Their wife's strength. Their wife's strength. I know what she said, Nancy. Their wife's strength. I know what she said, Nancy. I also know how she defined masculinity. I need you to keep up, right? What came up is our strength. That's not her being masculine. That is her having the tools that she needs as a woman to show up as a competent adult and to be able to hold her family down if need be. That does not make her masculine. I do. I have one right here because this is the one I would start with. Sorry. This is the one I would start with. And we're going to be, if you're interested, we're going to be reading this and talking about this in the book club. It's called Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman by Michelle Wallace. This is a great one to start with. And then there are like essays and things like that as well. Hi, Steno. We're talking about it. I know, right? We are talking about that, how people have created this narrative around what that means and how it is okay for people to push back on the language of my femininity can only look this way. Because the reality is a lot of that is rooted in whiteness and we'll never be able to meet those standards. They make sure that we couldn't. And I agree. That's the whole point, T and Siobhan. That is the whole point, is I know that shit didn't come from her. Because I know that she watched her mother be a strong woman. I know that she watched her mother get shit done. So she doesn't think that's masculine simply because she thinks that. She got it from somewhere else. And I just want us as a larger culture to push back on that and say, hold on, you don't get to ascribe things to me. Exactly. You don't get to ascribe things to me that don't fit because that's the way that you understand it. That system is not built for me. And how I define my womanhood is my own business. And I'm not less of a woman because I'm doing shit to get shit done. That does not make me less of a woman. It is societal. And I say that, I'll put it up one more time. I say that, y'all, I'm going to say that. I say this as a woman that when I was young as well, I thought my whole goal was to grow up and be married and be somebody's wife. And how long did that last? Nancy, and what I'm saying is that it's problematic. Because she's defining it via a system that is always going to place her outside of femininity. Period, full stop. Exactly, P. Exactly. What is operating in what is operating in masculinity? Does it exist in your opinion? No, I actually think it doesn't. I think that a lot of things that we ascribe to gender dynamics is just being a human. Mm-hmm. Boys can't cry because not at girls. You sound crazy. Now I'm not a woman because I'm working and I have a strong mind and opinion. Like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. It's just another way to control and to regulate us. And I need y'all to understand that that does not come from within Black community. That comes from outside of us. If you're in the United States, it definitely comes from the larger social culture that has nothing, it's not thinking about you as a Black person. And if we really want to clock it, not only does it situate Black women outside of womanhood, but Black men too. And so now we bickering, and y'all, I know y'all be seeing the little infighting they be doing on social media, but y'all bickering about some shit that neither one of y'all's asses fit into according to their standards. Get it together. And so when I'm saying, yeah, it's a very limited definition and understanding. That's the point we're making, Nancy. But go back and watch the interview. Because subs, I'm actually making a video for y'all, but I clip in how she discusses femininity versus masculinity. She is ingesting something, and the reality is a lot of people are ingesting something. Words matter. Bunny smiles. Thank you. Words matter. And so what we're saying is, hey, hold on. Let's complicate that. Let's complicate that. Let's hold on. Let's add a little bit of nuance to that, because I don't think that's what you mean, but that's what you said. So how can we complicate it to be more clear? That's literally all. That's the conversation. One more time for y'all. I got you. And you know what, y'all? I'm going to make a video with Book Rex because I had an ADHD woman come in and ask. I'm only saying that because she told me that. come in and ask me for some recommendations. So I will make a whole video with some book recs for y'all. You're welcome. So again, this goes back to, like I said, right? She uses it into to Peace Point, right? She uses the language that she has. This is why I keep saying, she said, I want a cowboy, but then she clarified what she actually meant, right? So this is just another instance of like, she's using the language that she has, and it's on us as people that have more information around language, around this particular aspect of it, to say, oh, hold on, let's complicate that. That's not exactly probably what you mean. Because everything she does is feminine. Exactly, P. She is feminine. Right? And she's not less feminine because she's taking care of business and having to be the person to stand on her own and to take care of me. What she wants is softness. What she wants is to be able to, I need to be able to be both. I need duality. I need to be able to be all the things and not have to be one thing all the time. That's what she wants. That's what she needs, right? And so we're just complicating the language around that, because that's what big brains do. Is we learn new words. This is how language works. We learn new language. I like to tell people all the time, sexual harassment was not always a phrase. It was a bunch of women sitting around saying, yeah, I had this experience at work. Yeah, I had this experience. It was kind of related to this. And then sexual harassment became a phrase, right? This is how language works, is that it's constantly being complicated and nuanced and turned over. And maybe, and she was the most feminine. Exactly. She was the most feminine. And so for the little girls that are ingesting her, for the young women that are ingesting her, that is coming from somewhere else, because I don't think that she looks at her mother and sees someone that is in masculine energy. She loves her mama. Her mama's her girl. She thinks so highly of her mother, and I'm sure she sees her mother as a feminine, beautiful woman because she is. So that language is not Alandria's own language. It's something that someone gave to her. Exactly. She wants to be adored. She wants to be loved. She wants to be soft. She wants to have peace. She wants to be able to have someone else that can make decisions. She wants to be able to take off her cape, because she don't got to be Superwoman, but strength is still a product. It is also still a factor of femininity, because if she's not strong, what's the opposite of strength, y'all? Clock it. Come on. If she's not strong, what's the opposite? Weakness. Femininity does not require weakness. So that's the conversation we're having, right? Not that, oh, Alandria wants to be a trad wife. Like, sure, that's like what maybe y'all heard on the surface level, and I feel that, right? But let's dig deeper. What's really being said and what's really happening is that unfortunately there has been a larger narrative and story given to her around, this is the only way that you can show up in order to be feminine. Yeah, T, I didn't. This is what femininity looks like. And like, femininity is much more expansive than that, especially as Black women. And I just don't want other little Black girls. I think so too. And that language is likely coming from her. It might be coming from her faith. But yeah, I've told y'all before, I definitely wanted to be the wife and the mother. I thought I was going to stay home. That was going to be the life. And then I was like, baby, I'm fucking bored. And I'm tired of these kids. And I think society as a whole as well. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I do think the leader talk is definitely from her faith. And exactly, that's the other part, Bunny Smiles. It's really, well, if we want to keep it all the way above, it's really that system of whiteness that patriarchy and capitalism live under, right? That religion falls under as well. Explicitly, I'll say Christianity, I know for sure, right? And so when that language is filtered down through all of these lenses, we get distorted views that were, again, never meant for us. Never meant for us. And then we're gonna hold ourselves to standards that we can never meet, that are harmful. And I don't care. I want better for Black women. I do. I want you to know that you are a woman, period. Period. Okay, a Brian Stray. Brian is definitely a cloud chaser. I don't care what nobody says. He is. I say all the time. I say all the time, that man did not, she was number 3. Bobos, they can. She was number 3. Dark skin lover girl. I would love, that would be my goal is if I could, that's why I do my therapy work, right? Like as a therapist, I see lots of people. But I am very much like, I'm here for the girls, the gays, the days, and I'm here for the Black girlies explicitly. But I love being able to help women to dig deep and empower themselves around those things. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with liking Brian. You can like him, y'all. And you're welcome, y'all. You're welcome. I know sometimes I be getting on my little soapbox. It's nothing wrong with liking Brian. Oh, thank you, dark skin lover girl. Because really, like, y'all, it's like, I be feeling like I'm fussing. But it is really rooted in such a deep love. Like, and again, like, I've made videos about this before, but y'all, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And so if I can make it visible to you, I love that. I love that. You know, it's like, I want you to get it. I want you to hear it. I want you to, you know, take it in. I heard about that, Ottawa. She's silly for that. That girl is. But y'all, I will say that, you know, she was choice number 3 after the burst your bubble challenge. He knew she was a favorite. I think that he thought he was going to get out of the villa and have a catapult, like he was going to catapult to fame in a different type of way. Exactly, T. We need to understand that our femininity is not attached to any specific behavior. And as Black women, they have explicitly and intentionally used that. Like, I don't understand how people don't understand that it's also the controlling image at play. They've used that in order to separate us from our femininity. They're doing it on purpose. And I want us to stop drinking the Kool-Aid. Right? They talk about the strong Black woman schema like it's a negative, as if they didn't fucking necessitate the shit. I'm sorry, y'all. But it be pissing me off. They made us have to do that shit. Now you mad because we figuring out how to fucking thrive? Oh, now you mad. Now we not girls no more. You don't. It be pissing me off. Because how dare you? Okay, sorry. But yeah, I think he definitely thought, you know, that he was going to catapult to fame as being a part of her couple. And I think, you know, he's realizing that maybe it's not that. But I noticed that when they did Watch What Happens Live and they asked, like, who's used their newfound fame in order to get into a restaurant? Nick picked his up like, have I? But Brian, like, drank. Like, he's like, yeah, I have. You know, like, so he is definitely... And I think that they all should have fun with it, whatever, right? And I think it definitely is evidence that, like, he wants to be famous, which is cool. But I think he also knows I'm biased. I think he's boring. Okay, thank you for saying that, Cure Collection. I think Brian is boring. I think Brian doesn't really have any personality. And so I think that he realizes he needs to be attached to someone. And that just happened to be Amaya. you know, Steno Jones, he has talked about like his anxiety. And I was like, you know, maybe, okay. What did Landry say? Oh, thank you. I typically don't laugh at men's jokes. But you know, I hear that about the anxiety. And I feel like sometimes he has a lot to say. So it's like I can't always ascertain when it's showing up. And I feel like if, you know, we could also choose to just not be in the camera. Like, I mean, obviously he has to do the press stuff. I don't mean that, but like you be on lives, like he be Snapchatting all day long, answering questions. So I don't know, but I think he's boring, and I think that I think that he definitely is gonna, like Gigi says, he's gonna Brian and Amaya for as long as he can Brian and Amaya until it's no longer advantageous to Brian and Amaya. What did she say? I'm hating, y'all. I'm hating.
There we go. Okay.
I'm a hater. I'm hating.
Oh my god, I don't even know.
But yeah, he just, you know, I mean, he just seems like a wet rag in a lot of ways. I think he's very accustomed to like being very pretty and cute and attractive. Katie, I'm so glad too. And I agree, Brianna. The way he acted with Andreina, that was, as soon as he saw any potential for a threat, he was bad mouthing her. Oh, she's boring. He's this, she's that. Boy. And like I told y'all, I'm not, I don't care. I'm honest. I'm biased as hell toward the women. I don't care. I don't care. It's the truth. You know? I don't care. I agree, Michelle. I don't think she's getting duped. I think they're in it together. Clock it. Grace, about seeing a black therapist, I will say this. So my therapist is a white woman. I've definitely worked with a black woman before. I've worked with white women. I've worked with one black man. I had to fire him. But I do think that like what matters most when y'all are looking for therapists, what matters most is your therapist, their personal belief systems, and what they bring into the room with you. And so y'all, I hope you know this. If you're not in therapy, you should be interviewing your therapist as well. You should be interviewing your therapist. So this looks like asking about, you know, what modalities do you use and why do you choose those? Because that's going to tell you something about them. You know, it looks like, you know, my therapist, when she sat down with me for the first time, she's like, I understand that as a white Jewish woman, I bring a level of privilege into this room, and let's talk about this. And your therapist should have that ability to have certain conversations with you, especially if you are not in the dominant, if you are not a white person, if you are in the dominant community, so you're a person of color, you should be having certain conversations. And if they can't answer the questions, or if you find at some point that there's a misalignment, of course, I'm going to tell you to like attempt the conversation first, because there can be a lot of growth and development that happens in that space of you advocating for yourself and, you know, hearing their thoughts and trusting your gut, right? I think that's a great practice in therapy, but you also can always fire your therapist. So that's crazy, Franny. Are you for real? Okay. I have to go look that up, Franny, because that's wild. What? I have to go look that up. So yeah, y'all. I agree that I think I'm biased. Duh. I think everybody should do therapy. Obviously. I think it benefits everyone, and I really see therapy as a preventative tool. I don't feel like you only have to go when something is wrong. And y'all feel free to interview your therapist. Make them show improve. The Queen of Reads, that's funny. So I was actually sharing with my clients that I'm getting ready to shift some things around in my practice. I don't want to keep doing like therapy as my primary source of income. And they were like so worried that I was going to leave them. And I was like, no, I'm going to keep everybody I have now. I'm just not accepting anybody and I'm shifting some things around. But yeah, I feel you about that. It is such an intimate relationship with your therapist. I feel like I'm but it is a very intimate, like you're sharing parts of yourself that you probably don't share with anybody if you're keeping it a buck, right? Because you know that you can say pretty much whatever you want to say in that room. You know what I mean? Yeah, I feel that. You're having to share everything again. And then, what if it's not a good fit? I will encourage you that you can always ask for an ROI, like a release of information where they can share information so that you don't have to catch them up so much. I'm not an LPC. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. So the theories are pretty much the same, but all of our theories are taught through a systemic lens. So it's never just like, oh, what's happening in this person's brain? It's like, okay, what's happening in their family unit? What's happening at work? What's happening in larger culture? So we look at everything systemically as marriage and family therapists. That's the way that our theories are taught to us. That's the biggest difference. The other ventures I'm looking into, so I want to get more into like clinical directing, program management, like training up other therapists is really like where I'm leaning into. And I'll definitely I do a lot of trainings for other organizations around more like niche topics. Like I do a lot of trainings around eating disorders or eating disorders within queer community. And so doing like some training developments and things like that. So just kind of getting away from exchanging an hour of my life for money every day. Yeah, it is. Oh, thank you so much, user. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anne. And yeah, this is like what I tell my clients when we like meet for the first time over the phone. I'm like, we need to catch a vibe. We need to catch a vibe. No, P. It's like I want to like shake her, but also she very much like needs a hug. There's a lot of things going on. But yeah. Siobhan, that's one of my boundaries. So like I'm not saying that I would like turn a person away, but I have worked with them, but I wouldn't say that that's like my niche in my like private practice. And it's usually not sexual abuse. And then somebody asked me one more other question. Oh, okay, I think that's it. Yeah, Siobhan, it's like there are certain things that I just know I would not be. That's my boundary. I know I wouldn't be good at it. I would have way too much countertransference happening. I'm just aware of that. I'd be trying to fight somebody's daddy in a parking lot or something, and so it's just like I can't. I can't do it. Yeah. And there are people that are primed for it, and it's just not me. Yeah, it is. Compassion fatigue is real. Transference and countertransference is real. Stina, I'm just saying. I've had more than one where I'm like, what's your mama's number? No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, they're just some things that I know I have to have a line around. I do like probably the most intense clients that I work with are clients that experience some level of rejection around their identity with their families, because I work a lot with like queer and trans people. The other, so like obviously that's a level of significant trauma. Eating disorders, and that one's really hard because it never started with the kid. It never started with the person, right? It's typically like a function of the family unit. So that's like deep shit to work around. DV and like addiction would probably be the next like really, really deep work that I've done. Yeah, it's hard. I have, yes. And it follows into adulthood. And it's painful. Okay. All right. Thank y'all so much for joining the live. I always appreciate y'all rocking with me. I appreciate all the likes. We got to 255 likes tonight, y'all. What? That's crazy. I appreciate my panelists always. Y'all are always so brilliant. Thank you all for having great, views that agree, views that disagree, and us being able to hold the space around all of it. I will be live again, user, on Wednesday. At 5 p.m. Mountain Time, which is, and I'll put I will post it, Alexandra, the whole thing on YouTube. Thank you for coming up. I always appreciate. Oh, I'm so glad that you felt like it was safe, Elisa. But I will be back again on Wednesday and then on Friday. So I will be going live on Sundays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Thank you. I'm excited for the first day of school. I'm excited to see how it goes. I appreciate y'all. I will enjoy it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're welcome. Oh, and don't forget, y'all, there is a link in my bio now where if you have questions, you can go add it to that Google form and I will answer them on Sundays for y'all now. Okay, good night, y'all.